6:01 p.m. on this beautiful Tuesday, fourth Tuesday of the month. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein showing absent for the time being. Councilmember Kalogerovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here.
Thank you. We'll show for the record that Mayor Brandt is absent as well.
Yes, he will be absent. He's like in school getting tested. All right. Do you want to do a salute the flag here or you want to do it there?
Is there a flag there?
Let's do it here.
Here.
Yeah, well, here. Okay.
We don't know that there's a flag there.
All right, we'll do it here. Sounds good.
Sorry.
We'll keep America flying. All right, on three. 1, 2, 3.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do a moment of silence as well. All right, thank you. All right, we don't have any presentation proclamations. Order of agenda. Can I get approval? Or anyone move some things around? Anyone?
Announcements?
Announcements? Sure, let's do announcements, sure. Kalogerovich.
Actually, don't have any announcements today.
All right.
Next month.
Obaji.
My District 4 community meeting will be tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. You can find the link to register on Zoom on my City Council member page. And Councilmember Barrett will appear there and speak for about 10 minutes about what he hopes to achieve and what's going on. We'll cover a lot of materials from the last 2 months and this strategic plan that we're about to endeavor upon. So be there. Thanks.
Fantastic. Councilmember Barrett.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We had a great community meeting in District 5 last Wednesday. I want to thank Jack and everyone from the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center for helping out on that. And thanks to all of the D5 and other residents who took the time to show up, provide their input. And we made some great connections and had some wonderful conversations. So that's it.
Fantastic. I've got a few things. City birthday party on Sunday. Starts at 10 a.m. Events, little kind of events start at 10:30 a.m. at Dominguez Park, the Morale House. Speaking stuff, gifts, awards, all that good stuff. We'll have some light snacks. Try to get the taco truck that sits there on the Esplanade. He's absolutely delicious to show up, but he's booked all day. He wouldn't be able to move things around. But there's a lot of activities happening, gifts, exchanges. So come on down until 3 p.m. The Morale House, and they believe the Queen Victoria House is going to be open as well. On Saturday
The 29th.
Saturday the 29th. Thank you. Saturday the 29th. Boy, I'm glad I actually fixed that. Thank you. So that's on Saturday, 10 a.m. And Beach Life Festival is next weekend. I was just down there in the harbor today, and they are in full swing of setup. So it's happening, folks. This year is moving. So I totally didn't even realize it. They are down there. There's an announcement. If you guys want to stop the takeover of the state local control, this Thursday, our Neighborhood Voices Initiative is having a meeting online, and I'll be sending an email out on that. So if you can donate a few bucks, it'd be great. Volunteer, get the word out. That's really important. Other than that, I have my community meeting tomorrow night as well at 6:30. I'll be going over the fire department presentation I gave, as well as a whole host of other city items moving forward. I did not work that out with Obaji. Anyways, other than that, that's it. Councilmember Lowenstein's still not here. Approval order agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. So blue folder items. Any blue folder items for today? I think we have one or two.
There was one blue folder item distributed. It was for communications under item M1,
Okay.
public communication.
Consent calendar, one item consent calendar.
Approve,
Can we get the
receive and
vote?
file blue folder
Sorry.
items.
Yes. Is there a second for blue folder items?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Approval of affidavit for posting special city council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No public comment on any of that, I see. So we are now going to recess to
wait.
upstairs.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hebstein did want to speak.
Oh, you did? Oh, non-agenda.
Yeah, I didn't hear, yeah.
Sorry. Yes.
I'm glad it's just.
Public participation on non-agenda items. Skipped over that. Thank you. You're keeping me honest. Thank you. And on track. I forgot the non-agenda items.
Yeah,
Yeah.
even though I'm the only one here.
Important. They're watching at home.
It'll make the minutes.
Okay. Well, first of all, the most important thing is to welcome Paige and Scott to the council. If Eugene was here, I would thank him for jumping in. And if Eleanor was here, I want to thank her too. This is a really important meeting today. I know it is. And we have a new opportunity to come together for new beginnings. And that's why I'm here today. We're going to end the territorial animosity and political mischief that our citizens have endured for too long. Most of all, we could acknowledge that changing hearts and minds is a good goal to eliminate the unnecessary conflicts and the lust for power politically. We need to get past that. We need to write a code of honor for our city, and it's best explained by Dr. Martin Luther King. When they proposed that we need to change hearts and minds, it's going to take a long time to do the right thing. This is what he said. Morality cannot be legislated, but behavior can be regulated. Judicial decrees may not change the heart, but they can restrain the heartless. So thank you all. I'm looking forward to the next part of the meeting, and I'm looking forward to the coming year.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else that want to come down in person or on Zoom?
We have no one on Zoom, and there are no e-comments.
I forgot to mention that the community garden is now accepting applications for community garden at Alta Vista. So if anyone wants to put in an application, it will be held by a lottery.
Oh,
Thank
the
you.
garden.
The garden.
Yeah, well, the garden's happening, everybody, and if you haven't been over to Alta Vista Park to see, we've made a lot of progress. It's amazing. And this weekend, if you're out and about, stop by. We're doing okay.
The public's not going to be able to
Yeah.
hear you unless you speak to the microphone.
We're talking about the community garden at Alta Vista Park. It's happening, and we're very excited. The garden committee is having a work day this weekend from 8 to 12, both days of the weekend. If you want to stop by, you can see what's going on. If you want to help, that's even better. So our ribbon cutting is scheduled for middle of June, hopefully, but we're really getting there.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Is there a motion to recess the second floor of the main library?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Can I just say you all look so fly with your pins today? Everybody.
I got the yellow one. You're the blue one.
Oh,
had a
yeah,
pro tip.
special one. There you go. Testing, testing. Yeah, all right, does work.
He doesn't have it on this.
Let me see where the mic's. This works. The mic's here. Let me go talk to.
Oh, down there first. What was the first time you've been back? Yeah, we did on the chambers. We just had lunch with Cody. Wi-Fi the same here as it is in California? No, it's something different. RV staff is different. Yeah, I can tell you the password. You remove the password. Yeah. Password to RV staff is many books, lowercase. For you, number 4. Oh, yeah. And you letter U. Many books. That's the. Thank you.
Books for you. That's probably the most important thing I'll do today.
Okay.
Really?
Which one is mini books?
That's RV visitors. Post.
Okay.
I mean, it says action needed, but I didn't action. I can't say that. So was that, maybe that was the staff. It's an RV church, it's RV staff, it's RV. Yeah, RV, you can say the word. That was my next choice. Thanks, Dan. Confirm. No, this one worked.
And then let it just run.
Okay.
All right, well, then we'll share. We'll share. It's fine. This one's not.
We're on the flight path, ready to launch but we're waiting for command and control back here.
Got it.
Just so everyone knows.
Houston.
Houston. What's it called when the airplane? Runway. We're on the runway, ready to go.
Waiting for
And
clearance?
flight, waiting for clearance from flight director.
Your co-captain looked questionable over there.
Yeah. Yeah, he's, what are you gonna do? We needed power, so we gotta share the power.
You like all the chairs? It's protection from you guys in case you decide to attack.
I think we're trying to build a bridge to their side. They haven't reached out to us yet.
Thought it was for a process service.
Yes, you'll tell us if they're a process service coming from behind us,
They're
right?
behind us.
Just a little very upset.
That's not a process server.
Either one of these rolling aces and eights, you're in trouble.
Okay. The chief of police has got our 6.
Oh, yeah, he does. And he's got that angle too. And he's got a loaded gun, so it's perfect.
I planned it all out. Got here first, did a little assessment.
It's a little assessment. A little walkthrough beforehand.
There's no microphone, sharing. No, we don't have a microphone. That's a great one. Great, we'll share mine.
Yeah.
My text. That must have been old text.
Yes, right, sorry.
I must have been.
I don't know if it's been recorded anyway.
Is Zoom?
No, probably not.
Almost.
Even if you haven't, all those. Jesse's back here.
Well, let's just start.
We can get going? We can get going?
Okay. It's publicly noticed, they're available to come in person, right? There you
So
go.
those start up when they start up. Okay. All right, everyone, we're going to get going. We've got a little slight technical difficulties. That's fine. Mechanicals of the flight of the plane still works. And first up, oh, let me pull the agenda. We have an agenda right here. So welcome, everyone. Thank you, Rich, for showing up. And I'll just bring up our
Facilitator.
Shall we do a roll call?
Can we do roll call?
oh, roll call. That's right. Roll call one more time, please.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein. Here. Councilmember Kolodziejowicz.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim.
Here.
And we'll show for the record that Mayor Brand is absent. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Narenheim and council members, new council members who I have not met before. Nice to meet you. My name is Eric Douglas. Mike, do you want to say a few words as we get started here, or I can go ahead and just kick off things with the agenda? So we have this is my third cycle of doing the strategic planning for the city of Redondo Beach. We followed a pattern here that I think has worked well for the city. Just by way of background, I'm a strategic planning facilitator. I'm based in Sacramento. Our firm, Leading Resources, has been doing this kind of thing for 25 years. We've worked with over 350 different public agencies, and these are cities and state agencies, commissions, nonprofit boards, et cetera. So we enjoy this, and I enjoy this kind of work of working with a group like this, trying to figure out what are the priorities you want to set for yourselves, and really how do you want to hold yourselves accountable for achieving those things. And that's kind of the process we go through. Is we'll start off today looking at kind of a brief overview of the strategic planning process. We're going to recap this past year's accomplishments. So I'll be asking council members and city staff, city department heads to share their thoughts about accomplishments. We'll do a SWOT analysis. We'll revisit the city's 6 strategic goals. And then as we get into the actual strategic priority setting process, we'll look at each of those 6 goal areas and talk about what are the things that are currently on the plates of the city. What are those things that we want to carry over into this next 6-month period for the strategic plan? And what are those things that we can consider done and moving on? So, Mike, did I miss anything there? This is your chance now to say, here's a better overview of that process.
No, that's it. And I think the one thing we want to ensure we do today is, as we go through this process, is ensure that we are reasonable about our expectations. We accomplished 35 of our 47 goals or objectives over the last 6-month period, which is 75% return rate. That's pretty remarkable considering all that's on our plate. Remind the council, and I've talked to all of you personally, that we still have a number of budget initiatives that are also working through our various operating departments as well. So there's a lot that we're trying to get done. Today's about coalescing around specific objectives that the council would like to see accomplished, and making sure that we're strategic in how we are applying our resources. So please, if you would, keep that in mind as we think through and sift through all the great ideas that we'll hear from the community, as well as we've got letters here from the Harbor Commission and some suggestions through blue folder material. So there's a lot of great ideas out there. It's a matter of figuring out what we want to do first and what we can reasonably accomplish with our next 6-month plus time frame.
Thank you, Mike. And so for my benefit, if we could just go around the room really quickly and just identify, especially for the department heads, the department you head and your name, just so I can write it down here and make sure I can call on you appropriately.
Sure, Joe Hoffman. I work for the police department.
Thank you, Joe.
Diane Strickfadden, Human Resources Director.
Thanks, Diane.
Isaac Yang, Redondo Beach Fire Department Division Chief.
Thanks, Isaac.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ted Saman, I'm the Public Works Director for the city.
Ted.
Paige Kalajatovich, District 3, City Council.
Greg Kapovich, Waterfront Economic Development Director.
Correct.
Eugene Solomon, City Treasurer.
I'm Brandy Forbes. I'm the Director of Community Development.
I'm Luke Smoody, an Assistant to the City Manager.
Okay.
Councilmember Nierenheim, Nils Nierenheim, District 1.
Zain Obaji, Team Captain for District 4.
Like that.
Mike Witsansi, City Manager. One thing we ought to do from a housekeeping perspective as best we can, when we're not using the mics, it might be helpful to turn them off so we don't pick up the feedback that seems to come a little bit inside this building.
I'm Cameron Harding, Community Services Director.
Todd Lowenstein, District 2, Council Member.
Elizabeth House, Assistant to the City Manager.
Scott Barrett, District 5, City Council Member.
Dana Vinke, Library Director.
All right. And again, I'm Eric Douglas. For those of you who didn't remember it the first time, just say, hey, Eric, if you have a question or if you're a little bit lost in terms of where we are in the agenda. So I think at this point, we wanted to call for public comment before we went into the first agenda item. So I think this is for public comment of items that are not going to be directly on our agenda. That occurred already, Todd? Specific to strategic planning, is there any public comment?
So what we'll do here for this is anyone wants to come up and give 3 minutes of, keep it at 3 minutes for everyone, and specifically strategic items, plan items, and then we'll give you guys, if we have some time towards the end to speak again, so in case things that you heard you like or dislike, and then we can then change. And if you can keep your comments to basically, things that we kind of accomplished, that's good, and then what you want to see moving forward as well, which would be nice. And I think we can use that podium there?
Yeah.
Okay, first on up, come on up. Don't be shy, Tom. Voluntold.
Tom, you're up.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all you people do. We're moving forward in a really great way, and I love to see the progress. I am currently the chair of the Harbor Commission, so my priority right now is seeing progress in the harbor. And anything you can do to prioritize what's going on in the harbor, I think, is really important. To me, it's the heart of the city. It could be an economic engine for the city and should be a draw for everybody to come down there. I would like to see a lot more going on down at the harbor. I'd like to see things like art walks, Christmas events, bring back the 4th, the 4th of July stuff happens, but even the 4th of July event that was going on in the Seaside Lagoon, bring kind of those kinds of things back. But anything you can do to propel the harbor forward would be a great thing. So I'd just like to have you keep thinking harbor when you think of Redondo Beach. Because what's a beach without a harbor? Thank you so much, by the way, for all you do. Mark Hansen, King Harbor boater and proud member of the recent Harbor Amenities Working Group. With your permission, I'd like to make a submission. I have 9 copies for the City Council, the Waterfront Director, the City Manager, and the City Clerk. With your permission.
Second. Anyone opposed? All right.
Thank you. I'm really here today to just back up the Harbor Commission. These guys work their tails off. They do a great job, and that letter of recommendations they gave you is great. So I would encourage you today, as you're working and rolling up your sleeves, go down their list and make a conscious decision one way or another with each of those items. Do you want to put in the strategic plan now, or is there some other mechanism where you're going to address it later? But at least, after all their hard work, give them the honor of going down and just checking those off and see what you might like to put in this year. I want to emphasize two of the recommendations they gave to you. One is the extension of the south end of the breakwater. This was after the 88 storms, which were really rugged. The Army Corps, in their report, suggested this extension. We in the community, for years now, we keep bringing this up and bringing it up. I think it's time for us to really, I know it's a hard issue, but I think it's time for us to address it. The storms are only going to get worse. The sea level is going to get higher, and we are about to embark on $106 million in proposed improvements to our harbor. I think it would be absolutely foolish, penny-wise, dollar-foolish, as they say, to not invest now to protect it rather than risk damaging all this new wonderful stuff we're going to build. Second item I wanted to emphasize is expanding the jurisdiction area of the Harbor Commission to include AES, Gold's Gym, and the two hotels in between. Coordinating the harbor with AES has been an idea that's been around forever, but we constantly tell ourselves, well, we're out of sequence. One of them's gotten ahead of the other one, so it'd be hard to coordinate them. I think right now is a golden time. Hopefully we're going to resolve something with the AES property soon. We've just finished the harbor amenities plan. What a wonderful, perfect time to finally actually bring the two together. I can tell you a past president of AES Southland contacted me years ago when they were working on it, asking for me to survey the builders to see what would coordinate well with them. So this idea is logical. I think having the four harbor hotels coordinate together just makes all the sense of the world. And of course, Gold's Gym's already under the original jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission. So those are my two biggies for you today. Please seriously consider those two when you're doing all your hard work today. And thanks for all the hard work you do, and I know you're about to do. Thank you so much.
Can you identify yourselves by your full name, just because some of us are randomly familiar with.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. My name is Tom Bauer. Yes, sir. And absolutely. Thank you so much.
You're Chair of Harbor Commission.
I am.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Hi, Roger Carlson, also a member of the Harbor Commission, and also a former member of the King Harbor Amenities Plan. So a couple points. First, thanks for everything you've done in the last couple of years. There have been a lot of strategic items and budget line items for the harbor. I really appreciate, the attention to the harbor and how much we've done and how busy you've kept Greg. The second thing I want to say is I'm really concerned about how busy Greg is. There's a lot of line items already on the strategic plan, a lot of budget items out there, a lot of money coming the harbor's way. I'm worried about staffing to get it all done. I'm worried about the city, being able to walk and chew gum and, do beach life and other stuff. I'm from North Redondo. Please don't forget about Artesia and the Galleria and all the stuff up there. Thank you. And the last thing I want to say is I've been driving around a lot today. I was in the village today and I was in the harbor today, and as Tom and Mark said, boy, we should have more going on in the harbor. The village is busy right now. You go down to the harbor right now and it's a beautiful day, but it's a Tuesday afternoon in April and the harbor's dead, the parking lots are empty. So I really wish we could somehow get people down there, having lunch on a day like this. So I know we can make that happen. Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon, Candace DeVisi, District 3. Got a couple of things on my list to share with you today. One, I'm really hoping that you guys consider the Green Line as a priority. This has been a very big priority for all of you, and especially the city. We've submitted a letter, but what good is a letter if we're not doing anything else? What good is that? It's a virtue statement. We're just sitting a letter and we're walking away. I've been joining all of these meetings, both virtually and in person, and I'm grateful for the work that the city has done, but we haven't done enough. We are not present in the meetings we need to be, and it's always residents standing alone. You need to up your game, and I hope that you find this a priority in the upcoming future, and especially in your strategic plan. hope that we see that moving forward. And that might involve hiring a consultant to uplift the opportunities for the residents to get involved and uplifting that to Metro. Whatever it is, I want to see us doing more than Torrance. I want to see us getting the attention that we deserve. We have been the most vocal. We have the most organized group out of all of the cities being impacted, and yet I feel like the city is doing the least. That's my hope for this. The second thing I want to talk to you about, I am a Public Works Commissioner. I am here on my own. I've been serving for a few months, but very actively engaged in city council meetings, and I consistently hear people bringing up the need for speed bumps, traffic mitigation, crossing guards. We have not invested in a comprehensive plan to deal with traffic. It's included in every single one of you who have ran in the last 10 years, I would say, in your campaign statements, but you've never addressed it. So this is my call out to you. If you find that traffic is important to us and here in the community, and you find that it's affecting the quality of life, why are we not prioritizing it? We, as in the Public Works Commission, have been consistently addressing it by one. So someone comes with a speed bump, we come and we address it. Someone comes with a right turn, a no right turn request, and we address it. But all that does is push traffic onto the next street, and we have not addressed the traffic on the next street, and I feel like we're just not doing the right thing. So I hope that you find that a priority as you continue to move forward. District 3 has two very big developments coming up. We have Beach Cities Health District, and we have, Gallerias in District 4, but it will impact District 3. We all know Beach Cities Health District did their own EIR, and so I do find that the traffic's going to impact that middle of the city more than ever. So I hope that you take this time to identify that as a priority as well. All of that, both the Green Line consultant and, traffic mitigation study, it's going to cost money, right? So I do hope that you guys prioritize bringing a bid back to back to Artesia Boulevard. I know that you guys had talked about it a little bit last year, and we've kind of dabbled in it, but I'd love to bring that back to the conversation now that we have the South Bay Social District coming, and such a great opportunity to really expand that development that's coming. As Roger Carlson said before, District 3 and District 4, we're really waiting for that investment on Artesia Boulevard, and we need the leadership to do it. And we haven't seen the leadership from our city really pushing that. And so that's going to, I hope that you guys identify that as a possible opportunity. With that bid is going to come more additional tax dollars, because they're going to beautify it and people are going to want to eat there and dine there. So I think that's a great opportunity to not only increase our annual budget, but also bring tax dollars here to the city of Redondo Beach that can help pay for a consultant for the Green Line and a traffic mitigation study. That's all. Thank you. Yes.
Where are you finding traffic to be a problem in the city?
So traffic is a problem all over the city. It's everywhere. Traffic is everywhere, right? Yesterday we were at a Public Works Commission meeting. He showed a map of District 5. There was like 60 stop signs in this particular district. So we've kind of overused our stop signs, and this is my opinion. I'm also not a traffic engineer. You'll have to defer to Ted Swan to deal with traffic. And it's my understanding that the City Council has directed the Public Works Commission and staff to be very responsive to the residents, and that's a wonderful thing. But we're not dealing with it in a comprehensive manner. We're dealing with it in a one-off manner all over the city. So, yeah.
I can confirm now there are no people on Zoom, and nor are there any people that have come in on e-comment as well.
Hello, everybody, and thank you all for your service to the city. And I know that all the people in Redondo thank you as well. I didn't plan to speak here today, but when Mark was saying something about AES and the harbor, it triggered something. In 2004, I heard about these people. I was at a Environmental Priorities Network meeting up in Palos Verdes, and I heard about these people in Redondo Beach that had an idea for the AES plant. I found out there was an old salt pond underneath the plant, and these people, knowing that the plant was going to be decommissioned, eventually had a plan to restore the old salt pond. It's historic, it's valuable, and so I finally, after many years, I finally got to meet some of these wonderful visionary people. And so I'm sharing the dream and the vision of restoring AES, at least partial parkland to surround and support the wetlands, and run from AES all the way up to Torrance, a green belt along the power corridor. So that's what I can't stop thinking about. So thank you, everybody. It's something to keep in mind, I hope. Bye-bye.
All right. Moving on. Thank you, members of the public, for that. So we're going to move on now to our discussion of accomplishments. And I am going to first ask members of the council to talk about what, in their view, have been the significant accomplishments over the past 6 months. This is not the document I want. Yeah, I'm seeing I have things slightly out of order here. Let me open up a new document here. Luke, would you just give me a quick hand here? Oh, now I found my documents. It was down there. Okay. Okay, I got it. Okay, so we're going to, as I say, begin with comments from council members about what you see as key accomplishments in the last 6 months for the city. And then we're going to ask department heads to also chime in. So let's start. Councilmember Obaji, I see you making eye contact with me. So settling the waterfront litigation.
Getting the people back to the waterfront.
Cool. It's another one. So can I just go down the road? Councilmember Narenheim.
I'll say, we've made tremendous strides on the online portion in the city. Permitting, transparency, created a platform, and we're about to roll out the website. So we're not done with that yet. We've built a lot of the pieces, we put pieces in play that are going to be successful.
Mayor Pro Tem, can you turn your mic on?
Sorry, thank you. Oh, wait, yeah, it ran out of battery.
Councilmember Lowenstein, do you have anything to add to this at this point?
Definitely. A residential rehab of our streets and major thoroughfares.
Any in particular that come to mind as examples, prime examples?
Yeah, Burl. It hasn't been paved in 20-plus years. We put in bike lane markings, and also we redid Burl east of Prospect, where we fixed the drainage, and that was a major project. Kudos to Public Works on that.
Councilmember Barron, how about you?
Thank you. Nothing specific, as you know, I'm brand new to the city council, but just reviewing the materials we have today and learning from what's been going on and being part of the community, generally things are improving, doing well, and I look forward to learning more at this time as to where we are and where we go from here and participating in that discussion.
Thank you. Glad you're here. Councilmember Kulujevic, how about you?
Yeah, well, same as Scott, just a few meetings in on the job, but going through this list, it's clear that a lot of progress has been made, and even some of the ones that are just have been listed as revised have made significant ground, and we're getting closer to accomplishing those. But I'll defer to the older termed.
Also, back to Councilmember Obaji, do you have another one you want to call out?
Yeah, I think we affirmed our dedication to public public safety by getting our police into a new contract. I think probably the greatest jump or most unprecedented jump in the city's history in pay to retain and show appreciation for our police force.
Excellent.
We funded last June in the last budget, the Avenue I repaving project. And we just got that done the other day with some bulb outs for traffic pedestrian safety, restriping the whole thing. So that was a very quick turnaround. And they also did slurry sealing around in the, what do you call it? In the avenues, the alleyways.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Oops, I'll use this one. Both a tree ordinance and a cannabis ordinance. So green ordinances.
I remember that from last time, so getting them all done. That's excellent. Anything else? Anything else that you would like to call out, Councilmember Obaji?
Sure. We rolled out, I don't know if it was in this last strategic planning period, but we rolled out benefits to our public works employees, bonuses to keep them at work and keep them coming to work. And we rolled out additional health care benefits to all our employees to also ease the pains of inflation.
Anything else, Councilmember Narenheim?
He's technically Mayor Pro Tem.
It's
No,
okay.
sorry, I apologize.
Doesn't matter.
Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim.
We've got we hired a new finance director, and that's a big hole that we had in this city for a long time, and we hired a new IT director. So in the 6 years that I've been here, we've had I think we've had almost a full transition of all department heads except for Public Works, Human Resources, and that's it, right? In community development, and community is new, including our city manager. So that's a big deal. New executive team.
Two, one is a new 3-year deal with the Police Officers Association, and completion of skate park and a skate spot. First ones.
Oh, yeah.
City.
Let me just make sure I get all those. So the
3-year
three-year contract with the
underway.
Police Officers Association.
Yep.
Uh-huh. And
then
skate park?
Skate park, skate spot, yeah.
I hear you say skate spa, but that can't be right.
It is right. It's a smaller version of a skate park.
SPOT or SP? Are you hearing A?
I'm hearing spa.
Yes, SPOT, yeah.
Spot, okay. I was thinking your
Not pot,
skateboards,
spot.
spas is a new thing on me. Okay, anything else from council members before we progress to other members of the team? Yes,
I
Council.
would say the harbor amenities plan was passed, and part of that, but kudos to all those who participated in that. And our response to homelessness has been kind of recognized statewide as a model response.
Where is our city attorney, by the way?
Yeah, I was wondering.
Said a meeting is coming.
Okay.
Let's cover a lot of ground.
Anything else before I open it up to?
Community gardens. We launched our first community garden, and right now they're just accepting essentially applications. They're going to do a lottery for it, but it's really come together there beautifully with a lot of volunteers coming down every weekend to work on it and working with our Public Works Department. And so it's a great community service, if you will.
So I've got 15 things up here on the screen. Council members, before I turn it over to the department heads, anything you'd want to just finally add here?
We started the design of the redesign of the Seaside Lagoon.
Okay.
The pool, the whole lagoon, yeah.
$3 million job.
State funded.
Mm-hmm.
So Seaside Lagoon revamp has been...
Design contract. Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I can think of, well, there's a lot more, but I think that's...
This is your chance to recognize all your colleagues sitting around the table in terms of what they've accomplished.
Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim is the president of the Independent Cities Association, which has, 40 cities? 40 city members in it. and really they put on a lot of educational conferences. So appreciate him leading the way regionally with the city of Redondo
What's
Beach.
the organization again? Mayor Pro Tem? ICA?
Cities Association.
Cool.
Right, and Director Saman, Public Works Director, presented on the city's practices for leveling our sidewalks and keeping them ADA compliant as a best practice regionally.
I'm going to let the record stand with that and hope that others are capturing some of these things, but recognition of staff members getting recognized in public speaking roles. Anything else?
I guess on that note, the ACAP also received an award, AACAP, all caps, for, I suppose, what was it, best plan?
Yeah, I think it was for a community-specific plan.
Yeah.
Let me turn it over, if I can then, now to other members around the table. So, I don't know, where should we start? Should we start with the library? Oh, should we start with,
Okay, I'm Ellen Manzano, the city clerk.
Okay, Ellen.
Since I was sort of working around here. Well, we passed 5 charter amendments and 1 ranked choice voting. And the other 4 public works, I think, contracts. And we ran 2 elections back to back. Big accomplishment. That's it. Thank you.
so back, David?
Dana.
Dana, to you, to the library accomplishments?
Well, certainly we continue to work on the Open Plus launch at the North Branch Library. That's coming along, so we made a lot of progress. Hopefully we'll make more progress in the coming months. As a new library director, still getting to know the organization and happy to contribute and work with my colleagues to accomplish these goals. Thank you.
You bet. Elizabeth, have you had anything here?
So we launched our social media presence, both on Facebook and Instagram. We reclaimed our LinkedIn page, which was great. And then we have started work on redesigning our city logo.
So redesign is starting.
Yeah.
So moving on, yeah.
Yeah, a couple of things from the community services perspective. We were able to really improve our facility reservation and class program registration process by making that all online with some new software. So it's really a lot more customer friendly. We were able to make some good improvements to our special event permitting process.
Look at the first one. So this was renovation in the online process through which people can renovate their facilities?
Register for recreational class programs as well as reserve recreational facilities.
Gotcha.
And then we were able to make some improvements to our special event permitting process by working with the special event sponsors in a much more efficient manner. And then I would say a big accomplishment for us was also the returfing of aviation field.
So hold on, so 1 second while I just clean up a little bit. So the online registration process really was for the recreational facilities, it sounds like. Is that right? Again, I apologize for some typos here, but I'm just going to keep going. Yeah.
One I'll hit clean up. Luke, why don't we go next?
All right, couple things. We were able to launch a capital improvement program online map where folks can get information on capital projects. And just a little update on that, Ryan Tucker, our GIS manager, is continuing to update that with information as well as functionality. If it hasn't launched already, soon we'll be launching. If you pull it up on your phone, you'll actually see your dot like as you do on an Apple map. So it's pretty cool for people to interact with and get a better picture of what's going on. So kind of continuing to tinker with that. Councilmember Lowenstein mentioned it, but I'm not sure if it was reflected in the record. We have advanced the county fire study to the second phase, and that was one of our strategic planning items. And I think everything else had been mentioned already, so I'll pass to Brandy.
Okay. My items were actually mentioned by council members. The big ones I saw was the permitting software and getting that contract in place. And we're excited we're already meeting quite regularly with the consultant on that to get that up and running. I think that's going to make such a difference for the public to be able to see what's happening with their project instead of relying on their designer or trying to reach the city. And then the cannabis regulations, we adopted our own regulations, but I also want to thank the public, the voters, because we had two things happen in the last year since we adopted that. One is that the voters chose to not adopt the initiative that was to replace our own ordinance, so we kept that municipal control of that. And then as well, then the voters voted for a cannabis tax, so that as we move forward in that selection process, that will be in effect. And that's all I have.
Thank you all. Also new to the role, but I'd like to mention a couple of things, please, to agree and highlight what the city clerk mentioned for the charter amendments. Also, within the charter amendments that are being reviewed now will help develop our efficiencies and our processes in various departments, such as the treasurer's office and the clerk's office. So grateful to have that opportunity. Our charter had not been reviewed in 20 plus years. So not just the amendments that have been passed, but the continuing work that's going on. I believe that we created a new commission, environmental-based commission, updated the title to include that. So I thought that was a great accomplishment for the city. Sustainability, environmental.
So what's the shorthand for that one again, so I can capture that one?
It's Public Works and Sustainability Commission. Updating the title and broadening the role. And then some of the other work that's being done by Charter Review to update our processes and roles and efficiencies within departments.
From a waterfront perspective, a couple of my items have actually already been mentioned. Completion of the amenities plan, which is a big one. It's a roadmap for all of our future endeavors. Lifting of the litigation resolution there. Obviously, the skate park kind of being one of the newest endeavors, and entering a contract with Seaside Lagoon. Some of the other things that haven't been mentioned, we rolled out a storefront improvement program for International Boardwalk. It's a matching program for our business community to improve the look and feel out there. We rolled out a business concierge program, which is really designed to be an outward-facing city liaison to help businesses traverse the various departments, and that's been highly successful. We've identified funding sources for a sea level rise master plan and a new public boat launch. From a leasing perspective, we were able to...
Hold on 1 second while I catch up with you.
Sure.
Right after the sea level rise plan was...
funding sources for a new public boat launch. And then from a leasing perspective, we were able to relocate Waterfront Education, a nonprofit, from the old C-Lab site into Pier Plaza. There was an existing empty storefront at the landing that had been vacant for years and years, and we've essentially negotiated a lease there. And of course, Project Barley expanded twice in the last 6 months.
Project
Barley, which is on International Boardwalk. Yeah, it's a restaurant.
Okay, did I get the spelling right? Project Barley?
Yeah.
Close enough anyway? Okay. All right, moving on. Ted.
Got a few. I'm going to go ahead and repeat some of them. Councilmember Lowenstein mentioned Burrell, and Mayor Pro Tem mentioned Avenue I. Well, they were incorporated into our residential street rehab. Those two projects were about 25% of our almost $4.7 million project. So there was an extensive amount of street rehabilitation that was done throughout the city. And in those projects, we include curb ramp improvements at the corners that the project is actually touching. And the reason I bring that up is there was another project that was completed that's $500,000 just for curb ramp improvements, and those are at locations where we don't have any roadway projects that are going to be occurring there. To us, those are pretty big projects. We've completed the construction of the southbound Inglewood to Manhattan Beach Boulevard dedicated right turn lane and roadway widening project. It took a little while due to the rain and a few conflicts, but we finally accomplished that. On the wastewater side, we completed the Alta Vista Sewer Pump Station, a pretty significant pump station in the city that has been fully completed. The other project that I'm surprised none of our council members mentioned, it's a more than decade-old project. Our transit center has been completed and is now fully functional and operational. I know.
It's beautiful.
It's just 12 years old, okay? It didn't meet the decade criteria. The other, on the Burrell Street, the section of Burrell that we resurfaced from Prospect to Flagler had a significant drainage improvement that was done to it. And this year, it was actually put to the test with the amount of rain that we received. What typically would have been a half to three-quarterly flooded street did not have any circulation restrictions at all. So that drainage improvement really helped tremendously. On the waterfront side, we completed the pier light fixture. All the lights along the pier were replaced. We demolished the sports fishing pier. It's got a few more sticks that are there to be completed out. And we're 99.9% completed with the pier railing replacement and upgrade. That's to name a few, and more than enough for now.
Great. How about on the fire side?
Hi, from the fire side, we occupy three specific disciplines, operations, administration, as well as operations and fire prevention. We've made impacts in all three of those divisions for internal enhancement as well as ultimately translation to community service. In October, we welcomed Fire Chief Patrick Butler from LA City, and he has really driven an introspection and an evaluation in mission and how we prepare to execute that mission for the service of the community. Relative to operations, we've aggressively hired members. We've promoted members internally. We've hired members in entry-level spaces. And with that energy comes training, comes response, comes excellence in service on the emergency ground. We've been able to really focus in aggressively and on a daily basis to train on the events that we respond to on a daily basis. That being said, obviously commitment to response services. Our call volumes even this year are trending upward as they have basically for the last 10 years with significant increase in annual volume. So to that extent, we've had some really great opportunities in the operations space. Fire prevention-wise, I think a great enhancement we've done is reevaluating the inspection program and being able to go into a risk-based model that is more relevant to today, has more impact in terms of fire safety for the community at large, and being able to serve both the residential spaces as well as the business spaces. In terms of administration, a couple of things. We've been able to evaluate how we have a distribution of labor. We've been able to pilot different programs in terms of how assignments are delineated to the respective administrators, the division chiefs, the fire chief himself. We've had hiring enhancements in terms of distributing administrative responsibilities in civilian space, and we've been able to really put ourselves in a position proactively with the community and facing more preventative spaces with proactive engagement with the community, partnering with our fellow departments, library, community services, police department, human resources, community stakeholders, Beach City's Health District, the school district, and really kind of working into the environment, into the community, an opportunity to educate and then therefore create a more self-sufficient, prepared community.
Thank you, Isaac. Diane?
So in human resources, we oversee recruitment selection, labor relations, benefits administration, and risk management, which includes workers' compensation. On the recruitment front, some of these were already mentioned. We hired a new finance director and a new IT director who's about to be onboarded. We also, don't want to forget, we hired a new library director who's sitting right over there, as well as an interim fire chief, which he mentioned. In 6 months, we have held 80-plus recruitments. We've processed over 4,000 job applications of various types, and that's resulted in about 120 new hires if you include part-time and full-time. On the labor relations front, we negotiated a new MOU with the Police Officers Association. We also negotiated 6 side letters to increase health insurance contributions, as well as a recruitment and retention bonus program for our Teamsters group. We also perform ongoing administration of all of these agreements, including existing MOUs, which will be expiring at the end of this year. We conducted a comprehensive class and comp study, classification and compensation, that will be used as a tool in our upcoming labor negotiations towards the end of this year. And with all that, we maintained, did an open enrollment, maintained ongoing benefits administration, and oversaw numerous claims, as well as workers' comp issues on an ongoing basis. So.
Good, congratulations. Joe?
Well, being a rather large department, the majority of the stuff that Diane just mentioned probably factored into the police department with all the hiring and the HR issues. So I picked a couple of different things to highlight. One is, for the first time, we figured out ways to increase our efficiency with the way that we manage special events, which was a little outside of the box thinking, which was helpful for not only for city staff, but also for the promoters that we work with and strengthen those relationships. We implemented upgrades to the police facilities building through the CIP fund, which has been long overdue and very welcome by all the staff there. We restructured the police department professional staff supervisory positions, which is a major component of our succession planning. We expanded our capabilities to respond to quality of life issues through our Special Operations Division and the mechanisms available.
Can you say just a little bit more about that, what that means?
Sure. So quality of life issues is probably the one area that we get the most number of inquiries from, both from City Council and from the residents. So by having a dedicated way for people to reach those that can handle those issues, such as parking enforcement, animal control, code enforcement, it allows us to be much more responsive and provide a much higher level of service to the community. So through the last budget process, we were funded for additional positions, and during the past 6 months, we've filled all those positions, which include both full and part-time personnel that are directly working on quality of life related matters, such as those areas that I mentioned, code enforcement, park enforcement, animal control. And it's allowed us to engage with the public in a lot of different ways and be much more responsive and provide results in a much more expedient manner. We had a police department award ceremony to recognize accomplishments across all areas of the police department and also the numerous promotions that have occurred over the course of the past, not only the past 6 months, but the past year based on the timing of the award ceremony. And then most recently, again, in line with our succession planning, is we increased the pay ranges for our crossing guard program and our police cadet program, which, as has already been mentioned, the crossing guard program is an area of significant inquiry and concern amongst the residents. And our police cadet program is an excellent starting point for those that desire to have a career in law enforcement, and allows us to further engage with the youth in the community to get them interested.
Right. Okay, I think maybe just... Hold on, I saw one of your colleagues put his hand up real quick.
I just want to speak on behalf of the Finance Department for a second. We had new requirements that came through for GASB 87. I think it was that we have the most leases in the state of California.
Just behind County of Riverside,
Just
at least for
behind
LSL
Riverside.
clients.
So our Finance Department, over the course of the last year, had to audit and review all of the leases that we have, in addition to their normal duties, in addition to creating budgets, annual financial reports, and all of those. So I want to recognize that accomplishment for the Finance Department.
to go through all of that. It was a really big lift for them.
These are leases of what?
Our real estate leases here within the city.
Gotcha. Great. Thank you.
Well, great job, team. There's a lot covered there. A couple of things to follow up on. On the police side first, we have reactivated our Pier substation, which has increased public presence down there as part of our quality of life enhancement, unit enhancement. Our chief building official under Brandy and our building and planning staff have been filled. We are at full staffing capacity for the first time, I think, in at least Brandy's time here. So it's been quite some time. And what I will say is they've completed a functional analysis that is going to be paramount to the online permitting system that's creating internal accountability and helping with customer expectations for response and service. And I can tell you our permit staff at the counter level are performing at a much higher rate today than they were a year ago. We completed an IT department assessment that will be handed to our incoming director has already seen it and has commented on it, but it will be the roadmap for that individual as he starts on May 15th. Another mention, we did hire Gensler, architectural firm, to begin design of our waterfront education center down on the waterfront. That's a big note. And then we also completed down on the waterfront a series of pier restroom renovations that are ongoing, but there have been many in the last 6 months that have been completed. So that ultimately is improving our public space there for patrons of the pier.
Mike, what was that? That was improvements to what town?
Pier restrooms renovations. So yeah, I think 46 plus what council mentioned above, probably a good place to stop.
46 plus 18.
I just want to throw in here, our city attorney is not here. There's been a lot of, we mentioned one of the biggest one, but we have a lot of accomplishments in our city, in our legal department that we, I don't know if we really necessarily not talk about it, talk about them, I don't know. So we can. We have a lot of settlements that have been agreed to, flowing through the system, a lot of contracts. Is there anything that we could?
We've got response to homelessness up there. We did win an award. We won an award last fall from the Helen Putnam. We received a Helen Putnam award for that work.
Right.
As part of that.
Yeah, well, with 64 accomplishments, there's a lot to be said for the accomplishments of the city of Redondo Beach. So anything else that's missing from what I admittedly is probably still even a short list of all the things you've done?
I could throw on, to respond to the comments earlier, my 15th stop sign in my district. Comprehensively achieved always stops at every single residential intersection in my district.
Oh,
so
did you really?
I'm proud of that traffic.
Oh.
Yes, that's this.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. So, oh, sorry.
Updating our retention and destruction policy.
This is document
It's
management.
been it's been 20 years, so finally updated that.
Anything else? I'm going to close this document, then I'm going to save it. It's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to save it. And then I'm going to open up a document for our SWOT analysis, which is the next thing on our agenda. And of course, as you know, a SWOT analysis is, what are the internal strengths of the organization, the city of Redondo Beach? What are the internal weaknesses or places to really try to improve? What are some external opportunities we can look at as a city, and what are some external threats we face as a city? And again, in following the same pattern of engagement, I'd like to start with the council members and the mayor pro tem. In fact, I'd like to start with the mayor pro tem on the question of strengths that you see in the city of Redondo Beach today. So we're only talking about strengths right now.
A lot of positive energy in staff and a lot of opportunities moving forward wherever you want to go.
This microphone thing is really annoying. So a lot of staff has a lot of energy moving forward, a lot of positive energy moving forward, a lot of good ideas. They're really on board with what needs to get done in the direction. It's cohesive. And it's much because our city manager
and we have a lot of opportunities moving forward that everyone values as a group.
Cool. Councilmember Obaja.
I think with the election of the 2 new council members, we have an opportunity at real cooperation among council members. For the first time ever, I've created a spreadsheet with my Brown Act buddies on different subjects, and I think for the first time ever, I will be Brown Acting with every one of the council members on one subject or another, which is a nice change from the past.
Oh, really? Seriously?
I thought it was special.
Apparently not. Good relationship with our labor bargaining units. We have a good, friendly relationship.
And then going over here perhaps to Councilmember Kalucevic.
Yes, I would just say that everyone is super welcoming. It's been really fun so far working, and it seems like there's a lot of potential for improvement that we can make, and everyone seems very energized, so happy to be here.
It's interesting to me as somebody who thinks a lot strategically about the importance of culture, about how all of these things that you just named are really about culture, about the culture of the city. Make sure that, yes, Councilmember Barrett, I just was not going to miss him. No, I was just going to make sure he was safe for last.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, Mike. Yeah, first and foremost, and it is number one, positive staff energy and ideas, great staff. I've worked with other organizations, and it's great teamwork here, great leadership, and that means a lot from, you can see the 64 plus items that were on there. So I think that's great. We have a terrific community, the residents. They're not all here today, but they're engaged. We as city council people hear from them, and they're really an integrated and great part of the community. So as a council member, that helps us a lot. And our strengths is public safety, okay, and there's some consensus on that, and that's great. You don't have that in every community, and you may know because you do a lot of these. And I could go on, but I'll leave it at that.
Cool. So let me ask the members of the department head team for other strengths that you would call out. Maybe anybody, just raise your hand and we'll call on you. Yeah.
I think our community is blessed with a diverse economic base. We have a variety of different economic drivers. Where one might fall down, we have opportunities for others that might be ascending.
Other thoughts from the department heads?
I would say we're fortunate to have great partnership and be blessed with good schools. Our Redondo Beach Unified is a major strength for our community, and it flows through our property tax accruals and the value of our residential assets in the community.
I would say diversity of expertise within our staff and depth of experience and knowledge in their fields.
Well, let's flip the ledger unless anybody's got something else they want to mention here. Oh, go ahead. Yes, Eleanor.
Running our own elections, standalone elections.
Special election master. And say, why do you think that's a strength? Just curious.
Well, it's cost savings and then also being in control instead of having the county control it.
Yep. Thank you, Eleanor.
We still have a lot of opportunities, and I think that's a strength that we have.
Anything else? Mike, you wanted to add something here?
No, I think this is definitely, being a charter city is definitely a strength. Yep. Despite the state's effort to take that away.
I would say, I could add. Go ahead.
I feel for the first time that our budget priorities are efficient. Our budgets run efficiently, and we're in a good position in terms of where we spend our money. We spend it towards really meaningful things in terms of improving the city.
So it's almost like the budget setting process is working, right? Somehow the alignment there is working effectively. That's actually kind of unusual for a city.
I know.
Well, and this process helps that. It helps keep and separate those two workflows.
Okay, so let's talk about, again, council members, starting with you, perhaps, Councilmember Barron, is the what I ended up with last, on any perceived weaknesses in the city at this point.
Yeah. Off the top of my head, not so much weaknesses within the city, and maybe this is more of a threat or a challenge, but there's a lot of state mandates and state rules, and we need to be able to work within that, and that can be difficult. I don't know if that's a weakness of the city or what have you, but that does come to mind.
I'm going to put it over there in the threats column.
Okay.
External to you. Maybe how you deal with it could be a strength or a weakness. That would be
fair enough.
Thinking about that. But, so next to Councilmember Lowenstein, how about you in terms of a weakness
I would
you
say,
see?
this is a tough, how to say this, shorthanded on the number of staff that we have and with lots of things to do. So I don't know what the best way is to say that.
Limited staff resources.
Okay.
Well, if I can build on what Councilmember Lowenstein just said, we just heard a comment about Mr. Kapovich being, spread thin, and we're not adequately supporting we're not thinking to adequately support our staff. I think with human resources, we think a lot as a council about pay and extending pay, increasing pay, but we're not necessarily supporting that way. There still is no cognizable improvement in our policies towards Artesia Boulevard in the 2 years that I've been on council. And I see the progress that's on the strategic plan, but it still doesn't seem like it's sunk in as the top priority for the city, which the council has articulated that it is.
That's one of the reasons why we're here today.
Yep.
Okay.
We have,
Tim.
we have significantly degraded infrastructure that could potentially cause us massive liability. From the harbor to our public safety buildings to our city hall, they're on their last legs, and the 30 years of duct tape, patchwork, and paint is giving away to the elements. Good way. And it's not just the building; it's also the harbor as well. And we're improving things and moving things forward, but there's a lot of streets too. Streets are yeah. It's just a lot of costs and burdens. How are we going to prioritize that?
Deferred maintenance.
Deferred maintenance have built up, and can's been kicked down the road far long.
I would say, and I think weakness is maybe not the right word, but the challenge, a significant challenge that we have is our density here in the city. A lot of the issues that we have with housing and traffic are, dictated by our density, and so that's something that really is a challenge for us in the city.
Others?
I have one. Recruitment challenges for management level positions due to salary ranges.
Oh, where were you in our last closed session?
Others from the department heads? Yes.
It's not necessarily a weakness that's within our control, but some of the economic factors like supply chain issues that cause some of our projects that could otherwise be accomplished to be delayed. So that's some of the external factors that are slowing our ability to create or complete capital improvement projects beyond our control.
It does sound a little bit like that's an external threat that I might want to put over there in that column. Then I have to learn how to copy and cut.
I have it could fall under, I think, both weaknesses and threats is some of the land use litigation that we have. It's a threat, but it's also right now, it's got a limit, it limits our abilities on a lot of things as well. That's what I was looking at, its weakness as well.
So in other words, the land use litigation constricts your ability to move forward on certain projects.
And creates staff distraction.
Other? Other
Eric, I've got one.
sort of
Similar to
thoughts about-
number 5, but actually it's loss of staff challenges. Due to salary limitations, we've lost a few staff members for that reason.
It would be recruitment and retention
Exactly.
challenges.
Yeah, I'd say you could expand 5 across the board. It's not limited to just executive members. It's really our position in the marketplace for most of our positions has created recruitment and retention challenges.
Others? Joe?
I have a threat. Can I add a threat in there?
Well, hold on the threats. Let's just, I know.
Don't say the skate park.
It's not. That's an opportunity.
Hold on one second, Joe. Anything else on the sort of the ledger of things that we see as internal weaknesses, things that are systemic to the organization of the city that we think we need to be attending to as we imagine our strategic path forward?
I think some of the roles I know from my department through the clerk's department and through our finance department are subject to need to be defined better.
Role clarity, role clarification. Is that a weakness due to something that is within your control to fix?
It can be remedied through our charter review, or it could be remedied through council in some ways, or by ordinance.
This is lack of clear roles among certain staff.
Well, I think it's mostly
Between the department,
yeah,
treasurer's department and
yeah.
finance department.
Treasurer's department, city clerk's office, and the treasurer's, or the finance department.
To better.
Or finance director, yeah.
And city manager also.
Yeah.
Well, that one's more just a reference to the one provision in the charter review.
Right.
But yeah.
But still.
This is all part of the charter issue.
Yeah, these are being explored and reviewed by the charter review committee.
Anything else? Systemic weaknesses in the city, Mike, that you would point to?
No, I think the 3 that always are issues for us: limited staff, the challenges with recruitment and retention due to salary, which we have identified through our class and comp study and I think are actively working on. And then deferred maintenance, as Nils said, has been an issue for us for some time. You know, we've been hoping for the sort of big golden egg to drop and bail us out. The reality is we're going to have to, I think, find our own way and identify resources and commit to priority capital investment for our civic facilities.
Okay, so let's move over to opportunities. So these are the things that are happening in the external environment that we think are things we should be able to seize upon as positive trends for ourselves. What would come to mind here, council members? Councilmember Kolujetovich, do you have anything here under opportunity for the city of Redondo Beach? I'll give you a minute. Come back to you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I've got a bunch. We've got our cannabis ordinance. We're the only ones in the South Bay other than Lomita. We go from the 405 to PV. We're very unique. So with the other South Bay cities not having legalized cannabis retailing, that presents a huge opportunity for us to capitalize on that moving forward. If it's, right now we just have 2 licenses, but we can always expand that up to more, knowing that each license is worth in upwards of $10 million each.
Other opportunities as you see?
Hotels as well. We have a hotel developments.
Our waterfront, our harbor, I mean, that really does make us unique in the South Bay and just along the coast. It's a big opportunity for us.
So we've paused on big capital projects because we have so many in the queue, but we've had this excess cash after every budget that we've been putting away or at the end of, mid-year projected. So we have the opportunity to fund the staff with the assistance that they need, the resources that they need, the support that they need, as well as address, any pain points that they have relative to their pay in this inflationary environment.
Because you have an excess of revenue over...
Because we do have some seemingly systemic, yes, we have savings from last budget, and this year we're going to realize surplus, so we have some excess.
Cool. Councilmember Barrett, would you add anything to the level of these opportunities that we're talking about?
I think they've been well stated. I have some other ideas for opportunities. I could tell Councilmember Lowenstein's ready to go. If not, I could speak to it.
We have a fairly resilient national economy, macroeconomic climate, but there's also another side to it as well.
Resilient economy here in the city of Redondo?
No, national.
National economy,
Unemployment is fairly low.
Uh-huh.
But there's the other side of it. I'll speak to it. Threats.
When we get to threats, okay. What else would you add, Councilmember Lowenstein?
Something that's only a few years away is the LA Olympics. There's going to be a lot of spending. And that includes the LAX modernization. And that's going to, I think, spill over into our area of jobs. There's a lot of construction going on in LAX right now. And a lot of infrastructure is going to be put in over the next 5 years.
Councilmember?
Thank you, Eric. Opportunities, top of my mind, include aviation and Artesia boulevards, those corridors, opportunities for residents as part of a revitalization, and opportunities for revenue increases for the city to be spent as needed and appropriate. I think about last week at my community meeting, councilman for District 5, the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. There may be some opportunities there to better utilize that, and maybe that begins with a marketing plan, perhaps. Traffic safety, I think there's some real opportunities there. I feel there's a consensus that traffic safety is important, whether that's in the form of more work with our police department on enforcing traffic laws or some other avenues. I think that's a real opportunity. Parks and recreation, a lot of opportunity. Residents, more and more are getting into recreation, all ages, Eric. And whether that's at Aviation Park or Anderson Park or any of the other parks we have. And I would put parks as an opportunity for us. So those are some at the top of my mind.
So I got two more things to add to this. We have a tremendous amount of community support in this city. People that are volunteering all around our community. So when we talk about lack of staff and personnel and inability to properly recruit or retain, we can tap into those community volunteer groups. I don't think we've effectively tapped into them yet. That's number one. And number two is, there's a speaker earlier, Candace VC, talked about the Riviera bid. We need to replicate the bid throughout the city for the Artesia Boulevard. They're highly successful, and we've offloaded a tremendous amount of work onto them, and they just run the place. So while we support them tremendously, we can take advantage of that more by giving them money and having them do projects.
Two more. One is, it's a combination of our proximity to Silicon Beach, as well as the amount of innovation of tech startups and clean energy startups in the South Bay. And the other is the infrastructure bond that was just passed nationwide, as well as the greening of America. You know, we have, a lot of people don't know this, there's a new company called Fisker, not so new, but they're headquartered in Manhattan Beach. They're going to be producing a lot of electric cars over the next 5 to 10 years. So there's a lot of opportunities with, obviously with solar, where we're, you know, solar, wind, everything, but also EVs, EV charging stations, et cetera. So.
Eric, we might as well spell out infrastructure and not go with the IRA.
What is IRA?
Infrastructure Reduction Act.
Oh,
That's the actual act. I'm just not sure everyone's going to know what that means.
there you go.
Individual retirement account, Irish Republican Army.
How about that? What else? So department heads, what else would you name as potential opportunities? I see, first of all, I think Brandy, you had your hand up.
Okay. So at the waterfront, we're putting a lot of our emphasis on the amenities out there, which is great. But with that and with the resolution of the litigation, I think there's going to be a lot of private investment that's happening down at the waterfront.
And what I would add to that, new leasing opportunity.
New leasing opportunities as well, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
New leasing of city-owned real estate facilities.
Correct.
Yes.
And therefore, new revenue opportunities. Right. Property.
That was yours? Wow, okay. Great minds think alike. That's nice. Who else? Yeah.
I think opportunity is that we have good bones in our existing programming, things like our TOT, for example, that we can build out on, our fee schedules, our events that we've been developing, that the staff has been putting together in creative ways. So we have good programming, good bones to build those out for future revenues. And
So TOTs are transit-oriented tax?
transit occupancy tax.
Occupancy tax, TOT, yes. So TOT, you say it's creating a vehicle for additional?
There's opportunities there to build that out, to create new revenue sources, and to build out the existing revenue source. And there's other revenue opportunities that we have in the city, existing programs, that we can update and build out as well. I would also say that one of the opportunities, it's actually one of our strengths, I think, as well, that was touched on, is that in recent times, the city has proven that we can do big things. We've taken on significant projects. Refinancing our pension debt was a significant project. The cannabis situation was getting that ordinance passed, getting those measures through was significant. As Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, no other city in the South Bay has that going right now. So I think that opportunity is there. We've proven we could do big things for people to want to partner with us to do more big things. Our staff has proven that they're more than capable, and our elected officials have demonstrated that they have a willingness to take down that challenge also.
Yeah, good.
Scott, I've got one, and I thought it was going to be Brandy's, but since she didn't say it, I'm going to mention it. That's working with the Coastal Commission to potentially permitize our parklets in Riviera Village and improve our parking requirements within the waterfront area.
I'll add another one. Mayor Pro Tem Aaron touched on it, but hotels, we're actually, there is a hotel that's in renovation now that should come online in the next 18 months or so, that's going to create significant new revenue opportunity for us. That sort of expands on what Eugene mentioned as well.
So I'm making this plural, thinking that it's more than just one.
Yeah, there's one for sure that's actually being built, and we actually have 3 others that are in a state of hibernation due to a financing agreement that will come back online here soon. So those present structural revenue opportunities for us.
Joe, anything here under opportunities you wanted to mention?
The 2 things that I've noticed is that there's been an increase in the number of applications for entry-level positions, which is a good opportunity moving forward. And then the availability of more grant opportunities to fund law enforcement programs that don't affect the general fund.
Yeah, you might want to expand on that. Grant funding and add homelessness outreach is also, there's significant grant resources available right now for that as well. Those are opportunities.
Well, I'm running out of space under my opportunity column here.
On that note, to grow a successful program.
Sorry, Councilmember Abaji, I didn't quite understand that.
On the subject of, for homeless issues, since we have such a robust, successful homeless program, that we could grow it, considering there's an opportunity to grow it considering the grant funding that's out there.
Gotcha.
And I've got a modification on number 17.
And you were saying for 17, there's grant monies as well?
No, on 17, I want to change the word waterfront to coastal area.
Okay.
Then after that, say to permitize our outdoor parklet, outdoor dining program in Riviera Village and the whole waterfront area.
As part of that same one?
Yep. That's the benefit of number 17. That's the opportunity.
To permitize?
Outdoor dining parklets.
Or permanentize.
Or make permanent.
Yeah, or give them permits, yeah. I'm gonna leave it with permitize. I love that word.
It's new.
It's already there. I think it's a great word.
It's a new, somebody call Webster and see if they're open to new
It's
suggestions.
gonna be the word of the year next year. Watch, put a copyright on it. Anything else under opportunities?
I do have one, actually.
Yeah, Isaac.
Exercises like this, identifying the community and city evolving multidimensional challenges really creates an opportunity for like the force multiplier effect of existing and continued evolving partnerships and collaborations within this group, the city family, stakeholders, community at large, area, county, state. I think that this group thinks big. And to Mr. Solomon's point, there are big things that are done daily and at every opportunity to provide for the community.
So what I'm taking away from that is that because you're doing an exercise like this and continue to sort of communicate like this, you're able to pinpoint.
I think opportunities like this, concentrated efforts, acknowledging and kind of looking around the corner to see what the community and city needs are, tightens the fabric of this group, tightens the fabric of the community, and creates really a grassroots wholeness, comprehensive collective effort. And that is an exciting thing. Being able to work in that space is, it's awe-inspiring and it's very fulfilling.
That's great. Okay. Joe, you want to talk about threats?
It was nothing major. I guess you were just automatically moving some over there from the weakness category.
I was, yeah.
I thought it was a dual-purpose conversation. One of the threats that we're seeing is the advancement of technology and the legislation not keeping up with our ability to regulate it. For example, one easy example is like e-bikes, but there's a lot of other things with the Apple AirTag trackers and artificial intelligence. There's a lot of stuff that's emerging very, very quickly, and the state can't create laws quick enough for us to manage it from a law enforcement perspective. And it provides challenges for sure.
So you mentioned e-bikes. Can you just say a couple more examples here, please?
Electronic tracking devices, people might think of them as like the AirTags. There is some legislation for that, but it needs to be stronger. Artificial intelligence, which is creating challenges with the way that we interact and the way that we receive messages through social media and emails and such. It's getting to the point where, with some of these examples we're seeing, is it real or not? So these are things that we're thinking about from a law enforcement executive level, but unfortunately the legislation isn't quite keeping up with the rate that the technology is being developed. And then one other one I'll mention is certain policies that are causing an increase in crime due to prosecution challenges throughout Los Angeles County. I'm trying to be very eloquent with my words.
More like no prosecution.
Okay, thanks. Anything else? Threats? Yes, Councilmember Obaji.
The mayor, who can't be here because he's getting chemo today, wanted me to be specific that our breakwater will probably fail if we have another storm like that we just had this last winter. And so rising seawater is a real threat to this city.
Yeah, I would just say breakwater condition there, Eric, is the threat. It needs to be repaired.
Breakwater condition, sure.
Yeah. And just to be clear on 5, we ought to add the word county prosecution out of fairness.
Thank you. Other threats you see? Yes.
To that point regarding county prosecution, what does it really matter if there's no prosecution, if people don't even get caught, if people don't even get arrested? And that impacts us. Whatever happens externally in other cities or in the county or wherever in other cities, they start viewing Redondo as a soft target, so it starts coming here. We saw that in Manhattan Beach, so they're going to start coming here and thinking that we are a soft target. So we have to defend ourselves against that. Cali Converse is a perfect example. So regional public crime rates rising will put pressure on us, additional public safety pressure.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Inflation.
Say more about that.
It's driving up the cost of everything from labor to raw materials. It hurts our budget, it hurts our staff, and it hurts our ability to deliver services effectively. And then the other thing I would say is the state budget constraints and cutbacks. We have a $22 billion deficit in the state right now.
Councilmember Obaji.
On the note of inflation, we are likely to experience increase in homelessness from folks getting evicted and not being able to pay their bills.
And rising rents, right, as well.
Sure.
Others?
Climate change.
You want to say specifically how you think it's going to impact the city of Redondo,
Well, it's already
aside from what we've talked about with the breakwater?
The breakwall, right, rising sea levels, more heat emergencies, power grid, impact on the power grid and keeping AES open. I mean, you could continue to, also, Ted mentioned drainage. You know, we have lots of rain. We had lots of rainfall. It's probably pretty common, going to be common over the next few years. We also go, severe drought to severe rainfall. So extremes.
Councilmember Barron, what would you add to this list of threats?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I think it's pretty comprehensive. If I think of anything soon, I'll let you know. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
I just have something to add to what Todd was
Can you
saying.
speak into your mic just a little bit more?
To add to what Todd was saying, that the climate changes and the weather that we've had is also going to have an impact on the repairs that we're going to need to make on our roads. So, all the rain that we've had is probably going to, down the road, lead, no pun intended, to more road repairs sooner than we expected.
Anybody else, Mike?
Yeah, I would say in general, state policy being out of touch with local reality. And their approach seems to be one-size-fits-all community. And that just doesn't work.
Is there a particular area of state policymaking right now that you're focused on?
It's clearly, the first place is in community development and planning matters, but beyond that, it's in policing, it's in virtually everything the state does. The state is passing or considering passing 200-plus bills a year. There was a time they would be methodical and they would pass somewhere between 5 and 10, and they would be reconciled and well-considered, and they would work, and communicate with a lot of different local entities before implementation, and it's just not how they operate now. They operate as if cities are an obstacle, and the state knows what's best for the world. That is a threat.
And they don't even wait to see what the ramifications are of the laws that they enacted before they add new ones to modify their policy further.
If I may, just an example of that is with the housing element. As we were preparing it and in the midst of adopting it, they changed the law on us twice on what we could expect and what was required of us. So without even seeing what the impacts were going to be.
Anything else?
I'll add one more example to that, and that's the water quality that we're talking about. Seaside Lagoon and state agency regulating water that's circulated from the ocean back into the ocean and asking us to test it for everything from metals to materials that never gets introduced into that. So yes, there's a lot of them being not in touch with the reality of what goes on.
Eric, can I just add a clarifying point for number 4? Instead of technology advances not keeping up with police regulations, it would be more appropriate to say technology advances are outpacing police regulations.
That's great, thank you.
And it would make sense, Eric, to add a 13th bullet here specific to Ted's comment about the Regional Water Quality Control Board and water discharge limitations and regulations. Those are, it's a major threat to Seaside Lagoon, and it's a major threat to how we operate our stormwater system.
I'd say, say two things. One is at times beyond the state, some of what our regional partners are doing, whether it be anyone in the South Bay, Hermosa, Manhattan, Carson, whomever it is, can impact us. So their policies at times pose a threat to us. And then, frankly, the political infighting or discord within the city hinders our ability to accomplish things.
Fighting within the city.
Well, the community infighting, political discord.
Political discord within the city,
Yes. The filing of bankruptcy by one of the largest owners or the largest owner of the power plant site is a threat to the city.
That's AES?
Yeah, one of the largest purchasers of the site, or current owners, if you will. AES would be like a lessee. So is a threat to the city to the extent that any adjudication of the bankruptcy could impact the city.
So this is a lessee of the AES site?
It's the owner of the AES site. Lessor to AES.
Gotcha.
It's complicated. That's good. That's good. Yes, it's complicated.
But as long as I have it accurately, that's what counts.
Yes,
right?
There you go. That's good. Thank you.
Anything else?
I have one for the public safety, immediate physical safety, as well as the current and longitudinal aspect of social wellness is, to your point, Councilperson Lowenstein, continued forecasts for more negatively impactful weather is on the verge. The last winter season was very challenging in terms of the rainfall, the wind, I mean, name it. It was probably something that most of us don't recall a historical kind of replication to what we experienced last winter. So that's like the immediate in terms of the next season. As far as the longitudinal piece, there is the social wellness piece. In the fire department, we've observed social stressors that have led to isolation, have led to despair. Those are elements that drive people to different coping mechanisms. Sometimes those are negatively manifested in behavior. There's impacts for the law enforcement piece. There's impacts for the community services piece. Those are things that I think, to the point of what we talked about, opportunities to have partnerships to address those short-term incoming and long-term kind of larger scope threats.
And social stressors you started off with climate change. Were you referring directly to social stressors?
No, the social stressor piece has, if we're talking about climate change and the climate impact is like a physical safety piece, there's obviously that component, but to the point of like psycho-emotional wellness, like the totality of the person, when those emotional wellness pieces come into play, sometimes there are physical manifestations to the way people try to cope.
Yes.
And those become difficult to manage for some. And we've seen trending where that has become unfortunately greater in number and volume, not only in Redondo, but throughout the LA area. And I would argue to say nationally.
And I think you could just build on that and say, and the lack of mental health treatment facilities. There's just a lack in that entire response genre.
Yeah, and to build on that, post-COVID, stress disorder, basically, I see it in kids now. It's gonna manifest itself over the next decade. Kids really were impacted, especially.
All right, well, do you think we have a good inventory here of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats? I think we probably do. How about we take a quick break, like a 5-minute break, kind of get some water, refresh ourselves, stretch ourselves, and come back and we'll dig into the strategic priorities.
Just scream really loud. One of the other ones.
Yeah. I'm really quiet, so you know.
Well, my dad, although I am not, but the big part for me was
Yeah, it's true.
just the doesn't generate. Just doesn't believe me.
We were going to say, we had a couple of guys, Robbie brought up the entry charge.
We're talking. That to be a harbor commissioner, and then ultimately, yeah. So that's basically, and we rotate around and then ultimately, chair, that's, nothing. But, no.
Push your foot forward.
Yeah, that's right, you just keep going forward. But that was mostly, it was just, I think, shooting people is, massive draw for people.
Yes.
a massive economic generator, but what happens is the city is always needing revenue, right? So what happens is they cite money whenever there's money, instead of redeploying it back.
Oh, sorry, many books for you.
All lowercase.
Yes, with the 4.
Just as a national cooperative cities, they can't help themselves, right? But really, so they end up starving this egg. The golden egg that he was talking about. The golden egg actually is there, but they can't help themselves. They can't let the egg get big. So what do you think the answer is? It really is money flowing there.
What's the answer to the systemic problem you just mentioned?
It's more discipline, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's one of these chicken and egg things because
I love chicken and egg things. Those are systemic problems.
They're systemic
The question is, what's the solution?
It is discipline. It is discipline where you decide that you are going to kind of monitor. One thing we don't do well is measure, like what's going on in Harvard, how well they are getting more revenue, or what things work and what things don't. So
Is there a capital improvement district or a bid around the Harvard itself?
there is. We will kind of, no, we have 2 associations, so then those are very similar to bids, and they're trying to form another bid as well, which is to see if that happens.
I was in Baltimore when Harvard was revitalized. The secret to that was that we created a massive bonding district. Almost all the big tax generating businesses in Baltimore swept them up into a thing that enabled their money that didn't get diverted to parks and more suburban-like areas. Just got pulled
to what they want, actually, and how it works.
So some people, of course, were angry because it forced a reshuffling of priorities, the duration of this thing.
Although, but it sounds like were they using tax dollars?
They were using a combination of federal monies, tax dollars, and bond.
Because what happens in our association is they tax themselves. In fact, even in the very successful Riviera business improvement district, they are taxing themselves, and then they decide where it's spent. So it's on.
But are they bonding against that?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
That's one of the things that Baltimore did that was really smart. Is you say, okay, we've got now a source of revenue, so we can quote bonds.
That's right.
Over 50 years.
Yeah.
In order to do massive capital.
Yes. Right, and then that gets you going forward. And that's an interesting idea. Here, I'd love to see. I mean, if they could use tax dollars for any of these associations or whatever they would be fantastic. I think it's really and then I'm struggling with even right now is there's almost a political undertone to this, which is Chamber of Commerce typically are very solid business oriented, of course, and also tend to in a particular way in how they feel about how elections should happen. They are typically the groups that facilitate because I'm willing to get that kind of crap down. But our no, because they're pissed off about how elections are going, essentially. So they're reacting in a way that is, I get it. I'm not trying to work on that, but to me, I mean, the city can just table that stuff. Then, if it's not getting done, let's yeah.
I got a graphic.
Sure, no worries.
All right, everybody, if we can get started. That's good.
If we can get started again, that would be great. So the next thing on our agenda is to look at our structure of 6 goals and just make sure that these 6 goals continue to be relevant for us and continue to be really an effective way. Council members, make sure that these goals remain an effective way for us to structure our strategic plan and our strategic priorities. So just as a recap of those strategic goals, and I'm going to just pull out my copy of the plan rather than scroll through. We have goal 1 of modernize the city's communication systems. So you'll see as we go through this a number of priorities that were included last year under that heading. The next goal is to, I skipped over one. The next goal is to revitalize or vitalize core commercial areas of the city. Goal 3 is increase environmental sustainability. Goal 4 is to invest in the city's infrastructure. 5, maintain a high level of public safety. And 6, enhance the delivery of city services. So I think what's worked well from my perspective in this process is that structure of 6 goals has provided a home for every priority that we have heard so far from council members and from the mayor and really from the community, as well as from, I think, you, the department heads. So I just want to kind of give us a chance to pause on that structure, ask if there's a need for us to rethink that structure before we dive into what goes inside that structure. Councilmember Obaji.
I'd like to modify Goal 5 and add to it, maintain a high level of public safety, and community services.
And would that then change Goal 6, or you're just talking about kind of an addition to Goal 5?
Enhance, I didn't see Goal 6 when I was going through the goals, so enhance delivery. You know what? Yeah, I think Goal 6 can stay. Never mind. I take that back.
Okay. I appreciate, no, but that's exactly the kind of question we want to raise here, though, is like, is there some modification to these goals that it helps both communicate to the citizens of the city of Redondo Beach, to ourselves, kind of what the overarching framework of our work is, because that's what these goals are. These are things that really kind of at the next level of your strategic plan really communicate your priorities as a city. And then does it provide a convenient parking lot for the things that you want to prioritize for the city? So council members, the new council members, Councilmember Barrett, as you look at these 6 goals, did you have any reflection on whether they seemed like the right structure to you at this point for the city's goals? Did you have any initial thoughts about them?
Well, Eric, my initial thoughts were they did seem to cover broadly, in my view, the city's goals. If that changes as we go through these, I'll let it be known.
Okay, appreciate that. And Councilmember Kolujetovich, how about you?
No, I think they were pretty broad and fits pretty much everything in there, so.
Yeah. And I think you'll find that as we go through this, you may have an idea for a priority that you may say, does it belong over here or does it belong over here? I think the important thing is that we find a home for your priorities. And, there may be a tweener, but we'll just find the right home for it. And the important thing is that this plan is set up in such a way that we have not only got the priority or the objective, but we have by when is something going to happen, who's responsible for making it happen, and then we have in the fields next to it kind of what the status of it is. So it's, I think, formed a pretty effective structure for keeping the council, keeping the department heads, and keeping the community really aligned in what the city is trying to achieve.
Yeah, I would echo that, Eric. I've been pleased with our process, and I think the strategic plan, as I said earlier, is what really allows us to ensure that we are working on items that are important to the council and the community, and that we are, and this followed a process where most of our department's workflows were generated by staff, department heads, and really siloed initiatives. This allows the council and the community to really weigh in on how we prioritize our efforts, and that's how we, I think, as a community are most effective. So I think the goals that we have today cover most of the objectives that I know the council has had interest in the past. I'm sure there'll be new ones today, but did you, Zane, want to make that change, or do you think we're fine?
No, we're fine. When I flipped through the agenda or the strategic plan, I didn't see the sixth goal, so it's right there.
That covers it there.
Yeah, thank you.
So yeah, I mean, unless the council wants to make any modifications, I think we reaffirm the 6 goals as drafted, and we work within the current framework.
And I think, as Councilmember Barrett said, if we find as we go through it, something's not working, we fix it.
We can make a tweak, yeah.
So I'm just trying to add a row above, so this first goal of modernize the city's communication systems, because what I recall last time was that we found that it was helpful to do a flyover of the existing objectives here, get a brief kind of recap of the status of them, and then in some cases we can take them off our next 6-month plan because they are done. We have finished them. But in some cases we need to reframe them. There's something we want to keep going, keep doing, keep pushing forward on a particular objective. And so we just find a way to say that.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to start at the very beginning. And again, this is really a chance for the council members and the mayor pro tem to speak up, department heads. I think your role now is going to be to sort of answer questions and to kind of, as things come up, provide your input. So city branding, identify and procure resources, you can read it here, needed to facilitate a rebranding effort. I heard already that this is in process. So is this one we take off, or is this one we reframe because there's more work to be done?
Well, I think the next phase of this work would be to present the design options to the city council and consider for approval the new refreshed logo. The first step in the process was to procure the contract consultant that is helping us with that effort. So we can certainly come back with the follow-up item here if the council wants to see it on the plan. But there is next step workflow occurring here with branding.
So as you can see, I've changed this to present design options to council. And we'll come back with the timing and the response.
Yeah, and I think that's worth noting for everybody now that we moved on. We don't have to waste a bunch of time here wordsmithing the goal itself or the objective itself. We need to capture the general theme. We'll take it back as staff. I'll work on with the department head team the who and the when and the specific objective. We'll present that draft to you as part of the discussion item that will occur in May as the follow-up to this draft plan, and that's when the community will have another opportunity to weigh in on the proposed objectives, and then the council can make final determinations.
Yeah, I would just add to the branding, present design options to council and implementation across the board.
Yeah, we should be able to do that within the 6 months, I think. Yeah.
And begin implementation or complete implementation?
At least to begin, yeah. I mean, at least begin. We'll always be implementing, I think, right? I mean, the logo will continue to permeate new places.
Thank you. Okay. So the next one, city website, execute a contract with a vendor to build and launch a new city website. I heard already that you've got this contract in place and you're doing it.
We're close. Luke, when are we going to be able to launch, you think?
Yeah, so it'll be in the summer that we'll launch, but we've definitely progressed past that contracting phase and are more in the development and delivery of the website design.
Yeah. So launch new website is the next step here.
The next one is the city's communication plan, update the city's communications plans, including brand alignment, different communications platforms, social media, two-way communication, surveying, public input gathering. Elizabeth, did you want to comment on this one?
So we are currently updating the plan. We're working with our internal communications team. We're hoping to have a draft ready in the next week or two for council's consideration.
So I think the next step here is really to present the updated plan to the council so they have it and the community can understand and weigh in on our approach.
Pardon my fumbling around here. So it's going to be to present
the plan.
The plan to council. Okay. So the next one is the internal communications, providing a report to council on gaps in internal communications with potential solutions. Goal to upgrade the city's internal communications to include project status and budget reports. Mike, you or somebody on your team just kind of give us a quick sort of survey of what this is all about?
Yeah, so we've created, as we grappled with the objective here, ultimately we settled on creating an outward-facing capital project portal and dashboard that summarizes the status of our various, well, over 100 current capital projects, and somewhere where the community can check in, the council members can check in and see kind of what's happening with each individual project and what progress is being made. So we've created that. It's still a fluid, works in progress. We will continue to refine it, but I think we've accomplished what we were hoping to with this objective. We will, of course, refine that portal as we, come to learn from it and make improvements where necessary. But I don't think there's any additional objective here. I think we'll, under our regular workflow, basically add inputs to the portal and make sure it's managed with content that's helpful to the community.
So does this one feel like one we can just delete from the
I think so, unless there's another follow-up objective.
Council members, what do you think about that? Is there something else? So this sounds to me like it's not just about internal communications, it's about external communications.
Oh, yeah.
It's about how you as a city are communicating to your stakeholders the status of various city projects.
Yep.
So I just wanted to check the logic around, like, okay, if that's what it is, it's really internal and external communications. Is there anything additional to be done here?
Yeah, I think this one, we can scrap for now.
Why? Help me understand why every time I touch the cursor, it just wants to go wonky on me. What am I doing that I should not be doing?
You maybe have two fingers on it when you're dragging.
I might.
I have a wireless mouse. Yeah.
That would be helpful.
Yeah.
So while we deal with the wireless mouse, how about the city charter review? Providing recommendations to the city council regarding proposed charter updates.
They hit 100%, but they're continued, we've updated them.
There's 2.0 here. Yeah. So we should come back. We'll update that. There's a next step. The council approved a resolution with the scope of work for them to continue with and some milestones. So we can add that here. Some of those milestones extend beyond the next 6 month. No, actually, no. I think it is within the 6 month window.
If not, I have another one.
Got a bag of
It's
literally new here. You got a bag of mice?
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. It's taking over the whole system. Is there AI in there?
It was, I got it. I got it right.
Opportunity. That's better. We're gonna let today's mouse finish the strategic plan.
It's not responding at all now. It's not responding. I'll let you deal with that. So let me just keep going in paper form here for a second. So the update to the charter, what would be the reframing of this objective?
It'll mirror the resolution that the council just approved with their revised or new scope of work and their timeline and milestones. There's some very clear metrics in that, and we'll capture that here.
So what's the actual language you would use here then?
It's the resolution.
Yeah, pretty much. It's going to be, there's another handful of work items with specific areas of review that has been identified.
So the council has yet to take up, so the council has to actually...
We did take it up.
We have.
Passed the resolution.
We passed the resolution. Okay.
Well, the resolution keeps getting updated, and so we're on track to update that.
Yeah. So the Charter Review Committee has more
I guess
work.
the comeback date, we're going to have to put something by the general election in 2024, right?
Right, and you had some report back dates that were specific as to timing. I can't remember. It was November.
Yeah, November this year.
Which is in the time frame. So
we'll take care of this.
We'll take care of this one, Eric.
Okay, so you're going to take care of that.
Yeah.
Language to come. So now, the next page is the floor adjustment study. So this is the floor area ratio adjustment study. I'm live. Thank God. Okay.
Man.
So going to
No, that's it. Yeah, sunshine policy.
Okay. I must have misread it. So sunshine policy, review policies of other cities, summarize the city's options, and report to council.
Yeah, council's going to get that at the next meeting. This can come off.
This can come off, okay. So volunteer coordination, provide a report to council on the status of enhanced volunteer coordination efforts.
That coming next meeting, Dana?
Yes, that's coming next week. Dana has graciously taken over that effort, and that will be coming next meeting and can come off.
So that's the volunteer coordination one is going to come off here. Public records, sorry, thank you. Public records. Review and recommend updates to the city's public records retention policy and provide a report to the council on options.
Done and can come off. Yep.
Should this come off?
Done and done.
Well, okay, real quick on that though. What is the implementation for the commissioners to utilize their emails? Because we're paying $1,000 a month or so.
Eleanor, is that happening? Yeah.
Yeah, so where's IT on this? If it's ready, then why aren't they using it?
We just need to probably roll it out. So.
Councilmember Obaji, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I've typed in a commissioner's name into my system and it populated their email address, and I've sent them an email only to find out that they don't have an email with the city. So
well, they're not checking
left hand is not talking to the right hand. And as it concerns the public records, I also want to throw in there the Public Records Act request. I've had conversations before where I say to the city attorney, hey, please, can you object to this? And he says, yes, I'll object to this. It's overbroad and the like. And then I get a request from the city clerk's office saying, your responses to this request are due today. And the left hand is not talking to the right hand. So we need to address how, kind of in unison or in a I don't know what the word is I'm looking for, but a comprehensive fashion, how we're dealing with Public Records Act requests that come into the city.
Because there was a recent one that came through, and there's no direct point. Too many elected officials in the House making decisions.
There needs to be a flow chart for a Public Records Act request, and an attorney needs to be involved in that.
If I can make a point about the flow chart, something to add to that, or with regard to commission emails, having a most recent experience with it, is that when there's an orientation for new commissioners, when they're sworn in, or with an introductory packet to the Brown Act or other information related to sunshine policies and public disclosures, maybe that would be a good time to introduce, this is the email, how you adopt it to your phone or other communications with the city, so that that can be implemented as part of our transparency and sunshine process. That it's part of the commissioner orientation to start with.
Yeah, we do that typically in October is when we have our orientation effort, October, November. So we can do though a briefing on what the Public Records Act requirements would be.
The business cards that I received, the email that was on there was financed for the finance department. It was not an individual's name at redondo.org.
It was just to a department.
Yes.
Yeah. So my understanding is the emails are ready to go. Our decision on retention should be fine. What I think is missing here is communication to the commissioners themselves, preferably from either the clerk's office or the liaisons as well, probably both, making them aware of the fact that they can begin using these emails. But to your point, they also need, that communication needs to be accompanied by Public Records Act acknowledgement and understanding of what that means.
The information needs to be accompanied by an implementation for the various commissioners.
Yeah.
Themselves. Maybe I missed it because I was...
No, we haven't. I mean, we've been dealing with elections, and so that's one of the things we'll be doing. Because, I mean, we just got the retention schedule approved, and then elections. So that's what we've been focusing on. So that'll be our next focus.
So this sounds like it's all implementation around the email system. With regard to the PRA requests.
Yeah,
and
so what I'll
follow-through.
change is not streamline as much as systematize a process, develop a system, because it's never going to be fast to have it go to an attorney's office and then to the clerks, but that is essentially what needs to occur. We need to have a discussion where we agree on the process that needs to be followed for Public Records Act requests.
And it's response to it's a response policy to Public Records Act requests.
Exactly.
And I think there has to be a discussion at the council level so everybody's clear on what that workflow looks like.
Yeah.
And it really is the clerk and the attorney's office working together to manage that. It is as we've discussed, it's a huge burden right now with the volume of requests we're receiving. It's a burden on everybody, including yourselves, trying to cull your own emails. So we probably should get a discussion item as the next step here, Eric, as part of the
I've
strategic
systematized the process for responding to PRA requests and follow through, provide update to council.
And I think the header here is response to
Public Records.
to Public Acts requests. It's not about public records because this last
Response to
objective.
PRA.
Yeah, response to PRA requests.
Yep. So that covers the waterfront in terms of the things that were already on in this goal. So now the question to council members is, are there additional priorities you would say are important for this goal of modernizing the city's communication systems? Councilmember Ahmadi.
Sure. So I'm not sure, and I probably should have talked about Mike about this, but I'm not sure if this should be outward facing for the city or just for the city council members, but it would be nice to have a way that the council members can see what's coming up on the horizon on our agendas. Even though I realize that the city manager has the discretion to move things around up until the Friday before the agenda is published, we frankly get the information as to what we're going to be discussing on Friday. We got to start discussing it on Tuesday, and then we have, absent a conversation, we have no idea what's coming up next. Good leaders we should have a kind of a vision of how policy is going to unfold in the city, what policy discussion items we're going to take up. And so I'd like to see a little more long-term kind of projection of here's what's coming up for us in the month of March, here's what's coming up in April, and so on and so forth. And I assume that that's not too much of an extra load for the city manager because he's already kind of mapped that out for himself. I think he presumably could put that out to us or the public with reserving the right to move things around, obviously, within his discretion.
Yeah, we can, I think we talked about at one point trying to create an agenda portal online that would actually flag higher level discussion issues and give you at least a tentative date that you could point to. It would make sense for it to not just be available to all U6, but ultimately the community as well, so they could plan for being and attending events or meeting dates that might actually have something of interest to them. So the challenge we face is when we add specificity to the date itself and then something lags, a contract or a resolution, or there's a bit of new information that doesn't flow through as expected and the thing gets kicked a week, there can be frustration in managing that expectation. So as long as there's some
clear disclaimer on there that this is not to be relied upon, that you're going to rely on the agenda.
These are target dates, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've got, I've seen them. You've got, the agendas are pre-done, kind of ahead of time for a while. So you have an idea.
We have draft, yeah, we have some outdate drafts that we have that.
It's on the strategic plan a lot of times.
Yeah, and a lot of times we try to put a specific date on these updated documents to better align and help people understand what's coming. The question is, how outward is that so everyone can see it? And that's something we probably ought to be putting on the website. So
And it doesn't necessarily need to be public so much. It just needs to be so we're looking at it internally. We know, like when I'm talking to Zane here, I know, hey, this is what's going on. I'm talking to Paige, hey, this is what's going on. Talk to Todd, what's going on, right? So we understand.
The best format to do that.
Well, think about like community meeting tomorrow. I can tell my community about everything that's happened, but as far as what's coming up in the next month, I don't really have a clue really as to exactly what's happening this next month.
So take a look at what I've written up here and see if this captures what we're talking about. Council work planning, develop online portal to provide annual calendar with previews of upcoming agendas.
Just like maybe a 3-month or 6-month calendar, something like that.
Bi-monthly or twice, every 2 months. What's happening? Provide. How about just a calendar?
Quarterly. How about a quarterly?
It could be a Google Doc, could be anything.
Quarterly calendar.
I mean, this is something I will say that a lot of the boards and city councils I work with do, just as exactly to what your point, to be able to preview what's coming down the pike, understand kind of how are we going to make sure that our agendas are coupled with any kind of early learning we need to do or education we need to do, so we're prepared for those agenda items.
I mean, we don't have the city attorney here, but this goes back to the city attorney as well. We don't know how many open lawsuits we have against ourselves, how many we're actually going out and prosecuting, and we don't know the timetable on all of these and what the cost is. So when we go into closed session, we don't know how much money we're spending on some of this stuff and what the workload is, quite frankly. So, I mean, if we can have something in here as well, just,
So maybe it's,
Separate item.
yeah, so it could be develop online portal or internal,
Internal docket of pending cases.
current,
maybe we just say develop an internal calendar or develop, because what we don't want to do is commit to external communication of case management, obviously, so.
Mike, what do you think of this being in Legistar and sort of upcoming agenda items or something of that nature?
Yeah, I think this is a little higher level than that. Legistar is, I mean, we expand our titles, they become so detailed, we won't have that level of specificity with the foreshadowing. It's going to be topic-based, it's going to have to be general subject, because until I see the staff report and we wordsmith the final conversation.
We don't have to resolve it today, right? We just have to highlight it as something we want to discuss in the future.
So I've captured as develop internal calendar that provides previews of upcoming agenda items. Which at least captures conceptually what we're
And I
talking
think
about.
separately, the Mayor Pro Tem was targeting.
I think it'll be both.
Okay.
It'll be both agendas, upcoming agenda items, both open session and closed session.
How about that?
Yeah, that's good enough for now.
So what else do council members think need to be added to this? Yes.
I know I'm going to
Councilmember
offend people here because they're so in love with it, but a new agenda management system. It is the worst, no offense, owner. It is, it's the bane of many of our existence. And, we've been waiting for that contract to expire because that thing is a nightmare.
We dumped them as our website provider.
Yeah, now it's time to get rid of them as our agenda management. I mean,
So what's our current status, Eleanor?
The contract expires next year, at the end of June 30th.
June 30 of '24?
Mm-hmm.
So now's the time to start planning.
We were planning on starting to look at that.
Yeah, great.
So what's the first step then for you in that, is to do a solicitation?
Yeah, an RFP or look
Yeah.
at.
So I think, Eric, it's, agenda management system,
Discussion with council as to what we want to see in a new agenda management system, maybe?
develop
You up
it.
to that, Eleanor?
What was that?
A discussion with council as to what we would want to see in the new agenda management system? Cool.
Not a-
Thank you.
as well as streaming services, right? Because,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
quite frankly, that sucks, so. You don't want to put that on there.
So nothing about streaming services,
no,
but,
no, it'll be part of the conversation that we have on
Yeah.
agenda.
Yeah, it's part of the function.
so I have discussed with council expectations for a new system in anticipation of an RFP.
And begin development of an RFP, yeah. I think it's got to start moving, if we've got a year left.
Okay, what else under this category of modernizing our communication system? So at this point, what we've got then is we've got the city branding, the city website, the communications plan, city charter review, which we're going to update the language here, responding to PRA requests, council work planning, and the agenda management system. Does that sound like the right plate of stuff?
Yep.
Yep, it's good.
So that's 8.
Okay, let's keep going.
Yep, it's good going.
And I want to make sure our new council members are not feeling neglected or out of, okay. We'll get there, okay. Now we're on to vitalizing core commercial areas of the city. Here's the floor area ratio adjustment study. You want to talk about this one a little bit, Mike, or have?
I think we're planning on July. There's definitely going to be a follow-up item on this one.
Yeah, I think this is a logical one. We've completed the environmental assessment. We've actually performed the text amendments that are necessary. We've got a special hearing with the Planning Commission on June 1st, so next step is get it to Planning Commission, get it to City Council.
So we'll fill in the detail here.
Well, what's coming to the council then?
It's a text amendment to increase the FAR and to, show preferred uses along the ACAP corridors.
Yeah, present to council. But we can wordsmith that later.
Okay.
That's for that one.
Can I?
May I? Yeah.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
All right, so I saw this and I was a little disgruntled by it because this is we've been waiting on this. Obviously, this is number one, right, on our vitalized core commercial areas of the city. And the deadline was, or the hopeful deadline was February 7th, 2023. We didn't get it then, and then I read that the environmental assessment has been completed. Like, where is it? Why wouldn't that be sent to all the council members so we can see it and then digest it well before it comes before us, so we have time to read it rather than the Friday before the Tuesday? And then it's going to go to, and this is like the city council's top priority. I think we voted unanimously on this. And it's going to go to the Planning Commission, but not until June. It's April 25th. It should be on the next Planning Commission's meeting, which is May 18th, right? Or something like that. And so that's where I just feel like the city is not moving with the impetus, with the motivation, with the pep to their step that they need to be having relative to this corridor. We have an El Tarasco that got built out and a pita kitchen that got built out. The pita kitchen's getting torn down now. It never opened. El Tarasco is still not opened. Only happening in the city of Redondo Beach. Now you'll say, and I've seen the interactions with these developers, that they are they're not following by our rules. They're not taking out the appropriate permits, so on and so forth. Well, why are we attracting these types of businesses to Redondo Beach or to Artesia Boulevard rather than better business owners and developers? So it's we need to do better. We still need to do better, and we need to make this our top priority. Because it's not a whole lot of money that we need to dump into this, like the waterfront. It's just we need to remove the regulations that are holding up new business and investment from coming in.
So I'm going to disagree with you a little bit on that. One thing that I've been, in fact, it came up today when I was in the harbor walking around with Jeff Jones. Permitting system. When I came in here in 2017, it was a paper-based system. It took me 5 years to get to email and to everything else moving on. And now we just have an online permitting system, and I hear what you're saying, but I think if you want the investment ASAP, that's what you need to do is get the permitting system. And that's what I think I've harked on. That's why in the budget last year, I said, we're not doing a raise on the prices until we get the permitting system in place. That's gonna help things smooth along, as well as the third-party plan check system. So, you're kind of talking about two different things.
Yeah.
The FAR is different, and the Planning Commission has been crazy busy. They just approved that project that you're on.
I know they had three meetings this last month.
Right.
And so I still could see them taking on maybe 2 in May so that we can get this.
Well, let's talk about that. And I think we all understand the frustration with it, and CEQA is an absolute pain. So some of the scheduling is there's a advanced noticing period because these are environmental reviews. It's not as simple as being able to say, hey, let's just get this on a special meeting in May. We've got to publicly notice when it's going to be considered due to the nature of the CEQA review, correct?
Environmental. As well, that June 1st date is a special meeting. They're just like, we were looking at what was available. So that is a special meeting for that.
And what are our hearing noticing requirements for a meeting like that?
Well, for the meeting itself, it'll be a 14-day notice, and then that's, 21 days to get it to, when we have to get it to the clerk. As far as the environmental, though, I think that's needed to go out in advance of that. So we
have to publicly
that's already going
share
out.
that.
Yeah, that's
Okay, so as to Zane's point, though, about receiving that material, is there a link to that environmental analysis that's now public?
Yeah, we can provide that.
Okay.
I mean, it's essentially out for public comment.
So,
And it would be great, I think, for the city council members, the last item that you suggested is making sure that you have that in advance. Yeah.
And that's exactly what I was going to say now. If there's a document that's publicly available, like an environmental review, and we're just waiting, going through the process, whatever it may be, just, hey, here it is, here it is, and we expect this in June or May or whatever it may be. So we can say proper prior planning, we can review it, right? Just to take a look at it. Even if it's just 10 minutes, it helps me out tremendously moving forward.
We'll certainly get that for the objective residential standards.
Yeah, I was
Right.
thinking about
Yeah.
exactly that, so, okay.
Yeah, I think
That was the
part
third meeting.
of the problem here is, and I understand the importance of implementing the ACAP. I think we all want to see it done. I will say, though, the one thing that we have to make sure we're mindful of is community development has to execute the general plan update, and that's why in part that Greg ultimately had to work in parallel on this. So there are some, back to the state mandates, we are struggling to get through all those. We're starting to spit them out. We're getting closer. I think we'll be able to be more focused on things like this here soon. But there is fair reasoning for why this has been as delayed as it has, as painful as it's been.
And if I may, to the second point that you made, I think that the business concierge program is going to make such a huge difference. If we're hearing from, unfortunately, there have been some that they start doing work and we do a stop work order because that's how we're finding out they're interested. But the more that people are aware of that business concierge program, the better that's going to be for us to what's the right fit? What's your process so that they aren't spinning their wheels.
I appreciate that.
So appreciate the conversation, appreciating the need to move on. I heard an action item, though, about distributing that report to the council members.
Yeah, we will do that.
We got that. as a
We will do
separate
that,
action
and there is a logical next step here to make sure we're tracking this on the strategic plan.
item. So the next one is related to this, right? Expanded FAR adjustment.
This is a bigger issue. This one is actually linked to the general plan update, which is a much broader environmental review. So I'm not sure this is going to be done in the next 6-month period. It may have to fall back to a future agenda or strategic planning item, but there is work in progress associated with this effort.
For that one, that's actually going to be in the zoning update with the general plan
Right,
update.
which will be-
So they'll all go through that environmental review.
And that's not due, though, till next March of '24.
Yeah, and it'll
right?
go on the.
So that's the problem. So I want to make sure people understand this item isn't going to be accomplished in the next 6-month window.
No, it's
That's
not,
the key.
it's not. So we can change the date there on the left, right, to March 2024.
Yeah, or it'd be a future objective at the bottom with a
There is the general plan item on there. I think if that ends up remaining, you could also just put it, this includes the FAR
Right.
1.5.
The next one, however, though, is logically going to occur within the next 6-month window, correct? The parking regulation updates. So what's the next item there, Greg?
So this one is actually introducing parking options along Artesia corridor and providing a flat rate for parking between restaurant uses and office uses to encourage them to locate along Artesia and so that parking isn't a prohibitive factor. That is currently on track for the August hearings here.
Point of clarification, though, if I remember our conversation, this has to trail the environmental consideration, right? It has to be a 2-step effort. It cannot be consolidated with item 1. It has to come secondarily, right? So it can't happen any faster than the July consideration of the environmental.
Correct.
But we can move very quickly thereafter, right? So is August still likely?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So we will be able to prepare the follow-up item here, Eric.
So as the follow-up item, do I need to do anything here, or do you have quick language here to present to council something?
You're going to have to present an ordinance or some changes to the parking requirements.
To the regulations, yeah. Amend the municipal code. So yeah, it's there. It'll be present to council an ordinance, yeah.
Is that something like that?
Well, we'll build that out. That's
Okay,
probably
you
enough
guys-
for now.
Yeah.
All right, so next one is public broadband improvements.
This is, what we've determined as we've gone out and pursued grants, that a lot of the grants that are out there are equity-based, which doesn't always make us as competitive as we'd like to be. I don't think there's a next step here. We'll always look for grants and try to build this out when we
I have
can.
a quick question on that.
So that gentleman that came to the council the other day, his name is Dan Emal, or Dan something, he was changed his last name on me. I talked to him for about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and then went back and forth with him via email between him and a new internet company to the South Bay called Sonic. They're nationwide, and they're building fiber internet service to cities and particular residents, 10 gig internet for $50 a month. It's an insane service. What are we doing? He asked a really good question. He said, what are we doing to be a liaison from the cities to initiatives like companies like this to what they need for permitting and approval process and letting them jump on the telephone poles?
Yeah. So I think I'll let Ted answer some of the specifics. Some of this has to do with right-of-way use. There is state and federal law that streamlines their work effort. So there's only so much we can do. We can help move that along for them. There's conversations at times about franchising and whether or not we should be collecting additional fees or actually franchising the company to come in and build in a more streamlined fashion. It's related to this, but different. This would be public infrastructure that we're building. This is something they would be coming in and servicing customers, of which we may become.
I know we don't have IT here, but are we running out of, I know we have a certain amount of time on our current fiber system that we have.
What do you mean?
Our fiber system's okay.
Hey, Mike,
Yeah,
can you
no,
turn your-
but-
Mike, can you turn your mic back on?
It's
died.
from what I understand, it's dark fiber that's been leased for an X period of time, and we only have, whatever it is, 10 years left on it or something, or 5 years left on it.
It's just dying. So, yeah, what we can do is, I think our fiber's okay. It could last. Maybe it doesn't have the capacity that we would like to have. We might want to update it.
I think it's a contract
Yeah.
is what I'm really looking at.
Yeah.
The contract length.
Yeah.
So we're getting a great deal right now.
Yeah, we do have some shared pathways and things that I think are under contract. If you want to, if you want to talk about that as an objective,
Public-private, yeah, I think it'd be good to talk about, because other cities like Culver City have entire bus network and fleet network that they can track exactly where they are, a whole multitude of signaling, and that came from their private partnerships with these various sorts.
Okay, so this is going to be a hot topic for the next 5 to 10 years. I might expand this to say provide increased connectivity for residents. I think that's where you're going with this. But why this is big is there's now a transition to something called Web 3.0, which is basically decentralized web access. You're going to hear a lot about Internet of Things. You probably have heard of IoT. That's going to be a big issue municipal-wise, so a lot of things are going to run off the internet from your home. That's why I think we need to look at providing more connectivity options for residents. I'd also expand, though, on this with the public broadband improvement. One of the issues we've talked about, and we've gotten nowhere on it, is providing wireless access in the harbor area.
yeah, I think we should make that a specific objective.
That's a tactical type of objective.
I think it is too, and I think we should isolate that. So if we want to have a conversation about current status of fiber and then maybe ways to assist the implementation of increased broadband or implementation of broadband improvements, both public and private. Maybe that's the next step here, Eric, as we can provide a discussion. This is a great item for our new IT director to tackle. I could see him being very enthusiastic about this discussion.
And work with, I think when you're talking about public broadband and expanding access, work with incumbent and new providers that Nils is referring to.
It goes beyond just what we could do as a public entity and implementation.
Right.
So,
I mean, some of this, there's a lot of issues here. There's coastal commission with towers. There's all kinds of things that are issues here. But the franchising is done, my knowledge, at Sacramento. It's not done locally. It used to be done locally. It's
right.
not Sacramento.
Well, do we want to maybe then, as we talk about modernize the city's communication systems, do we want to jump back and do a specific goal? Or do we want to keep it more about the commercial area here, the Wi-Fi in the waterfront area?
Well, I actually looked at broadband access in the harbor as for the commercial areas, right? But I think what Nils is getting at, and I would agree with this, because we talked about this, and it's a huge project, I don't think we can tackle it in the next couple of years, is providing other options for people. People are very unhappy with Spectrum and Frontier. They want options, and he's referring to what Dan said. And I think we're going to need to look at that. It's basically just working with, upstarts and incumbent providers to provide new internet access.
Okay. All right, well, let's.
IT director.
Yeah, IT, totally. I think something he could absolutely help facilitate. So why don't we have two objectives here, Eric? Let's expand on this.
I have provide council options about increasing the connectivity for residents under the existing public broadband one, and now a new one around broadband access in the harbor.
And then and I think what we would do in the harbor is specifically, it's implement Wi-Fi connectivity or expand Wi-Fi connectivity, public Wi-Fi connectivity in the waterfront.
Okay, here's where I might make a change. Is this okay? I would divide it up commercial and residential.
On the top one?
The commercial could be Harbor, Riviera Village, wherever we decide to do it. And from residential, let's provide new options for residents. That's how I divide it, and that way we have a clear delineation between the two.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to get in the wordsmithing. Yeah, it's public, commercial, and residential, really. There's three options here.
What's the public going to be then?
City infrastructure.
So that's maybe that's the one up above. I think what I'm trying to get at is the one specific to Wi-Fi in the harbor. I'd like to set that off as a standalone objective, because I think that it ends up incorporating 4 different departments. They need to work together. This is a good framework. The bigger issue is public-private partners. We're talking to businesses. We're talking to other folks.
Yeah.
So I think what we need to do on 4, is make sure we cover those 3 different service groups, so residents, public, and commercial.
Here.
Yeah. And then the one below is really Wi-Fi access in the harbor. Implement or expand Wi-Fi access in the harbor.
Public means government?
Yeah, I think in that case. I mean,
Because public, I think of as residents.
maybe we ought to say government to be more
Yeah,
specific.
so that
Residents,
we know what
government,
we're all dealing
and
with.
businesses, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
Are we good with these two now as they stand?
And I think it's not just broadband, though, it's specifically Wi-Fi. I think that's in the title here, Eric,
This one here.
Okay.
unless there's something else there
Yeah.
you want to say.
I do, because remember the issues we had with Project Barley and internet
Right,
access?
so it's also
land-based.
land-based, okay. All right, so go with broadband, we'll just do,
Improve broadband access.
yeah,
Covers everything.
yeah. Improve broadband access in the harbor.
For the public and for
Businesses, yeah.
So for public and businesses.
Yeah.
Does that work for you, Mike?
Yeah, it's a big one, but it's an important one, yeah.
Do we want to include other commercial areas here, or just focus on?
No, this is a harbor-specific issue. It's something that's been limiting for us. And we have need for ourselves for expanded security cameras. We have needs for potentially two-way communications with those security cameras based on what we're trying to do to protect the skate park.
Okay.
And some other things that we're thinking about.
I'm with you. So should we keep moving on?
Yep.
We good? Okay, cannabis permit selection process.
It's coming May 16th, so yeah, we'll carry that one over.
Do we need to revise it right now, or just language?
It's just that. It's just going to carry over to
that one.
yeah, it's May
Okay.
16th. They're going to get it.
Business parking improvement districts, provide a report to the council on the results of the canvassing, surveying of businesses.
So we should talk a little bit about this one. I know the bid's important, but, back to Artesia, we canvass the businesses. We don't have any coalescing around the implementation of a bid on Artesia right now.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to
So-
even get a bid on Artesia right now. It's premature. These aren't the businesses that I anticipate will be there after we do parking regulation changes, after we do FAR changes. Those aren't even the buildings that I think will still be there after that time. So once we do that, once we
Then we
actually,
come back
it
to
affects the change, then we can come back to
Okay.
the bid discussion, but it's premature.
Now, then there's the second element of this, which was in the waterfront itself. There was, again, another outreach made. There's been some talk about specifically, and this is where we might gain some traction.
Right.
The businesses deciding to form their own improvement district. So what would you suggest is the follow-up item here?
So right now, it's really just International Boardwalk that remains interested, but because there's just, a finite number of those businesses, they have no idea, how much they would have to levy against themselves to get what they want out of the bid in terms of improvements. So I think the logical next step is to go to a third-party consultant to evaluate what would be necessary so that we can inform the International Boardwalk businesses of what exactly it would take to get what they want, get the improvements that they want, how much they would be taxed a month, if you will. And if they do remain interested, then we can kind of take the next steps to formalize the bid. But I think we're in an information gathering point right now.
Is this in lieu of or in addition to the King Harbor Association, Pier Association?
As far as I know it and understand it, if this works out, they want to remove themselves from the associations and form this bid as a replacement.
So is this the right language then? Contract with a consultant to evaluate potential benefits of a bid on International Boardwalk?
I think actually it's going to be, oh yeah, you're talking about the last sentence, not the highlighted area?
Highlighted area is the old.
Right.
The new stuff I just typed in is the unhighlighted.
Yeah, that works.
So we can.
It's not done yet, though. Because you just told us new information. We didn't know about Artesia Boulevard.
Yeah, that's the thing. So if you want a formal report on that, we can do
You
it.
don't need a formal report, and sometimes you don't need to give us formal
Well,
reports.
I mean, to a certain extent, you just had Candace Nafisi here talking about, hey, develop a bid. And until the public hears that,
Right.
hey, a bid is not
It's true.
viable among this community right now at this time, then we can shelve it, but we do need to kind of report back at some point. So
Yeah, I mean,
you
that's-
could do
we could do a presentation on, that's
brief
kind of what these
presentation,
comments
yeah.
are, but we could do that as part of the,
well, okay, this is public, so
I mean-
that's fine. We don't need a separate presentation on it.
I don't want to get held up with always, our time is valuable at the council. We only meet 3 times a month. And if we can do reports and disseminate the reports without necessarily having a council meeting, that's fine too.
maybe a memo.
A memo with some supporting documentation to be fantastic.
Receive and file consent item, maybe?
We could prepare and describe the response we received and capture that in a receive and
Yeah.
file.
So we
Keep
are
it on
aware.
consent, not have a
Yeah.
big
Yeah,
discussion,
yeah.
just receive and file the
Thank
form.
you. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
we could do that.
Yeah, perfect.
So it's 2 things
And
now.
thank you for doing
It's-
that work, by the way, the outreach. I appreciate
So it's a memo on Artesia Boulevard.
Yeah.
It's contracting with a consultant with regard to International Boardwalk,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, so provide a receive and file report to the city council on the results of, and then the second step as it pertains to the boardwalk.
Like that?
Yep.
Okay, let's move on. Business concierge program. I understand this is done.
It's
Done,
going great.
implemented, yeah.
I mean, it's already.
Anything else to
bearing
say
fruit.
about business concierge program? Great. It's great? It's working great?
What's the number we dial for you?
It's on the website.
Dave.Shirobi@redondo.org.
Okay, so I'm deleting this one unless anybody objects.
Just a question on the concierge program. Would you, like you're doing with budget workshops, want to create sort of a business owner's workshop, a business and planning workshop for people? How do I file permits in the city? How do I do, as a build out of the concierge program?
Maybe
How
even.
do I file my sales tax? How do
Right.
I get business licensing? Some sort of, is the concierge going to do all that? Or do you want to have a workshop to build that out?
Wouldn't the website kind of explain the business
It-
license super easily once we get that
It
up?
would, but to build on that, maybe what we do is provide a video that explains that, in another form, right? Some people seem to learn better from videos these days than they do from
Yes.
written material. Maybe it's the attention span problem.
Just had a
but-
resident ask me the other day,
Okay.
small business owner in the city, how do I file my sales taxes with Redondo Beach? So it's something that concierge program, I'm sure, could incorporate or build out on.
Yeah, and it may be that we go to a different department that actually provides the video, but it would be something, that we could do collaboratively.
I'm not going to capture the
So-
video idea here. That's just a.
You know what,
a
though,
thought.
on that note, this
Right.
goes to goal 1. The city should develop the in-house ability to put out videos on different subject
Yeah,
matters.
let's,
So if we could add that as a goal.
no,
No?
I'm shutting that down.
TikTok?
Because we have social media outlets, we have Facebook outlets, we have this, we have that, we are in so much. We just went over the SWOT analysis.
Hold on, we know that, for example, the police need to educate the youth on e-bike safety.
100% agree.
We've got the new fire inspection program that's gonna be going down that residents are gonna be concerned with after the last one. We've got any number of things here. How do you get your business license in the city of
I
Redondo?
fully agree with you, and here's how we're going to solve that. We're going to have city staff make videos, and the training they're going to receive will be from.
Okay, yeah, but that's my point, is we need to have a discussion on that at some point.
Okay,
Not-
that's
not
fine,
right now,
but I
it's a
have that
discussion.
on my thing here to have the discussion with the, what's his name? Who is this?
Caesar?
No, at ICA, we just had
the speaker.
The speaker,
Oh, okay.
speaker training.
Yeah.
So for department heads.
Right.
Yeah, so Ryan's, I have the proposal here.
So let me ask you this. So we have the city communications plan. Is this idea of like the kinds of services that the city can?
Yeah, including outward-facing videos.
Yes, that
for
we
the
can,
community.
and look, some departments are doing it. Police and fire are making their own content.
Right.
They've got staff that are supporting that effort. We can grow that into other more static and less exciting operational departments that can be kind of the can-do videos.
Right.
And maybe there's training we can receive on how best and most efficiently to do that, open to that. But that's the goal as we build out our social media.
There's so many departments that need it, why have each department develop this
Right.
expertise,
Right.
right? Rather than somebody develop it in the city and now share it for, anybody who needs to put out a message.
Okay, we've captured it.
Thank you.
Let's go down to cannabis permit selection process under revitalizing core commercial areas of the city.
That's coming, there's going to be a natural follow-up. I'll fill that out.
Okay.
Because it'll be both, the council will receive the presentation on the 16th of the draft RFP, and then there will be secondarily to that, within the next 6 months, there'll be a conversation about the proposed licensees.
Okay, any questions about this one before we go on?
That's on the cannabis you're speaking.
okay.
Yeah,
So business parking improvement districts.
we covered that
I
one.
just covered this one. EV charger expansion.
That's coming next week. That was carried over. That'll be done. You can take that off.
Okay.
Unless you want to think about a
Yes.
follow-up on that.
I want to talk about this. One of the problems with people that have EVs, they live in apartments. And we've talked about expanding it to areas where people can plug in near their house. So I'd like us to look at that as well, too.
Okay.
Is that possible?
We can.
Is that a new item?
What are you asking for specifically?
So for example, let me give you an idea. Over by Dominguez Park, there's lots of apartments over there. People would love to charge their cars there. I want people not just in commercial areas, but in residential areas
Okay,
that
so
need it.
How about locating more EV chargers at our various parks in the city? Because if we hit every park, we have 2 parking spots.
There you go, their
every park.
neighborhood.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that goal initially was for commercial corridors, but I think it can be adapted to include others, and there's grant opportunities out there that aren't specifically tied to commercial corridors, so I think in our discussion next week, we can hit on some of those points.
Okay, great.
So I'm just going to say in residential areas and commercial corridors, good enough?
Yeah, yeah.
And did you say that to include parks? Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay, so that would provide a use for those parking lots in a positive way?
Yeah.
Yeah, and in some instances, I think the parking lots are closed overnight, so we'll have to make sure everybody understands there's some limitation on that, but.
Slow charge. How about the archway on Artesia?
We're developing an RFP to solicit local artists, so we'll probably, once that RFP is developed, we'll probably vet it through the Public Art Commission and then bring a draft of it for council consideration.
And we moved away from an archway, we are going
Yeah.
towards, we voted on, what are they
Public-
called?
public art.
Public art, yeah.
Vertical
Public
structure, yeah.
Art installations
Artesia.
around the boulevard.
So there is a natural follow-up here, Eric.
Yes.
So, yeah,
Just
just,
Margolis is excited about that.
just put that on, we'll craft the language.
Is there any, like, branding that we're talking about for Artesia or that specific area?
We could do the ART, all caps, Artesia.
Artesia. A resident said, like, maybe we should call it Uptown Redondo instead of
Redondo,
North
yeah.
Redondo. We've got like, so I was like, I'll throw it out there, but.
Uptown Fun.
So Do we want to expand this item based on this quick little exchange, or is it still about public art in Artesia?
Public art, and maybe, I don't know, branding it, or?
Well, what they were saying when I was speaking with this resident about Artesia being specific because we've got a fire station, we've got a police station, we have a library. It's almost like a downtown and some of those places, but it's uptown.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's- But to have one of those like directional signs that point to these things, or like the piers this way, so it does kind of feel like you're in the center of something.
Well,
So-
that's part of what's in the
Okay,
California
perfect.
ACAP is directional signage, right?
So I think we should, those are two, I think, specific objectives that we should capture. This one is really about the next step on that one public art piece. The other item would be marketing. It would be marketing of Artesia Boulevard. It would be something in that
Marketing
vein.
or branding. Yeah.
Marketing or branding of Artesia Boulevard. We'd have to come up with an objective associated with that. We could expand on the city branding exercise and have our consultant, perhaps, we could amend that agreement, have her help us design some specific targeted marketing for the Artesia corridor. So we'll come back with something on that.
Okay.
Cool.
I like it.
Okay, how about the general plan update?
Yeah, there is, unfortunately, it won't be accomplished in this next 6-month period, but there is definitely a follow-up item there that we have to manage here and maintain. We'll fill in that detail, Eric. It's
And we have Artesia Property Lot Merger Incentive Program.
So help me understand exactly where we're at, next steps with that, then.
Well, we need to have a discussion on it, and sorry, was that for you? Sure.
Yeah.
Are you asking for me?
Either one's fine at this point, if you're.
Okay, so what I envision, so one example, I'm thinking about like what kind of incentives could we provide? One thing could be, let's say our goal is the 1.5 FAR, that you only can go up to 1.0 as long as you're on one of these super skinnies, but if you combine with another, then you get up to 1.5. But that could also apply, we can make it apply also to parking. You know, you're going to be held to this parking requirement, but if you go to 1.0, but if you go underground, we're going to let you build 1.5. And this would be another goal, which is the development of on this subject, the development of a development opportunity reserve. And the Mayor Pro Tem and I had met with Larry Cosma on the subject, and what the development opportunity reserve is saying it does is the city holds the entitlements. The city has, like, you want to go from 0.6 to 1.0, okay, well, you're gonna have to pay this fee to the city, and now you get your entitlement for processing that application, determining the environmental impact, so on and so forth. If you want to get up to 1.5, well, you're gonna have to do underground, and you're gonna pay this additional fee, so that the price of allowing an FAR of 1.5 doesn't get built into these property values, and therefore hinder the exchange and sale of properties because the property values have gone up so high.
So what's the proposal here?
So a second objective, or a 12th objective would be discuss the development of an opportunity reserve.
Yep.
And on the lot merger incentive program, basically tie entitlements, any reductions to parking requirements to consolidating the lots. To the extent we can do that.
Which makes sense. Isn't that a little bit what we're working on, Greg, now? I mean, is that effectively?
That's correct. I mean, it encourages developers to pursue multiple transactions, to do a lot merger, to then get that increased FAR, which then consolidates driveway cuts and all that.
So why are we thinking separate?
So, because, okay, so, all right, this is part of a larger conversation that we need to engage someone like Cosmon. What he's talking about is we're creating a bank of development, a bank of FAR, a bank of, say, 100,000 square feet, right?
Right.
So, and they can, and developers or landowners can go and grab from that bank, and we can say, we will entitle you this 50,000 square feet if you do X, Y, and Z over here. Yes, do that, okay, great, we will give that to you. Then there's 50 grand left in there, and we go through that process. So it's a slightly different concept.
Kind of the same way the state density bonus law gives a developer, what are they called?
Housing bonuses.
Incentives or,
Density bonus.
concessions, if they achieve certain mile marks. So we developed something holistically here that
I think that's what this can be.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think what we have above is that fixed in stone. I think that's the kind of conversation I've heard Greg have as we've thought about this.
Right. The
We
delay
can
with this
expand on that.
Yeah, the delay with this is really the environmental assessment of going from 0.6 to 1.5.
Right. No, I
We can
get that.
evaluate kind of
I get
options,
that. I just
right?
want us to think about, all of them in conjunction, the parking, getting, trying to incentivize going underground, not giving somebody the right to build 1.5 unless they're gonna, for example, go underground or something.
So we should expand on the description up above that says provide a report, because look, the program here is to be determined, right? It could be as
Right.
expansive as
Yeah.
we want it to be. You guys have identified a couple of cool options. It should be provide a report on potential incentives, including basically what you just discussed below,
Yeah.
and report back to city council for discussion.
Yeah.
That's really what we want to do here. And at some point, we may need to bring somebody on, a real estate expert. I think we probably can get to some of that general conversation even without an expert, to be honest.
that'd be
Greg's
good.
familiar with this
Those
stuff.
experts are
so-
expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, I do like the idea of studying that. I think it's a good idea. But I want to study it carefully because I'm concerned that let's not stunt the growth that we're trying to have in the first place with these, even with single lots. So let's see, let's look at the potential unintended consequences of trying to do what I think is a good thing, which is combining lots. And just make sure that we're not crushing any development that may have otherwise happened more incrementally on single lots by, So studying it, I'm in favor of.
The council already voted to go to 0.6 and try to get that advanced in the ACAP. And I think, we could go even higher than that without anybody doing anything other than following the law as it currently exists. But to really get to the juice where somebody's really going to make some money with a commercial development, then I think we're going to need them to invest in the community, in some respect, like underground parking. Or
Is there anything that you heard here, Greg, that seemed out of the general scope of what we could consider as part of the incentive program? It all seems part of that,
Oh,
right?
yeah, seems doable.
And again, do we want this to be, is this aviation too, or just Artesia here?
How much aviation is going to be?
Yeah.
Let's just do both.
Yeah, it's the ACAP region,
Hey,
right?
It's part of ACAP, so,
Yeah.
right? So
Because right now, it just says Artesia property, so if it's.
let's do both. We need commercial activity.
Okay.
And I appreciate
And I
you.
appreciate your point, Councilor Rivera, that we don't want to slow momentum that we have already by trying to get a perfect system in place.
Right.
Right,
We don't
where
wanna
incentives.
So for example, as soon as we can roll back parking regulations, we've done that.
We're doing
for
that.
We're doing that right
All
off the
right.
bat.
I appreciate your parking concern. Keep that in mind. And coastal zone as well. I don't want to move on to the next piece.
So provide a report on potential incentives, including the idea of establishing a development opportunity reserve for developers or tying entitlements to specific requirements if they meet specific city something. Goals. And this is along
Goals and
Artesia and aviation.
And aviation, yeah, both words. Yeah, we'll wordsmith that a little bit.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have the basic concept
that's
down.
In that report would get into ensuring that what we're positing as incentives don't become disincentives. That would be part of that.
Agreed, and I think the
Okay.
timing of that is going to trail the other work that we're going to try to implement first, ideally, right? We're going to have July be the environmental review. Hopefully Artesia is when we approve the parking regulation modification, so business community can begin to build based on those changes. This becomes the longer-term goal because it can't be implemented until we complete the general plan study, which is still another year out.
Okay.
So we've gone through 11 objectives here in this goal of vitalizing core commercial areas. So just to scan through here, what we have just done, is there anything that council members you believe is missing from this list, or you would add as a priority, Councilmember Lowenstein?
I'd like to add 16 more, is that okay? No, there's one, and that is, I don't know how to wordsmith this, but formulate a leasing strategy for the International Boardwalk, specifically the Fun Factory, as well as Pier Plaza.
And the entire waterfront, right?
Well, and yeah, I mean, I wanted to keep it to.
What'd you say for opportunity sites?
Opportunity sites, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
So it could incorporate other parts of
Yeah.
of the pier area as well, too.
Are we adding a few items now as well, or are we just going over?
No, now if you want to add, now's the time. Just know we've got
A lot.
a lot.
Right, I know, so this is under,
Vitalized commercial corridors.
so,
We have a public infrastructure one, remember?
so what?
I would say
Yeah, you know, right. But update on Riviera Village Dining, where are we with that right now with Coastal right now? Real quick, how long, and then with the design process? Is that even in here?
Pro Tem Nehmeyer, can you just hold on one second? I'm just trying to catch up with my last item here. What were we
The
saying?
pier area. The harbor area.
Yeah, this is harbor and pier, just say harbor pier leasing strategy. Have that at the front, Eric.
Like that?
Yeah.
Harbor Pier leasing strategy for opportunity sites in harbor
In pier area.
and pier area. Okay. Okay, so I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Update for Coastal with design and implementation.
permanent program.
Can you guys back up a big step and just give us a little more context here?
So we have outdoor dining areas in the Riviera Village in particular that are encroaching on public parking spaces. We've been able to, it's in the coastal zone. We've been able to do that because the coastal commission staff have exempted us through the end of the calendar year for complying with the no net loss of parking in the coastal zone. We've had a recent conversation with their staff to determine if we could, to Ted's point earlier, permitize, which, by the way, he said is in the Urban Dictionary. I think everything's in the Urban Dictionary now, but, so that, I think what Nils is after is what's the next logical step there
Yeah, so
on that.
we met with Coastal Commission last week, so we'll be working on what we want to propose for, they gave us a few different options on whether it's a full local coastal program amendment or if it's actually a coastal development permit, so we're going to work through that, and I think that makes sense the next 6 months, right? So that we would have to have this in place.
So what do you think, report to the council?
Yeah, report to council, including,
We want the council's, we'll report to council, but also get council's direction
Yeah, it could be consideration
on
of-
any applications to Coastal Commission.
because we'll also need to include the paver program too. We have 350 grand sitting there for a contract.
That'll be more design under public infrastructure, probably design of,
that's fine.
that next
All right.
step.
That'd be like the next step.
That's more of a CIP
Okay.
thing, I think.
Does this capture it well enough?
With the outdoor dining parklets.
Right, this is the parklets, right?
Parklets.
And this is vitalizing core commercial areas, not glamorizing already vitalized commercial areas.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Because a bid does all the work.
Yeah.
You want to know.
Okay, so.
I like my streets paved with gold.
Are there other priorities that council members you have under vitalizing core commercial areas? Okay, going once? Oh, I see a taker.
Lucky 13.
Double vitalizing.
Yeah, I did have one, and I don't know if this would fold into current item 12, but explore zoning options on Artesia Aviation, ACAP, for increasing where appropriate, building height, allowing rooftop dining, and mixed-use commercial retail restaurant space. So that's kind of the concept when you think of Artesia Aviation. Can we increase, should we increase building height? Should we allow rooftop dining? And is there a way to encourage mixed-use commercial retail restaurant? Because when, as
when there's commercial, that could feed into the restaurant, it could feed into the retail, it could increase business, it could attract people in. So that's the concept, how to capture that on an action item without overloading you and staff is kind of the
Is a thought. Yeah, so the first question I have is, as we've studied the ACAP, what are preferred uses, how much of what Scott just mentioned is covered in that current review, or is any of it? I'm hoping some of it is, but maybe it's not.
There are a couple things that are incorporated. One is the restaurants will be that preferred use. So it's really moving it so that it's, instead of everything having to go to CUP, if it's more than 2,000 square feet, it would go for administrative. The other is for office. Right now, the office space can only be on a second floor. So it's like, how do you mix that? So they're allowed to have multiple tenant spaces that could have that mix of uses. You'll want to like maybe just double check that. Yeah.
And what about rooftop dining? I thought that was
Rooftop dining is not a part of what we're reviewing right now.
I don't think that would impact for like the FAR, but it may be something that you'll want to look at, like, because we have to get moving on the zone. I'm just like, oh gosh, what do we have to do for the zoning? I don't think this would be on the bigger picture zoning because I don't think it's going to make that impact because it's not changing the FAR for the EIR of our.
And it's not changing the general uses, right, that are being explored?
Right, it's not changing the uses.
Is mixed use being studied now on Artesia or not?
It's just commercial. So like commercial allows for, we actually saw an application at Planning Commission last week that talked about like a vet office that's in a multi-retail, strip mall space. So it's like those different, that has restaurants in it. So there are a variety of uses that could be in that commercial district.
Okay.
Thank you. And would that include commercial on the first level, restaurant space on the top level with rooftop?
They could. They could locate it the way that they would want to. I think the big thing is whether or not you want to add allowing roof decks.
Yeah, it'd be a matter of studying, considering.
The dining decks, yeah.
I'd be open to a dining deck discussion. I'm not so keen on increasing the height from 2 stories because a lot of these lots are like, they don't extend all the way to Vanderbilt or to Matthews, and so they're sharing that block with residential right next to residential, and you wouldn't want a tower popping up right next to you. If you take a look at the Montecito, which is further down west on Artesia Boulevard, that's a really tall tower that got built, and it casts a huge shadow on the residents there. So since I represent the residents on the south side of Matthews and the residents on the south side of Vanderbilt, I would not want to increase above 2, and that's something to restrict.
Maybe.
But I do like the dining decks idea.
And the one thing we don't want to do is slow down the current work effort, right? We want to see that implemented. So maybe what we do is we expand the report back to council on the initial FAR adjustment study to describe next steps perhaps for preferred uses beyond that first implementation. Because theoretically, we could then expand the contract with Rincon or whomever to look at rooftop dining as an additional use, right? But we don't want to add that now, because if we expand the scope, we're renoticing, we're slowing everything down, right?
Maybe that's part of the work.
So Mike, are you thinking about having this under number 2 then?
No, it's not. Well, that's the big one.
Under 1?
It might be after that, the first one.
As a new objective?
Well, as a discussion, as part of the discussion back, and it would be discussion for follow-up preferred use analysis beyond the current study, because that's not just a FAR adjustment study. That's also how it's preferred uses. It's implementation of preferred uses.
This is a text amendment.
Yeah, so we need to expand that title a little bit, Eric, to say ACAP implementation, FAR adjustment study, and FAR adjustment and ACAP implementation study. Because I thought rooftop dining was contemplated in the ACAP, was it not? Or maybe not in the study.
I don't think so.
God, I thought it was mentioned.
So that people weren't thinking about it.
Maybe it wasn't
So
there.
can I just say that then, as part of discussion, conduct use analysis to include rooftop dining?
Yeah.
Decks?
Conduct use and as a follow-up item, discussion regarding follow-up items
or further now, or follow-up assessment, call it follow-up, conduct a follow-up analysis to include rooftop decks and dining. Because we don't want to affect the current analysis. That's got to conclude.
Gotcha.
This would be a separate item.
Well, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to thank you very much, Councilmember. So I'm going to taking off the mixed-use thing I started to draft down here.
Yeah, that's covered, I think.
And with that, do we feel like we've gotten to the end of the road on our city's priorities to vitalize core commercial areas?
We're at 13.
There can be no more than 13, right?
Good.
That's the magic number.
All right.
Secret pact. Okay, should we go on to one more before we break?
Yeah, let's get one more.
Everyone will stand up for 1 minute and just stretch and go, you know, just take a quick stretch.
2 seconds. No walking away, though.
No walking away, yeah.
Yeah, probably should, huh? 8 o'clock?
Yeah. I like that here, 6.
My kids are in high town, so like, I'm gonna do it.
I'm very jealous.
Yeah. That was quick.
Yes.
We're going to break for food here in a little bit anyway.
Okay, we're going to talk about goal 3, environmental.
It was,
They all turned off.
it was presented, and there was specific, I think, follow-up direction on the preparation of certain signage, right? We're in implementation mode, I think. Correct, Ed?
Do we need to have this item? Do we want to just follow up?
And you're clear on implementation? Yeah. Okay, I think we're good.
Great presentation.
Just take this one off?
Yep.
Okay.
Tree ordinance is done.
Shall we consider this one deleted?
Yep.
Okay. Plastic waste.
There's no more plastic waste in the city. It's eradicated.
Wait, hold on. Actually, on plastic waste,
And that was not listed in the list of accomplishments.
the city attorney was going to come back with a discussion about whether we could prohibit even stores using, the big box retailers using the thick bags.
that is coming
Whether it
back.
was preempted by state law. It slipped through the crack because one of his associate attorneys left the city. And then he was going to follow up on it, but then he never did.
Yeah, no, that is going to come back. So there is a follow-up. So Eric, just right.
Follow-up?
It was
Whether big box, whether we can prohibit, or a discussion about whether we can prohibit the use of those super thick plastic.
Yeah, the
bags,
multi-use plastic bags.
Reusable
Yeah.
plastic bags.
We'll wordsmith it.
This is basically the idea, right? So white sea bass
White sea
program.
bass. They're built, they're
On
done.
the dinner plate, ready to go.
They've all been caught.
They've all been cut, at least. That's report's been done, I think implementation phase, correct? Yeah. All right, so we can take it off.
Nice. Oh, yeah, we approved that.
Environmental advisory body.
Yep. That's
Done.
approved, changed.
Done.
Yeah.
Public Works and Sustainability Commission.
Suddenly.
Native plantings.
Now we know why the earth has been cold.
Native plantings, this one is in motion, yeah, there is, well, there is a specific follow-up associated with the project itself.
I thought
So
we did all this.
I'd like to add to that.
Go.
If we could have a discussion about requiring pollinator fountains at new developments. Pollinator fountains. So a pollinator fountain, I could pull up I could show you mine that I took this morning at my place. But if you got to see Quantum Matrix, did you guys see that? Okay, they had a huge pollinator fountain, but it could be anything that's dispersing. It's like maybe $1,000 on a new development, but it's dispersing water out. It gets recaptured and recycled through. And so the example given by Mike Garcia of EnviroScape is if you go to a restaurant and you're eating and they don't give you water, what are you going to do? You're going to ask for water. Well, the same is true for all our pollinators, our birds, our bugs, our bees. When they're eating at the plants, they need a water source. And we can attract more of these, more monarch butterflies, more of these species to our community if we promote the presence of fresh water. And it's not an expensive thing. It's also a beautiful, delightful sound, as Councilmember Barrett pointed out, when he took a moment of silence during the dedication of his garden on Friday. And he's like, just listen to it. And you really could listen to the water streaming.
Okay.
It's awesome. All right, sorry.
So,
Can we have that discussion?
in terms of forcing this to happen with a city ordinance?
So it's as a condition
city-
of your new development, if you got outdoor space, you got to plant vegetation, right? We're putting in regulation as to what kind of trees you can plant, what kind of trees you can't plant, and so on and so forth, requiring this. Now,
I think have this idea go to start at the planning commission level, rather than have it come from us. If you want to do this, I mean, this is a big ask.
Water access, do they need?
This would,
Yeah, it's recirculating water.
so this would be a development ordinance change, right? It
Yeah.
would be like a Quimby fee effectively, except it wouldn't just be paying a
Right.
Quimby fee, it would be paying a
Yeah,
Quimby
so
fee
you
and
could
putting in a
go to-
pollinator fountain.
You go to a commission first. There are obviously big advocates for it, but
Right.
I don't think it's a high priority right now, personally.
no, but as far as a strategic plan and environmental planning.
I think that should go to the environmental commission, and they should discuss these type of environmental conditions of improvement.
So maybe not planning, because planning is pretty busy, so what?
Yeah, Public Works and Sustainability Commission.
Yeah.
All right, so the concept here is native planting requirements for
Native planting and pollinator
fountain
fountain
requirements for large,
for new development.
for new development.
In Redondo Beach. So, for example, on a 3-0 lot, it costs $2,000 to put it in my front yard. You split that between all 3 households when it's being built.
That's a lot of
It's
money.
it's like $600 per
Not when you're spending
townhouse, right? Yeah. When you're buying your townhouse.
Listen, I don't want to spend much time on this. Let's let the Sustainability Commission deal with it and look at it. They can look at all the native plantings and native birds and the bees and butterflies.
In discussions with the Public Works and Sustainability Commissioner.
Birds and bees eat it more. There you go.
Okay. Turf conversion?
Yeah, that one's
That's done.
done.
Should we take it off?
Yeah.
Can I just make maybe a comment or change
Yeah.
to it? What about a concrete conversion program? Because I'm specifically talking about on Lilienthal, there's a huge median and they have trees there that, can you hear me better now? Okay. Huge median that does have trees, but they're just like,
They're tree wells.
they're tree wells, but the whole median is concrete.
That's probably our median.
Yep. It is
That's what I mean.
Yeah, so.
Can we,
ERR for
yeah? Okay,
cost.
Project-based.
got it.
Yeah, it would be a budget response report. You could specifically ask us to provide costs for
For that.
adding more tree plantings in that specific median.
Okay.
If I may, I think what you're asking for is the removal of the concrete and
Concrete.
conversion into landscaping.
To
right?
landscaping,
Yeah.
yeah, totally.
Okay.
And then you'll lobby for that money in the budget.
Pollinator.
So do we want to
I'll
include
fight
that
you
as an
for your
objective
pollinator
here?
No, we'll do a budget response.
Great.
We'll do a budget
Pollinator
response report. We can
requirements.
pull that off.
Okay, so we won't include it here, but we know now that you're going to be lobbying for that.
It'll be a VRR.
Okay, so this turf conversion one can go?
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
So we've hit a wall on tree plantings. We've been badgering SCE. We thought we had maybe some daylight at the end of the tunnel, and it's been closed again. So we're going to have to decide how aggressive we want to be with Edison's response to planting trees along the bike path. So.
Yeah, it's been a pretty significant challenge in dealing with Edison. As the landlord, to have anything vertical up there, specifically trees, they wanted us to stay away and almost at the edges of the right-of-way, which does not serve any purpose for us whatsoever.
You want to speak to Councilmember Barron, because he had some questions about what SCE would let us do versus not.
Let me give you a hint. They would love a desert.
DG.
Hard rock. That's
Mike,
what they love.
even the DG, it's got to be from the source that they've already environmentally cleared. Yeah, otherwise it's going to have to go through some environmental testing before they'll approve it.
For God's sake.
Okay, so, there you go.
So, Councilmember Barron had questions about vertical structures like play equipment or exercise equipment and some other things. I don't know, Scott, did you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, you stated it, Mike. I understand we're working with a third-party agency, SCE. They own the property. That can be difficult. Whether it's more greenery, whether it's limited, I'm sensitive to the staff time that would be required to maintain any new greenery, trees or otherwise. A little exercise equipment in strategic areas along there. Anything we can do to help improve the experience and take advantage of what really is an amenity for our city, the bike path, working with SCE on that would be great. So I don't know the path forward, the best way to continue the conversation with them, if there's a different approach to take, if you will, but I'm all ears on it.
I mean, it's really it's enhancing the SCE right-of-way property, right? For a variety of potential amenities. And it's Edison we're fighting. And so we have to decide, do we want to, I think, be more aggressive and then take the conversation perhaps to the CEO's office. That still may not net us what we hope, but I think we ought to probably have something that stays on here, Eric, and we'll craft. It won't just be tree
about the
planting.
bike path more than about
Yeah,
tree planting?
it's really enhancing the North Redondo Beach bike path right-of-way area or experience.
Yeah.
And it's about figuring out what Edison, I mean, gosh, are you kidding me about DG? I hadn't heard that yet.
Wholeheartedly.
Oh, my God.
Is there anything you'd be kidding with SCE? Everything.
All right. Yeah. Anyway, we'll figure something out, Eric.
Yeah, whatever it may be, and, pickleball, concrete pad, anything, even on a temporary basis, trial basis, would be appreciated.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got that, thank you.
Stadium pickleball courts there would be fantastic.
So are there other things you want to include under Goal 3, council members, Mayor Pro Tem, under environmental sustainability, Councilmember Lowenstein?
Yes. I think investigate the use of electric vehicles for both city vehicles as well as public transit.
The use of what?
Electric vehicles.
Didn't we already do a staff report on this?
Yeah, I thought.
VRR staff report and all that?
Not on public transit, we did.
Oh, not on public transit.
I think it was on.
There's a study coming. There's a study coming on, there's a state law that is forcing us to study the conversion of all transit fleet to electric.
Okay.
I did approach Joyce Rooney on this, and I think it was the recharging time for these buses is the issue. But the transit center is pre-wired, right, for being able to put charging.
There's infrastructure there, but eventually building the charge ports out is more of an operations yard issue as opposed to the transit center. So we've got to do it up top where the maintenance yard is.
I end up talking to the CEO of a company called Indira. He's from Redondo Beach. They're doing these shuttle buses that are electric powered, and they have $1 billion okay from the state to do this and piggyback. So it would be great to discuss this. He wants to get into beach cities transit and some other places.
It would be great to
Oh, good.
have
All right.
shuttles.
So,
Is it next month?
yeah, let's do it then. So public transit, EVs, we could say report back to council on on the results of the transit operation analysis regarding the conversion of the fleet to EV.
Okay.
I would just throw in here, include hydrogen as well, because that's one of the next, there are a lot of companies looking to get into provide filling stations and bus services that work off of hydrogen, and there's a lot of state grants as well.
Yeah. And then maybe and the potential for hydrogen, and the potential for hydrogen vehicles at the end of that, Eric. Because I think I'm not sure the studies, it's just EV.
Like
So,
Zeppelins.
well, we could add to that.
What? Okay. Good one. Anything else you want to think about here? Yes, Councilmember.
New objective, hopefully, if there's support for it, to expand the MOU with SBPC to include redoing the river and pond at Wilderness Park. I went there on Earth Day, and it's a greenish pond, and that's after they dumped out all the water and put in new water, and the river is dry. So it would be great if we had a recycling system that was filtering and the like, which we don't have there. We had already allocated $250,000 for it 2 years ago. It's still sitting there. We need to get going on actually, providing this freshwater source for the pollinators.
This Wilderness Park, is that what you said? Yes. Expand MOU to enhance the pond at Wilderness Park.
It's expand MOU with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy.
They talked about a master plan.
Yeah.
So are you hearing that they are willing to
Put in the effort?
Do the work or
Yeah, the
contract
work.
somebody, consult
Yeah.
with somebody to do it? Yes, they will. That's what they say.
They're motivated.
So is this basically what we want to say here?
Being less than 250.
Yeah.
Do we feel like this has got sufficient support amongst council members?
I would think so.
I'm seeing nods.
Straw poll.
Yeah.
All right. A laudable goal. Yes?
Do we have anything
As long as
that
the MOU
is-
doesn't include Mike Klein doing all the work.
No. We're thinking Mike Garcia.
Because the last MOU included a lot of Mike Klein's time. So
Yeah,
I want to
I
make
know.
sure this MOU is,
Yes.
okay.
Do we have anything about, exploring alternative energy sources? I spoke with a company, Eco Wave Power, about installing some kind of like buoy systems along our breakwater that would generate power to maybe like 15,000 houses. Just maybe exploring some alternative
So,
things that are.
Tidal generation.
I'm up for a discussion on that, including solar for that matter. I mean, I haven't heard of the city really deploying solar much, and it seems like we got a lot of buildings.
We did a study on it.
We did a study on
It's
it.
been 4 or 5 years now, I think.
I mean,
When John LaRock was here.
Does it make less sense for the city to incorporate solar because you're not getting tax incentives for it?
It does. It got less helpful, and it
Okay.
the most fruitful place to put it was to put it in the parking lot, but the parking lot ultimately is used by vertical structures like Springfest, and, you put a bunch of canopies over it, you struggle. You could put them on the perimeter.
Transit center, for example, is a huge, huge area that could have
Yeah. Good.
a lot of solar there.
And Mike, just to add to that, part of that report was a lot of our roof structures themselves were in need of replacement. So we figured solar shouldn't drive the roof replacement, but today, as we move forward with any roofs to be replaced, we're having a structural engineer look at that, give us recommendations for potential upgrades so that we can make sure we can take the load of the new solar equipment and then any pathways to get down into that.
Yeah, I do remember it being mostly roofs was the advised action.
So, yeah, if we could have a discussion on it at some point, maybe within 6 months. Sound right?
Okay.
So, and do we want to limit it to tidal generation and solar generation?
Don't have a whole lot of land for wind farms, right?
Pedal power? That's good.
Okay. Just curious, wanted to make sure that we're.
Oh, we have oil, actually, we can drill for.
Bite your tongue.
Okay.
Been there before.
Anything else that you wanted to consider here?
Are we still interested in an EIFD, or are we not that interested in one right now? Okay.
That'll come out naturally through, I think, options. I mean, it's premature because we got to get by litigation
Not
first.
really under.
The green
Okay.
one?
It's the same issues.
Okay.
So the mayor wanted us to in the conversation this morning, he wanted us to allocate money if we needed to assert
have
our
to.
interest in the bankruptcy proceeding. Do we need to do
That's
that?
a budget
Yeah.
action,
Yeah.
we'll do a BRR on that, or a
Okay.
budget motion, so I
All right.
talked to Bill about that as well
Cool.
today, so
Thanks.
that's okay.
Anything else?
I got nothing else.
Nope. Council members, nothing else on this one? All right. So we've gotten through 3 of our 6 goals. I smell dinner. Is that something we want to stop for now, or do you want to try to get
Yeah,
one
quick
more in
break
our
now,
belts?
but let's make it like a 20-minute dinner break.
20 minutes and we'll set a timer.
Do we want to come back with food here if we want to sit down and keep working, or we want to actually break for dinner?
Let's break and eat and then just come back.
And if we need to finish up eating in place.
Yeah.
Okay.
We should be able to get the last 3 goals done in 50 minutes, I think.
Okay, 20 minutes.
Oh, boy.
Unless you come up with ideas.
I've got matches and I've got torches,
Oil can.
bulldozers. Yes, sir.
I was got a message a text about PCH.
Oh, I
Okay.
Sound check. Sound check. Just try to do a sound check.
I mean, I could get like a speaker and see if it comes across.
Do you want?
Sound check. Sound check. Sound check.
Cheryl, if you can hear me, try it again, please.
Sound check. Sound check. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. Thank you so much.
All right, no problem.
Oh, they're just turned on now. Now my mic is working, yeah. Mic power, the battery in the bank is.
Oh, here.
So I think mine is working now, though. It's okay.
This is fully charged.
Quit on you though if it's.
This is fully charged.
It's fully charged, okay.
So I'll be happy to change places with you.
Thank you very much.
Let's go.
Okay, we're going to get started, folks. We're going to look at goal 4. Where's Paige? Todd?
Can I steal one of the
Mike?
auxiliary mics? No, you can have that one.
The big one?
I'll take that one.
All right, goal 4, invest in the city's infrastructure. So we have goals 4, 5, and 6 to go. Quick flyover of goal 4.
Excuse me, we need to do roll call.
Oh, we need to do roll call, okay, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Absolutely.
$10.
Councilmember Kulijarovic. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
We're here.
Councilmember Behrens.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Manheim.
Here.
And I'll note the time that Councilmember Lowenstein returns.
All right.
Goal 4, invest in the city's infrastructure. The first one we have here is the infrastructure bond. Exploring options and providing a report on the bond process and possible uses of bond proceeds.
Yeah, I think we should retain this. It really comes down to this being the potential fiscal agent for serious capital investment, particularly in civic center facilities and the larger items. So, but what is missing here is kind of an identification, prioritization of the capital projects that the council wants to focus on and prioritize. So this needs to be just more than the infrastructure bond. It needs to be an identification of the priority facilities and in a discussion of capital financing options that the city could utilize to pursue that reinvestment. It's not just an infrastructure bond, it's really beyond that, because a bond is a basic instrument. There are other instruments that I think are going to need to at least explore and analyze as options, depending on the level of fiscal commitment.
So can I make a comment on that?
Yes.
Can we, in order to have that discussion, I agree with the city manager that we need to have that discussion, but we need an idea of what the costs are going to be for these capital projects, as well as what's the total amount that we have to allocate. And I know that on the capital CIP list or plan, there's these estimates for a new police department that's $30 million or $20 million, and firehouses that are 15 million and 20 million, but there's also a less expensive way of building modular departments and the like that other cities across America use. So if we could get comprehensive kind of BRRs going into that discussion, not necessarily for budget time, but when we do go into that discussion on the not most expensive method of redoing these structures, that would be helpful.
You're talking about options.
Yeah, options.
And I agree. I think it's sort of a facility, it's an assessment of renovation and replacement costs for civic center facilities. That's part and parcel to this. And we could do that as two separate items. It might be, Eric, that we have one that says, assess the cost of renovating and/or replacing key civic facilities. And then the action item is report to council on those options and costs. And we might be able to do that through a BRR. We might have to do just a single standalone option. And then the second part of that is identify potential capital resources, including an infrastructure bond.
Thank you.
And the cost of those and the fiscal impact of those items. And I think it's in that order. I think the bottom one goes first, and then, because if the goal is ultimately do what I think it is, I mean, we've all have wanted to do this for some time, which is significant reinvestment in our city hall, our police and fire facilities, and our, major community buildings. We need to be realistic about what those costs are and where we're going to identify funds to pay for it, including potentially talking significantly about TOT increases as a prospective source, or, the cost of debt service for our own municipal bond, or potential other options that are out there, including infrastructure financing districts and the like.
I think as part of that, if you could please, if it was the council's wish, to have, as part of that, the bonding capacity and the relative costs associated with the debt service to the capacity.
Which will come with that, the bond.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, right, for every $10 million you borrow, you're looking at whatever, it's going to be $1 million of debt service or whatever it is now.
And that will be a little bit of a moving target, but Cosmot might be able to provide you with
a range,
and an analysis.
Yeah. And we'll play with that wording, Eric.
But I've got it basically in the right order and
Yeah.
basically the right concepts here.
It's renovations and/or replacement of civic buildings, because that's the options that Zane's talking about. There are different strategies available.
Councilmember Barron? Anything?
So should we go on to Seaside Lagoon?
Well, before we do, and I did have an item, Eric, if I may.
please.
And perhaps it is related to this here. A potential Redondo Beach Fire Department facility at the Northrop Grumman site. I know we have a BRR on that. But that could be a possibly a shared cost partnership with Northrop Grumman that wouldn't be completely out of pocket by the city. So when we speak of investing in the city's infrastructure, maybe that's an item that could be coupled with.
We can have a discussion on that. I'm wondering if that is a natural follow-up to whatever we're going to be doing as it pertains to analysis of fire operations as the next step. I mean, is that, we could put a specific line item on there. What is the cost and feasibility of a third or a fourth fire substation, whatever the term of art might be for something that's less than a living quarters, but kind of an equipment apparatus location, something. We could do that. We could absolutely do that. The timing of that, we may want to sequence after you have analyzed the Phase 2 study and received report back from the third-party consultant on.
Is it better to do it that way consecutively as opposed to concurrently, looking at this from a...
Well, I mean, it would be logical to do it sequentially because you have to make those determinations first. I mean, it would be...
Well, okay, I actually disagree, and here's why. Because we have to understand if there is a real dynamic to build a fourth fire station, is what is being asked for. And we have to understand the cost associated with that. Regardless of the size and scope of that station, you can't make one decision thinking you're going to do and forego that, saying we're going to do this next step, but then you actually haven't evaluated that next step. So I would say in this infrastructure bonding, the part of the conversation that needs to be just a high-level ask, understanding if there's a land swap, because we have the land on Artesia or at the old high school, sharing of land for Northrop Grumman, that's the largest component, one of the largest components for our new station. And then to build out a station, what would that look like if there's no living quarters there?
We can certainly run it in parallel. I mean, it's a matter of just timing, and I don't know how quickly we want to conclude the other exercise. If there's no real expediency to that effort.
Because we have to understand the infrastructure upgrades to Fire Station 1, Fire Station 2, and Fire Station 3. Station 1 and Station 2 are falling apart, particularly Station 1. We saw this the other day from the photos of that. It's no small task.
Yeah, that's a little bit easier. I mean, I think providing the analysis on that is a little quicker than us talking about feasibility and talking to Northrop and determining whether or not there's a potential property opportunity and what that might look like and cost. That's a more expansive conversation. So we can run them in parallel. We can do it.
What I'm asking for is this, Mike, is I don't want, staff tends to do a deep level dive on a lot of things. And sometimes we just need to be able to get our heads around the concept of what a fourth station would look like, right? Service area and approximate cost. Nothing's held in stone, but just an approximation of why would we even do it?
Right. So, yeah, and to that point is, if they're not sleeping there, then that means they're providing services, during the day? And is that beneficial because there's traffic during the day so they can access the far north much more quickly that way from deploying from that station versus at night, there's no traffic so they can steamroll through the residential neighborhood all the way up there? Just a basic discussion maybe to help form what kind of response we might get and direct that feedback, and then we can get that maybe?
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking order of magnitude costs, we're not talking, final conversations. We're doing estimates. If we're talking estimates, we certainly can do that. Right. Where it gets a little more challenging is if, I've talked to multiple layers of Northrop Grumman's personnel, and we've got firm commitments and willingness and
have a
that
discussion
kind of
with the chief where he says, look, this is how we could benefit from it. This is what I have in mind, so on and so forth, that kind of thing.
All right, so then let's go back up to that.
I'm adding a new one.
Yeah, fourth fire station, okay, explore potential, order of magnitude costs and benefits of a fourth fire station in
In super uptown.
in upper uptown.
North uptown.
And possibly add, explore potential availability, comma, order of magnitude, because it's a question of availability as well.
Yeah, that's the basic feasibility, explore basic feasibility and potential order of magnitude costs and benefits of a fourth fire station in, uptown. High uptown.
High uptown. Yeah, it's got to be high uptown.
So let's
On
go back
Northrop
up.
Grumman's campus.
Let's go back up to Seaside Lagoon. Select and approve a contract with an aquatic landscape design firm to prepare construction plans.
We contracted a design firm.
So what's the next step here?
Await the results and raise the
No
rest.
further steps.
Yeah, are we gonna have drafts in 6 months? What's our time frame here?
I'd like to be done with the community outreach and come back to council with the 2 design concepts by October.
Okay, well, there we go.
And we need a strategy to raise the rest of the $20 million.
Yes.
Right?
No, we need help.
Yes.
So is the financing part of it, or just the design concepts?
Well, I think they go hand in hand.
Yeah. It's a subsequent step to receiving the design is come up with the money to build. And it's state lands, so it really shouldn't be city money. If it is city money, then it should be reimbursed back to the city.
Yeah. Federal grants as well.
Yeah.
And maybe it'll end up being a state loan. I don't know.
So we happy with just saying what it says there now?
Present final design concept, city council, for the rehabilitation of Seaside Lagoon. Just, you can get construction and specifications out of there.
Okay, everybody good? Veterans Park, library concessionaire?
Yeah, so we released the RFP, we've received proposals, and we're going to try and come back to council with a recommendation.
Probably the next couple months.
Yeah.
So the first part of that was done. Council gave direction on what to include in the RFP. The RFP went out. We got 2 proposers. They were a little light on some of the cultural amenities that the council was interested in seeing. They've reworked their concepts a bit.
Both of them
Working
have?
with them too.
Both of them are.
So you guys haven't chosen,
No, you guys are going to make the selection. We're going to give you a recommendation based on the feedback we've received from them, but we'll have that formal discussion here in the next
can
couple
we
months.
have them both give a real presentation too? Not,
Yeah.
hey, here's a recommendation in there, then the other people don't show up?
Yeah, absolutely. No, we'll have them both there. I mean, our
Okay.
plans for them to, both be.
Well,
available.
I want to make sure both get given a chance to give a real presentation, because sometimes when you make a recommendation, it's just the one shows up.
Yeah. No, they'll both be.
Okay.
They'll both be made aware of.
I was there this last weekend, there was a movie shoot, and it's an absolutely fantastic location.
Oh, yeah. It's
So-
an amazing spot.
Yeah. So that's why we signed the art
Yeah, they're just not ready yet.
Okay.
These proposals aren't fully baked, so.
So moving on to Aviation Park, provide a report on short and long-term improvements.
Yeah, that one's completed.
They got new turf, right?
It's completed, but so is there another next step?
It's coming, it's flowing through the capital process. I don't think we need to do a follow-up here.
So we can just delete this one then?
Yeah, that one can come out.
This one's done.
This wasn't reported on our thing, this was a major deal. Finished in January.
What's that?
The Aviation Park.
Yeah, he threw it on.
Green,
Turf,
yeah.
I'm
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Oh.
he did. He covered.
We have ribbon cutting ceremony. Put that on the plan.
Okay, so CIP prioritization. So this goes a little bit back to the.
Provide that CIP.
So, yeah, they provided a list, an updated list, and I don't have a website we can go to look at it. But part of the CIP prioritization now needs to get part of the council getting in here and saying, look, where are we with this? And
Let's move this up. This
what's-
is a priority.
Well,
Is that
I'd
possible?
love to have that
Or-
conversation. That's really got to flow through the capital budget. I mean, we've got to talk about that very specifically. Let's make that a focal point of the capital budget approval.
I would, yeah.
Because, I mean, as we all know, 120 projects aren't going to get done in a single year. And we're going to get 20 done maybe, and maybe we design another 15.
When do our charter amendments take effect?
They just took effect.
Nice, congratulations.
Did you get a picture of yourself, Secretary of State, with a stamp? You did? Yeah, let us know, we'll send everyone, so we can set Public Works free out to doing the changes that need to get changed.
It will help significantly with
Okay.
maintenance items, for sure.
Perfect.
So do we need to say anything more than what we say here about CIP prioritization?
It really needs to flow through the budget discussion. I mean, we've done this was a list of
So
all
it's-
the projects. We'll make sure that as we talk about the list that was provided, we'll have a conversation at our June hearing dedicated to the capital budget that speaks to what projects we want to include as priority.
Do we want to keep it here just so we have it flagged here as identify priorities for capital projects in June meeting?
I mean, we can. I mean, it's just going to be, it'll be the
No.
second June hearing. I mean, it's just
It's
part
all
of the
budget, so can we, it sounds like people want to just take it out. Mayor Pro Tem,
I think we could take it off, because it's going to come back regardless, part of the second meeting in June for the CIP discussion.
okay, done. King Harbor Amenities Plan.
Yeah, that one's done, approved.
Also done, nothing else to do.
built everything.
It's all finished and built
Yeah, it was
out.
down there today, things
Yeah.
were painted.
But what is the next?
Got rid of the sport fishing pier, that was the only
There's
goal.
no sports fishing pier? All right.
What's our next step here? Is there
Well,
some aspect of it we're going to be?
I have a proposal in there, and that's really to focus on the public boat launch at this point.
Yes.
You know, Seaside Lagoon's priority 1A, public boat launch is 1B. We did kind of find money from DBAW, Department of Boating and Waterways, which is going to pay for the permitting and construction, but we are responsible for the design and the entitlements. So we have 400 grand in the existing CIP project for relocation of the boat launch, which is a bad title from a previous CIP list. But I'd like to use that 400 grand to get into contract with an engineering firm to do the traffic study, to do the parking study, to do the demand study, and to take it through entitlements.
The 400 grand is money allocated by the city council or money that you got from outside?
Allocated by the city council
Yeah, that's
for
part of the
relocation of the boat launch,
Okay, got it.
which, that was years ago.
You might remember when we moved money around to implement the sport fishing pier demolition, we left $400,000 in the one account to
Got it.
provide for the feasibility work needed for the boat launch, because that's the next logical step.
Yeah, so I'd like to get into contract with an engineering firm in the next 6 months or so.
So this one, Eric, isn't King Harbor Amenities Plan, it's specifically boat launch pre-design work.
Pre-design work.
What else should be priorities there?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to add more to this list, we should do specific objectives for the other amenities.
Okay.
So and is it just like focus on the design and construction of a new public launch?
No, it's not
Contract
that.
and design.
It's-
Yeah, get
it's
into
to-
contract with a consultant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Recommend a contract with a consultant to perform feasibility and traffic circulation, parking
Traffic
analysis.
circulation, parking, demand, yeah.
Do we need to do CEQA on a boat ramp?
Some level of it.
Yeah.
It's a new location for the boat
Oh,
launch,
we'll have
right?
permitting, we'll
Yeah.
have environmental
Coastal,
studies.
Because the old location was.
It's like we want to
different.
provide an environmental amenity, but you need to do environmental impact.
That environmental amenity will affect the
Yes,
environment.
exactly.
Affect my lobsters.
But I do have actually two things to add.
Yeah. Okay, so let me just keep on going through here before we jump to those, if I can, council member. Undergrounding utilities.
We got the report.
Yeah,
So we're done with this
It's-
one?
It's bleak.
It's super expensive.
Okay. Repainting of traffic signals.
We can get that report, actually.
That was going to be one of our BRRs at mid-year, but mid-year sort of was a little more elusive and extended. We do have pricing, and we can still present it as a BRR as we come through the budget, but essentially, you're looking at anywhere from 15 to 20,000 per intersection to do so.
So when we get the BR for budget time, we
Yeah.
can.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm going to remove this one then. Okay, so we have the fourth fire station, so now Councilmember Lowenstein.
Oh, thank you. So, two things. One is we already have money allocated for Moonstone Park. We said that was low-hanging fruit. What do we do with it?
It's, well.
Is it low down on the priority list?
Under the amenities plan. Well, it's short-term on the amenities plan, but that means 5 years, right? That's what short-term means on the amenities plan. There is money kind of dedicated to it. I will say, I'm exploring funding opportunities, and there's grant opportunities for it.
Money there, though, already.
Yeah, there's money.
It's been there since 2011, 2012?
But my point is, if we can find grant money, which is available, that I can't find for Seaside Lagoon, we can move the money that we have sitting there to Seaside Lagoon.
Looking at the harbor.
Well, so here's the challenge from a workflow perspective, because what's not on this right now, and we're also doing, is the Waterfront Education Center.
Right.
That's in design as well, so.
That needs to be put on here.
Which we need.
I was gonna put on there.
Yeah, we need to add an objective to that, that's in motion, but the reality is, I don't think we can realistically move 4 designs at the same time. So.
Okay, so it's shelved. That's more of a priority,
It's
right?
fourth on the list as I see it, right? You've got Lagoon, Boat Ramp, Waterfront Education Center, and then Moonstone.
Okay, well,
I would love to say we could do them all, but I don't think we
I think
can.
Moonstone's gonna be fifth, because I think sea level rise and the International Boardwalk
right.
is big time.
Yep.
That's gonna take a long time to do, and we need to look at financing for that. So.
I hate to put Moonstone on the back burner, but
Sorry to interrupt. And Lanakila, C3, C4?
The zoning?
No, they are, sorry, they're 501c3, 501c4. What are they?
Sure.
Is there any way we can utilize them if they have the skill set or ability to
Raise money.
Build a boat.
either raise money for that project and or engage in
The design work is going to have to be provided by the governmental agency. I mean, this full permitting, it's Army Corps, it's.
Okay.
Coastal.
Oh, yeah, Army Corps, okay.
It's not something we can.
Okay,
outsource.
never mind.
So I hear Waterfront Education Center is the next priority we should talk about.
Well, sea level rise.
Well, sea level rise
and
is-
International Boardwalk.
So sea level rise, we have another grant opportunity that we're seeking that is available. It's non-competitive, but it'll essentially pay for a master plan for sea level rise, where we look at a parcel by parcel analysis of what needs to be done, whether that means elevating pad levels, retreating, or building taller walls. What that'll do is it'll tell future development projects exactly what they have to do when they're designing, redoing, Rubies are on the rocks or whatever, International Boardwalk as an example. But the more important thing is that with that master plan in place, it unlocks a lot of federal grant money related to sea level rise. And that's why it's a priority, and that's why I want to go after it.
Strike while the iron's hot,
Right.
because that money's out there.
And it's also, and it's really, it's the prerequisite to any infrastructure action we're going to
Can
get.
we include specifically in there funding for reconstructing break wall or improving, rehabilitating the break
I
wall?
was gonna raise that as a separate issue.
A little bit different.
It's a little different, and we need to keep break wall as its own action, because
Okay.
break wall is technically not our amenity, it's the Army Corps'.
Is it?
It's Army
ours.
Corps. No, only the new extended version is ours.
So at the very
How do
tip.
you call the Army
Right.
Corps to come back and fix and repair it?
That's what we're working on. So
Okay.
we have made
So we need
outreach.
to have a discussion on
Yeah.
that.
So let's stick with sea level rise for a second. So is that enough to say here, develop master plan?
I'd like to make sure that we address Basin 3 in particular, and International Boardwalk.
Where do you have Basin 3 projects going on?
No, I don't mean slips, I mean the actual sea line, remember the
Yeah, so
cantilever?
you're talking about the design effort for the pavers specifically there? or you're
Well, and
talking
also
about
the
seawall?
cantilevered seawall area.
So that's going to have to be first in that list.
Sea level rise is
Yeah,
gonna be
because
first.
that's where, we're going to need infrastructure funding to pay for the bigger project. That's a $10 to $15 million lift. So
17 is what I saw.
yeah, I mean, it's huge.
The
Right,
national
so we're going to need that first, so then we can go out. It's basically developing a climate resiliency plan. right?
Exactly.
So it's not just sea level rise, it's preparation of a climate resiliency plan, Eric. That's really the next study. And that's prerequisite to all the other infrastructure requests we want to make to the feds.
Okay.
I think Boardwalk's the first thing that gets done with that, ideally.
Okay.
But that has to happen first, and the 6 months is going to go by fast.
Okay, that's cool.
Was it really establish a climate resiliency
It's
plan?
prepare a climate resiliency plan.
Yeah.
It's not sea level rise, it's
No, you're right. It's
The
climate
title is
resiliency
Prepare
master
a Climate
plan,
Resiliency
But I think, with short-term, what we're talking about right now, we're not going to finish that in the next 6
No.
months. I'd like to obtain the grant funding and then go pursue an engineering firm and get them under contract.
That's the first
That's
step.
kind of what I want here,
Okay.
if that's okay with everybody else.
Yeah, it's good with me.
So it's first, it's pursue grant funding and hire an engineering firm to prepare.
I don't even know how many engineering firms do this kind of work.
There's got to be.
Probably the same three.
Yeah, right.
Stuff.
Nichols,
Yeah.
whoever. And is the engineering firm going to do the resiliency plan or the master plan?
They're one and the same.
Okay.
Resiliency plan.
Yeah.
Okay. Oops. Stone Park, we'll wait. It's down on the list.
Yeah, I mean, that's realistically
Understandable.
where it has to be, I think.
Yeah.
It's,
Okay, so what about the Waterfront Education Center?
So it'll be present design options to the city council for consideration.
Right.
At some point.
We're looking at June or July.
We've got explore partnerships.
Including
County partnerships?
prospective partners.
Right.
Seed Foundation's one we're talking to, there's others.
Yeah.
Cool. There's water also, WATER with the county.
The water program, no, they're not, they wouldn't be interested in that.
No?
No.
All right, never mind.
What's happened there?
County employee knows.
Hey, Luke,
I
help
work
me
for
out for 1 second here.
The water
Luke,
program.
I ask you to help me out.
Beaches
for
and
1
Harbors,
second.
actually, it's not fire, it's not on us.
No, it's county.
No, it's, well, it's kind of, it's Beaches and
I see, it
Harbors.
just fired up, it's just expanded up for some reason, I don't know why, but I guess I got it back.
Longer than 7.
Somehow it's like,
Memorial, oh, there we go. The arts on the Esplanade, the benches and memorials.
You want to maximize that window?
Enhances delivery of services or in the invest in city infrastructure?
If it's,
hit the square.
Revamp that program.
that's enhanced city services.
okay, great.
In city services, okay.
Okay, so are there additional things to put on this list?
Yeah, so the mayor requests that we reach out to our representative, Ted Liu, and we request a repair rehabilitation of the break wall.
Yeah, so what this is, so just call this breakwater repair. Are we calling it breakwater or breakwall, Ted, under our? Breakwater is what I thought. All right, breakwater repair. So it's prepare a report for city council consideration. Identifying the breakwater's condition and let's see if I want to do the letter there, prepare. And follow up and recommended follow-up action items.
How are you guys, staff is going to conduct that report, or you got to consult with somebody to do it?
We're going to have to do whatever we can do as quickly as we can do it, get it to you, and then, and what we need to make clear in this too is prepare a report for city council, find that, and recommend follow-up actions with the Army Corps of Engineers and other federal officials or federal authorities.
If you're doing that, are you also going to discuss dredging with them, or you're?
Yeah,
That's a separate one.
Yeah, no, dredging's in motion. Dredging's an active CIP that's
Okay.
that's close.
Should we just let the public know what is the issue with the break wall? Because the mayor said this to me, but I still don't, what's the issue?
So the storms have battered the breakwater, and it's created holes, small and now larger holes inside the breakwater itself. So the more holes that are created, which is basically shifting rocks, boulders,
okay.
sand through the breakwater, the less protected it becomes. It's owned and controlled by the Army Corps of Engineers. It's a federal infrastructure. People think it's a city infrastructure. It is not. We have been trying for years to get them to come out and repair the wall. We've had Army Corps down there walking it with us. We've taken them on boat tours. They've added it to their work list. Prior White House never funded the repair. Current White House has now added it to the appropriations list. So they can now begin working on it. Now it's motivating them, and I think they set aside, we believe, $10 million for the repair. They now need to start action. We've reached out to the Ted Lieu's office, Nicholas Rodriguez, we've scheduled meetings, we're pursuing the Army Corps again. But what really needs to happen here is there needs to be a bit of an elevated sense of urgency, because we're concerned that if this is left unrepaired for another storm season, we could have real problems next year.
Thank you for the explanation.
And the dredging, the harbor dredging falls right in there, because as we talked to them, they identified that as a potential partnership for the city, because they would have had to do access dredging to begin with, which is only partial, and that would have been for them to access the actual breakwater to do the repairs. With the full harbor dredging that we're going to do, it's going to serve both purposes, the dredging that we need for our harbor's functionality, as well as it'll provide that access for the Army Corps to do the work they have to do.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I spoke to Bill about this as well today. It's really, so what ideally will come from that report, that becomes the basis for a letter that we will use to advocate to the various officials.
So here are our objectives now for this goal.
Yeah, no, I know they're falling apart or something.
Recommending the renovations or replacements to buildings, identifying potential capital resources to do so, Seaside Lagoon, Veterans Park, Library, boat launch, fourth fire station, climate resiliency, waterfront education center, and breakwater repair. Councilmember?
So this is an issue I brought up since I landed here. We need rehab of the train bridges in North Redondo Beach. That's Artesia and Grant Avenue. They are so, the one on Grant Avenue is so foul looking. I mean, I'm inclined to pay somebody myself at this point to go paint them, and then pay a muralist to go design art on them. And if I get thrown in jail, I get released real quick, and I'll be back at it in no time.
I'm not so sure. We'll call it art. I'm not so sure. We'll call it art. Okay, Mr. Schwarzenegger, we'll call you art.
No, but we really need to, rehab those, just repaint those train bridges. Even if it's one uniform color, it doesn't matter.
So can we, Ted, just apply for a permit to repaint it ourselves?
We can. It actually has to get permitting from both BNSF as well as Metro. They both own the rights to that. You can't approach it. We can paint the block walls, if you will, that are below it, but to do anything on the bridge itself, we've got to go through some extensive permitting requirements from them. And then obviously when you implement the work, you not only have the traffic to contend with either above or below the tracks, but you've got to contend with the train traffic that's on the bridge.
And I get that, and I got that explanation 2 years ago when I brought it up, but we still have not done anything about it and made zero progress on this. So this is where North Redondo feels neglected, where it's just like, we do a million things down, we'll redesign a whole Seaside Lagoon, but we cannot paint a freaking train bridge in
We don't own
Redondo.
it. You neglect the fact that we don't actually own it.
Okay, let's just get some paint rods and paint it, for
So the
goodness
step
sake.
would be to apply for a permit. What we could do most quickly is to just offer to repaint it as is. The mural takes it, adds
sure.
another layer to
Sure,
it. So
but just paint-
why don't we
just
say,
paint it.
prepare a application for a permit to repaint the bridge.
And maybe
support
if the bottom half, the support is within our control and we can repaint that, let's just repaint it a uniform color. Thank you.
And I will acquiesce to that, just as long as you do not paint it any type or shade of green.
No plans to paint it green. Why?
Oh, because green line.
Oh, green line.
future Green Line
Okay,
extension.
anything else on this?
I gotta talk to you about Lawndale.
Yes.
I do have one.
Councilmember Happy.
I would love to bring like a scope of service review for our parks. I feel like, we are park poor, but we need to do a better job of maintaining and investing in our parks. I think that we are falling behind, like Manhattan, Hermosa, even Santa Monica. Their parks are pristine, and I think we have a ways to go on that. So I would like to kind of get some review and process on that.
Bring it back?
So, okay.
It would be, I think what she's describing is more of a staff resource to acreage, kind of a benchmark study, kind of like we've done with our other operating departments to determine, are we appropriately resourced? Are we behind our peers in that respect? Are there other it's effectively the type of self-assessment we've done in our other operating departments. We haven't done it for parks.
So we have.
Well, we did
actually.
an inventory list.
We had an inventory list, and we did a conditions report on the inventory list. And when it came back to us in 2018, 19, right in there, 19.
3 years ago.
You're right, 19. We used the same format the county used, and oddly enough, the county did it in 2015, I want to say 14 or 15, and their level of inventory and quality and level service was much different than our level, what we self-assessed as. I have the report, I can send it out to you.
But maybe we shouldn't use the county as.
No, the county said your parks need a significant amount of work. Our report said, yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
So that's the short of the long answer.
The difference, I think the one thing that hasn't been studied is what is our operating resource level as compared to our acreage. And not, our acreage isn't big, but our number of park amenities is. That's the challenge, right? We have multiple parkettes, we have multiple regional parks, we don't have a lot of acreage of any of it.
Right.
But the mobilization time and all the things that go into that.
There is money for the regional parks.
Hold on.
Specifically, I am focused on, North Redondo and District 3. We've got 2 of our playgrounds are boarded up, and they've been boarded up for over a year.
Yeah.
So.
Is that Dominguez Park?
Dominguez and Franklin, and, it's like,
I see
we need to do some more.
So maybe.
I think what you're looking at, the same thing in Alta Vista, same exact thing, with some slides, some other stuff, because of back ordering of equipment, as far as I understand. Ted, you can correct.
Even just the maintenance, we've got wood there that's rotting, we have concrete pillars that are fenced in because they're crumbling, like.
It sounds like we need a status report on parks in District 3 specifically.
Well, no, I think an update on all parks, like from that report, because we had the report, right?
Yeah.
The question, though, is do we want to take it and analyze, we want to do a resource analysis to determine are we appropriately resourced in parks, and do we have an appropriate level of personnel? Or do we want to focus and identify an assessment and conditions report of existing apparatus? I mean, it could be either or both, but it will take some time to prepare.
If you do both, it takes a lot longer. You focus in on what you want, it'll get back to us quicker.
Yeah, that's
I think conditions.
That's what you're looking for. It is
you have conditions in mind, right?
Yeah, I do.
So, should we ask Parks and Recs to look at it and then send us a referral, and then we go over the conditions that are present that need to be fixed at the parks, or should we just bring it to us straight up?
Well, we can do a conditions report. I mean, that's an update of what we did a few years ago and see and how it ultimately flows through our capital plan. I mean, that's really what it becomes about. It's about funding the capital projects. But again, maintaining expectations becomes the bigger issue, right? I mean, we have 17 park services personnel who maintain our facilities. We have over 30 park facility recreational amenities that they have to maintain. There's a limit to how much we can actually implement and change, right? So even if we fund it in the capital program, we may not get to it. That's the other issue.
When are the Dominguez Park improvements coming online?
Plans and specs were just approved. We're out to bid.
The end of the year, isn't it?
Yeah, they should be done in the next 10 to 12 months. So that's Dominguez. There are other things that are going to flow through the capital plan. So I don't know, Ted, you tell me where we're at with our understanding of our facilities and conditions. I mean, all of that lends itself to what we're going to recommend and prioritize in the capital program.
It is, and I think the conditions assessment is going to dictate, or is going to identify to us where the needs are for facility improvements and what have you. But to maintain and preserve that condition that we're talking about, that's a totally different assessment, and
that's the resource.
It's quite different. Right now, when we're just maintaining and preserving the existing, certain facilities and certain elements are just going to age, and they reach that point where their age dictates now capital improvements, no longer just maintenance and normal preservation. Dominguez Park is one of those that it wasn't simple replacement of the existing playgrounds, it was an upgrade to the playgrounds. So we went through the full assessment of what would we like to see? How do we want to combine the existing playground areas? Had they reached the end of their life? Yes, they had. we were unable to purchase any more equipment to replace even some of the individual elements that were damaged. So now we've got a full-blown design. It's integrating a single playground area that's no longer the old. We've gone through that, as Mike said, and the plans and specs are being finalized. Franklin, as an example, we started with trying to just replace the timber members, which we thought that's what was necessary. That was basically the elements up above it. But further assessment identified damage within the columns themselves. And where we reached a point where we determined that that damage is a safety concern, yeah, we have to close that out. Is that something that our normal routine maintenance could have foreseen or identified? Yes, you're going to identify it at some point, but it isn't something that you're going to be able to do with the routine maintenance with the staffing levels that we have. So it becomes a combination of both capital and maintenance staff and operations.
So when was the last time that conditions assessment occurred relative to the parks?
Oh, I think it was, as Councilmember Nierenheim mentioned, or Mayor Pro Tem.
maybe 4 years ago.
About four years ago or so.
I mean, I'm not concerned about this in my district, so if we want to prioritize so we get responses faster, certain districts, like I think Perry Park and Andrews Park are in good shape, through, District 5. Need an assessment over there?
We could make that assessment itself, could be telling in all the parks throughout the city, and we identify where focus may need to be a little bit stronger.
I mean, I would like the parks to be improved as soon as possible, but it sounds like, in me bringing this up is more of an item as a representation of our city, in that we're not maintaining some of our biggest assets. So I kind of want to switch to say, like, maybe not conditions. I think we should do this, the assessment of the parks and the staff that we have to maintain it, because if that's where we're going to fall behind consistently, we're always going to be in the circle. So, I mean, as I'd love to have my park fixed yesterday, but
I will say this, our new policies and procedures that were amended by the charter changes will give us far more tools now to actually make these types of repairs more quickly, because we will no longer have to do formal bidding up to $200,000, which is where a lot of the park stuff ends up falling, between $50,000 and $200,000. So I see us expediting significant repairs. But when we talk about maintenance standards, right, there's structures, and then there's grasscape, trash, painting.
Restrooms.
There's restrooms. There's other things in those parks that isn't physical or structural. It's daily and routine. And that's so when we say we've got concerns about playgrounds that are boarded up, don't like that. Dominguez is awful. We're working on that. Franklin needs to be improved as well. But if we're talking about a conditions analysis of our quality of grass maintenance, or our cleanliness standards, or our other physical aesthetics in our parks as compared to others, that's another evaluation. That's not just a facilities assessment. So it depends on what you mean by, it depends what all of you mean by the conditions of our parks and where we think they're short. I mean, are we talking restrooms? Are we talking, I mean, I know restrooms has been a focus, and we've been improving the regional restrooms. We're in motion on most facilities. So it just depends on what we're trying to accomplish here. If it's about appropriately staffing the Parks Department, that's a different study. If it's addressing priority issues in parks, that's a conditions analysis.
So,
like, from that assessment itself, I think that's when we started to also want to foresee certain play element improvements. Franklin was actually one of the early parks, but we replaced the rubberized surface, if you remember. We felt that the playground equipment itself still had about 5 years to go out there. So we actually removed, and some of the rubberized surfaces had essentially been bubbled or damaged because of tree roots, because of water damage, etc. That rubberized surface was replaced 2 to 3 years ago as part of that capital. The playground area is going to be coming in our capital budget in terms of, is it going to be next year, is it going to be the year after for its replacement? Dominguez, I know we got delayed, especially during COVID, because that was a project that started before COVID. But we are trying to foresee, and I think that's the park assessment, is going to identify a lot of those priorities for you as the council to determine, we should be prioritizing.
Maybe then that's where we just, that's the easiest thing to do. Let's reboot the assessment and bring it back.
And here's why I think it's the best thing, is because you have a significant amount of money coming from Quimby funds from the Galleria. $3.5 million, I want to say, roughly speaking. So while Franklin's in a regional park that could free up CIP funds to move from other parks, other areas to that park, and you get things done faster now with charter changes. So then we can address the long-term changes with staffing and all that stuff.
My point is that
Yep.
this is a reflection of our city, and I think we need to do a better job on that.
100% agreed,
So,
and
I'm with you.
100% agreed, totally on board with what you're saying, been fighting that fight for a while. Just so everyone knows, I emailed the city clerk as well, the council, and Wazanski, and department heads, this LA County Park Assessment from 2016 assessment. Really simple, just open it up, take a look at it, you'll see, and that was 7 years ago. So I think that would be, I think we're arrived at our answer, which is current assessment of the actual park itself.
Yeah, we'll start there. I think that's something that's very easy to grapple with, resource analysis and coverage area and everything else. That's a deeper dive. That's a harder lift.
Am I capturing it correctly? Conduct conditions assessment of cities' parks?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, discussion of repairs essentially, or improvements necessary.
Okay. And is that like bring to council, recommend?
And discussion on prioritization of repair.
Just offhand, something I'd like to get an answer to when we have that discussion is, when you have those little parkettes and the play equipment's faded, is it possible just to repaint the play equipment if it's in good condition? No, that's a no from.
Probably not.
No.
See, that's part of our, candidly, that's part of our problem. We have too many small facilities with too many play equipment structures. We have more than we can manage, honestly. It's great. They're great neighborhood facilities. We can't take them out. Neighbors would freak out. But the reality is, parks, even though we don't have a lot of acreage, is spread way too thin from a facility's structural maintenance standpoint.
Okay,
We're way beyond our capital.
Let's keep moving along. Is there anything else under this category of city infrastructure that we want to talk about tonight, or should we keep moving on?
I did have a few, I'm sorry.
No,
Todd.
go ahead. You first.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We did have Aviation Park on. It's been removed for the reasons we discussed. We did receive a report. Does that mean it's now on the city council and more specifically the subcommittee to take next steps with respect to?
Yeah, the subcommittee will work on sort of exploring the pickleball, the aquatics, some of the, based on the direction we received the other night. But specific aviation park improvement items, painting of the gym, that's in motion. Some additional sidewalk repair was performed after our discussion a couple of weeks ago. Any follow-up capital items will be performed naturally through the CIP.
Okay, thank you.
We don't need, I was going to ask,
Yeah.
do we need to put something on there about the subcommittee and exploring?
We could codify that on here if you want. I mean, that direction's been given.
Yeah, maybe not. What do you think?
I don't put it, yeah.
I had it on my, that's the one thing I was going to mention.
Let's drop it on the list and unless there's strong
So it would
feelings
be-
otherwise.
Eric, it
No?
would be Aviation Park, and what do we describe? Additional, exploration of additional recreational amenities at Aviation Park and/or other prospective sites regarding pickleball and a new aquatics facility.
Yeah, I would say maybe including pickleball. It's not limited to only pickleball.
Yeah, I mean, but those are the two focal points, right? I mean,
They are.
and then if we want, if you want to expand on that
You had
list.
another one, right?
I do, and it is
Okay,
somewhat
go ahead,
related.
go ahead,
but
it's yours, yeah.
Should we, okay. Looks like Eric has that partially in
I think I got
effect.
it good enough, yeah.
All right, the other one is related to a BRR that went through fitness equipment, exercise equipment at Anderson Park and/or Aviation Park. So they're kind of related.
So, to that point,
Please.
we have the National Fitness, NFC, National Fitness group, some of the C. Anyways, they have a program where it's like 80, 90 grand. It's a 40 by 40 pad. Fantastic. Down there in the Veterans Park, I have to use it myself all the time. People get used all the time. People,
Yeah, I had the pleasure of visiting it with Bill Brand recently.
Oh, you gave me a tour, perfect.
Yeah.
So that started, I got the same idea as he did. He used it, and literally like a week or two later, it was the email came into our email box. they have a whole program set up for that. So we don't have to necessarily use our CIP funds for it. So that would be a fantastic use.
What about the new equipment that we got?
So Councilmember Lowenstein got us a donation from, or working on a donation from Murad. And Mike Klein has kind of checked out the equipment. It's great equipment, pristine shape because it's been indoors, even though it's intended for outdoor use. It wouldn't be appropriate for Andrews Park because that's mainly going to be for seniors that live right there at Andrews Park. So we're thinking that one of the, the equipment could go to one of those two, and then we get equipment for the others.
We looked at Dominguez. Dominguez is what we think actually makes the
Dominguez,
most
sorry,
sense.
that's right.
Dominguez
Yes.
makes the most sense for utilization of Murad equipment. We're actually going to bring a staff report back to you to have you memorialize and accept the equipment. Dominguez is likely, it makes sense because we have exercise stations there now that are deficient and can be replaced.
Awesome.
The fitness equipment for Anderson will be a budget response report, I think, and the feasibility of that and the cost to implement that type of equipment at Anderson Park. So we may not have to put it on the strategic plan. We can just bring that as a BRR, but if you want to codify that here, we can. Just say, present a report to City Council for budget discussion regarding the feasibility and cost to install exercise fitness equipment at Anderson Park or Aviation Park.
Yeah, I think that captures it. And I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for helping me visualize the equipment that's currently at Veterans, and for Councilmember Obaji for mentioning the other option.
Which parks are we talking about again? Can you just name them?
Anderson Park and Aviation Park.
Thank you.
And there may be a third option with equipment, Mike, and that's sort of the equipment that's not part of a single structure. And you see those maybe in other parks in other cities where it's, you have one piece of equipment for almost like a treadmill, kind of, what are those things called? But if your staff could explore other fitness equipment opportunities.
Yeah, individual, so standalone or
individual.
individual fitness amenities. So, so they're install fitness equipment, collective or individual. At Anderson Park. It maybe say fitness equipment amenities, collective or individual.
Okay. Councilmember Barrett, anything else?
I did have just two other things, and I'll be quick. Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center, can we do something on the strategic plan for that? The bottom line is, how do we maximize the performance, the potential, and possible additional revenues from the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center? Are there some first steps we can take? Is it a marketing plan? Is there a larger? Please.
Let me interrupt real quick. I know exactly where you're going with this. We had a discussion at council a couple of years ago. I think our city treasurer might remember this, where we had naming rights. I want naming rights. I agree. The infrastructure electronics in there need to be upgraded. I was there just a few months ago for one of the speaker series, and the display projector thing was not working right. Totally agree with you. Did anyone remember, I think it was your predecessor we had the conversation on regarding naming rights and upgrades. Do you remember that?
There was a discussion of using the electronic signage.
Yeah.
When the electronic sign was being replaced, or the idea of having a sponsorship for the Performing Arts Center, but I don't know that there was ever a report done on it.
Yeah, there was a report provided back a few years back. There was not a lot, I can tell you, it was John LaRocque's presentation. There was not a lot of interest in the corporate community. Naming rights have become a more challenging affair. You see it even with the large-scale sports facilities. You see turnover, you see a decreased appreciation and value for it. It was explored. There was talk about it. I think what we will naturally do is provide the budget response report that talks about the P&L for the Performing Arts Center, where we're at from a ongoing revenues and expenditure standpoint, how we performed this year with regards to bookings, which are up. We talk about revenue, we talk about other potential opportunity for revenue, which would include sponsorship. We'll do a BRR on that, and that will allow you to make some decisions. If you want us to revisit the Redondo Beach marketing plan, the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center marketing plan, I think that's maybe better for the strategic plan is, do we want to talk about ways to market and enhance the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center beyond this? This is an infrastructure replacement sort of category. We may want to bring this back to like enhance cities delivery of city services, or move it down the list here to that goal, because this is really about investing in it from a capital standpoint.
From a capital improvement, okay, and there is a distinction there, and thank you for clarifying it.
I thought it was called the Silicon Valley Bank Performing Arts Center, but apparently it didn't.
Yeah.
We did invest $800,000 in repairs 2 years ago in the budget.
And all of them except the seat replacement are done. So all the sound equipment's been replaced, the audiovisual equipment is, the ADA was done, the new carpet's been done. You identified something more recently that we're still working on, which is exit signs.
Yeah.
That's problematic.
Are we out of money?
No,
We still have money left?
money's there for seat replacements. That's coming. That's the next step. So, yeah.
Capital side.
Yeah, no, you put your finger on it, Mike. It'd be maximizing the utility and revenue of the Redondo Beach
Utilization,
Performing.
right, yeah,
And
absolutely.
utilization, and,
But I think we can do that under enhanced city services.
I've moved it down there, so we'll come to it back there, but I can just grab that language you just named.
But just general comment here. We are now at,
Yeah, we need to get going.
we are at, well, I know everyone's trying to get out of here too.
15.
We are getting to a point where we are at staff tilt here with these objectives. I can promise you, after goals 5 and 6,
Yeah, we're
we're going to be at like 60 items here, which is 13 more than we had
Maybe let's
last
do this
time.
for 12 months instead of 6 months?
Well,
To do this again for 12 months?
realistically, it might make sense to think about that,
Yeah,
because
no, I think
we can't get all this done in the next 6 months. I can
Yeah.
tell you that right now.
And I think what's important here is, going back to the point I made you earlier, is,
What's important?
well, not just what's important, but not necessarily deep dives on so much of this stuff. Because we can't talk about this as a council, what strategy we want to take moving forward. All right, we don't need to know Station 4, all the details. We want to, okay, what's the general direction here? What's the general cost?
Yeah.
Have an basic understanding.
Yeah, and to that point, that particular item, Eric, we may want to move down to maintain public safety. That may not be an infrastructure
Yeah.
item as much as it is a safety
Fourth
item.
fire station?
Yeah, that one should go to the next goal, I think.
Okay, but to the point of, let's keep moving along here.
Yeah, that's right.
And we can massage the outcome at the council meeting.
Yeah.
Well, I get the goal here. We'll
Yeah.
get you, we'll reframe
one
that.
question, Mike, we had down on this end, and maybe it's not appropriate for the strategic plan, but we did want to ask, I wanted to ask. It was brought up, the climate and the heavy storms we've had recently have caused real devastation to the streets with respect to potholes, and it's been a mess. So,
You're going to get a pavement management study update. That's,
Okay.
that is actually, didn't we just approve the PMS last week?
Yeah, we just approved
Yeah, you
it.
just hired the consultant last week under consent calendar to do the updated 3-year assessment of street conditions, including alleyways.
Correct. And that'll be coming in the fall.
You'll get that report in the fall. That's in motion.
okay.
Yeah, and it will account for, I mean, it's going to give us an on-the-boots,
Yeah.
real-time conditions report, pavement condition index assigned to every street segment in town.
And pothole repairs, et cetera, continues in the meantime, that's
Yep,
not on hold till
absolutely.
fall?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you.
Access Redondo. Just take a picture of the, I swear, they get to it so quickly. Take a picture of it, upload it, Access
All right,
Redondo.
let's go on.
Okay, so, Councilmember Lowenstein, do you have anything
No,
further
I
here?
think we're saturated.
Councilmember, you okay? Okay, so I'm going to keep moving on. So on to safety.
Starting to sweat here. I'm not sure we're going to be, might lose a few of us in 6 months for this list.
Well, I think it's worth saying out loud that I think you have to come back.
These are
Mike,
huge things.
with a plan that you think is right-sized. One of the beauties of what we've done in the past is you've come back and said, here's what we can get done, here's what we can't get done in the next 6 months.
Well, Zane's got a great point here. I mean,
This is the first meeting, strategic planning for these 2 new council members. I didn't have this for months or maybe a year after I started. So this is a great opportunity to make this is the goals for the next year, actually. If we hit all this stuff, this is gonna be fantastic. So, and we can do this again in a year. I don't know if,
Let's not like hold you to the fire for 6 months, but like, this is a big
a lot of stuff.
overview of everything.
Are you suggesting making it a year-long
Make it
plan as
year-long
opposed to a
plan,
6-month
yeah,
plan?
with all these goals and all this input, sure.
I would agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, 6
That's a fine motion.
Yep.
6 months.
I love it.
Let's load it up.
Let's make it 18 months.
6 months and a day.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so that would be 12 months.
Yeah, that's fine, we can,
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm going back down here
Goal number
to
5.
public safety, goal number 5. So the very first one we've got here is speed limit adjustments.
So is there a follow-up to that? We have to,
Speed limit
I
adjustment?
think we're done with that.
that's the AB 43 response, but aren't we in the process of doing surveys so you can update speeds?
We are, and actually, we've got some surveys that have gone to the Public Works and Sustainability Commission, and they'll be coming to the City Council soon. But the impacts of AB 43 and potential changes or preservation of speed limits, that's already in motion for us, so.
That's done, but I think the thing that the council's going to be most interested in is what do the surveys show? It's provide the report to city council on the results of the speed surveys, right? And then any recommended adjustments to speed limits on various segments, right? That's the next report.
Correct. What you'll see in the report that's going to come to the City Council in the next few weeks is that AB 43 actually did allow us to preserve existing speed limits if geometric and other conditions did not change, and we're going to be making reference to that as one of the means to hold that speed limit without having to go through a council adjustment of those speed limits. So AB 43 essentially, for the time being, I think is done, and you'll be seeing those speed limits coming forward as we continue on with those surveys.
Okay.
So I've adjusted the language here.
Yeah, that's going to be like next month.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So the next one is the county fire study.
that's coming back on the 2nd, so.
Wow, that's fast.
Coming back in the second, meaning?
The contract, the MOU, the reimbursement agreement with the county is going to be back to you next week. And then we've got the results of the request for qualifications from the third-party consultants. That'll come back to you next week. You'll have a chance to evaluate those proposals and finalize the scope of work, which we'll make a recommendation to you on the scope of work. We're going to just give you an assessment of the proposals that were received. You guys can make the choice on that particular firm. So that's May 2nd.
So should we change this in any way, review the proposals?
Well, I mean, it's coming. We should keep something on here, though, I think.
So maybe I can ask you to update this language, Mike?
Yeah. It'll have happened by the time they adopt the plan.
How about response to homelessness?
So we got that report.
And we authorize a dedicated mental.
And, yeah, we authorized mental health clinician, the hiring of one. And I'd
You
like
need to take
I'd like-
follow-up budget action on that, though. Do know that. Like, you directed us to pursue that hiring, but we've got to make some changes to the budget in May.
And I'd also like to have a discussion about expanding the pallet shelter program on certain conditions. Pallet shelter, pallet rather than pilot.
Not pilot, but pallet shelter?
P-A-L-L-E-T.
There you go.
Yep.
So in addition to the pallet shelter program, is there additional information that the council seeks here?
We're going to have to approve the appropriation for the mental health clinician, but that's.
Yeah, we'll give you that
Otherwise,
Isn't-
keep doing what we're doing.
Chief Hoffman, isn't there funding out there to train police officers on mental health? I was talking to a council member, members of the public, for training of police officers on mental health and mental health response.
Yeah, I mean, we could probably use some of the grant funding that we got through the BSCC program that's part of the wellness program, and it talks about all those different things. As far as mental health, that's a pretty broad concept. So we are actively working. We have a whole committee put together on wellness program, and a lot of that will be the way that we interact.
No, mental health for the homeless, not for...
Sure, I understand.
Yeah.
But I think that there would be the ability to apply that as well, because it's all related. So, as far as a specific grant, just for that, I'm not sure. but
Training,
could
I have to go
certainly
find it. Okay, I'll bring it back.
So Eric, it's not a report to council, it's a discussion at council on expanding the pallet shelter program.
Okay. Should we just keep moving on, or is there anything more on homeless?
Nope, good.
Okay, so disaster service workers.
So we started the training, we're updating that program, that's in motion. Isaac's got follow-up work, expanded tabletop exercise with the executive team, right? What else is coming there, Isaac?
Yeah, that's correct. So we are planning some EOC training. We're planning on expanding the CPR depth of training for pediatrics. We're working on ICS, Instant Command System training and opportunities through the FEMA website, so electronic deliveries. And we're also working on expanding our CPR training to other departments, like, for example, community services with their youth program employees.
So I feel like this is, part and parcel now to normal work operations. If there's anything in particular the council wants to see, we're all ears, but.
I would consider this mostly done, but what I'm looking at is the FEMA portal. We lost millions of dollars, and I mean millions of dollars, by not having a FEMA compliant program in place for the recovery of the COVID pandemic. I know county, I know the city, they were all utilizing their DSW workers. Many of the shifts that were being used were then being backfilled by FEMA. Do we have programming in place, documentation in place for all of the many hundreds of pages that are required to get that money back?
So we did maintain ICS documentation during that period of time. So those are things that we can review for the purposes of what you're talking about. And in addition to that, we're working with our Area G Disaster Management Agency Coordinator through County OES to build out a more comprehensive space of what that would look like in the near future to construct that system.
Okay, because I know, like, Culver City set up an incident command system. A whole incident, actually, not command, sorry, a whole incident separately from everything else. And that's where they got their funding from FEMA on that. And I want to make sure we don't miss out on that opportunity again. Granted, the money comes years later, but it's money that, we get back.
Well, and some of it's also how you allocate, deploy resources to.
Right.
Necessarily,
We could have, and we should have, and there's overlapping, and I was blown away by how the county and the city and Culver City, LA City, Culver City, Kelly County, all were are recovering funds, overlapping. So in response.
For services that they were basically shared.
Yes.
Shared
Yeah.
deployment. That's interesting. We should look into that.
So is this a disaster response readiness objective?
I think it's
recovering funds.
It's disaster. It's
fund recovery.
Yeah, it's disaster fund recovery infrastructure.
And what's the action?
I think the action is review internal protocols for
FEMA compliance.
Yeah, for disaster response.
And assess whether we could recover funds still. It's possible we could still recover.
Yeah, we did track all expenses. We just didn't do quite as much allocating as other committees.
Was that good enough like that for now?
We'll wordsmith it. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Okay, good discussion there. How about the Drive Slow Redondo campaign?
It's underway.
It's zooming.
Done.
Done?
Done.
I just sent you an image of one of the banners that's on order,
great.
so we've got the banners, we've been doing the social, you probably saw the social media already, so my opinion is that one could come off unless there's some sort of follow-up.
Yeah, so it's underway. Maybe we assess it after the fact and then kind of figure out a plan for if we want to do it again next year during a season, redeploy the banners and stuff, or.
I don't see why we wouldn't just put the banners up, on a yearly basis.
Yeah, okay.
We're spending money, they're
Cool.
high-quality
All right, we
banners.
can take it off. He showed me the banners they've ordered and stuff, and it's going forward, so, sweet.
Then we have the forestation study there now,
That's the place to put it, yeah.
and that's it for this category.
So I've got one, actually. I've been looking at this for a long time. It now goes, I was kind of figuring out, where I'm going to place it. I've talked to a lot of people about this. And now that we have the county study on the table in place with their proposed actions in the harbor, now that we have a really active harbor commission, what I'd like to propose on here is have a plan to, in the creation, again, well, if it's one of your plan, you can go a little bit deeper, but a creation of a real harbor department and modeled after something like the city of Avalon, where City of Avalon has a full-time staff year-round. They create a larger program in hire on in the summertime for obvious purposes. And then they also do a real harbor department, like in Avalon here. I'll just read to you their text. They have a full-time staff comprised of harbor master, assistant harbor manager, 9 harbor during the summer months. Additional area. Let me find the responsible for assigning of moorings, providing security and enforcement of state and local laws, maintaining a fleet of boats, floats, and structures on the waterfront, administering waterside business permits, and scheduling dock times for commercial passenger vessels. Some of that's going to be somewhat code enforcement related. The purpose here is we have a harbor master position. It hasn't really been dutifully filled, but the harbor department will take care of a lot of issues that have discovered in the last few weeks and months. But more importantly, one of the things the boating community has been asked for is consistency with towing services and slip management and harbor management. A lot of things that we're missing in the harbor is a harbor management. And I think it's important that we look at creating a separate entity, a separate harbor entity department away from what we currently have that's just focused in on the harbor and ties all the services together.
It's a more marine-centric.
Completely marine,
harbor department as opposed to a merged fire safety response.
It would be broken off.
And
it would be the model that Avalon has.
And is the Avalon model, do their assets and leasing occur through their harbor department? Is that asset management part of that? Or is it just operations?
Now, when you say asset management, they have a couple of leases on the Green Pleasure Pier, and then they have the harbor, the moorings that they take care of. They actually take care of their moorings themselves.
So they've got more waterside, probably tidelands related leases.
Yes.
They don't have probably the combination land side and water side. Well, look, we can explore.
Dana Point does similar to what you're saying.
We could explore different harbor/marine management operating models and report back to council.
We should look at, we used to have that 30 years ago. So Harbor Patrol was.
We had
part
a
of
different
the
standalone harbor patrol department.
Harbor Patrol was part of it. They were safety officers. So you should look at what we did and why the city decided to move away from that.
In 99, they moved away from police to fire.
Yeah, but before
that, in the 80s, they went
Harbor Patrol was separate. They got moved from the harbor unit to the police department. And that's why I'm saying look back in time where we had that exact model and see why the city moved away and see if you agree with that movement. But look at our past to see.
Right, I agree, yeah. So include that as part of that.
Yeah, we can do a review.
It's not reinvent the wheel or.
Agree with this.
Councilmember, anything else?
From me, for this item, the answer is no.
Are we on goal 5?
Still on goal 5.
Yeah.
Councilmember Obaji, anything? Sam, do you have anything?
No, I don't. Sorry.
And Councilmember Lowenstein?
Yeah, two potential. One is skate park safety and security. Looking at a report and recommended actions on this.
Sure. Relative to pad 10. I mean, we're not dealing with any issues at Perry Park,
Pier skate park.
Including discussion about whether we can water hose trespassers. Sorry, fire hose trespassers. I just want the rumor to get out so they get scared. So we're not actually.
Eric, pier skate park safety, just to be specific.
Pier Park Safety?
Pier Skate Park.
Yeah.
Skate park, safety and operating regulations.
So what's the action?
Discussion of how we're going to prevent trespassers from using an unauthorized time.
Yeah, report and recommendations.
Yeah, report on safety and operating concerns at the Pier Skate Park and options for enhancing safety regulations.
Pet saltwater
Closing it when
crocodiles.
it's not supposed to be in operation so that they're not making noise. That's the main issue.
Spikes and.
Saltwater crocodiles. And
So this, we built a skate park, Eric. It's very popular, and it's not even fully complete yet, and we are struggling to maintain some level of operating.
Yeah, operation.
Okay.
And then the other one was, and I just wanted to bring this up, I'm not pro or against, Ms. Nafisi's idea about a comprehensive traffic study.
Right, I was going to bring that up, yeah.
So that really will be a budget item. I mean, a comprehensive traffic circulation analysis.
You get a BRR on that?
We can do a BRR.
Let's do there, then we don't, do we even need to put it on?
No, we'll just do a BRR.
Okay,
It'll
that's
be
fine.
Ted.
Then that's it.
It's a big number.
The $1 million number.
I was thinking, that's the first thing I thought of, 7 figures, like, yeah.
It's 7:30.
So council member Parent, did I see you have your hand up? Okay.
I do have an item. So there's a new 988 number that is for mental health that has been rolled out nationwide. The county is using it and having some issues, some success with it. But in looking into this, there was a presentation on San Ramon Valley. They coordinated their fire department, police department, along with local resources about a local response to mental health. We have a lot of resources here in the city that operate independently. So I would like to bring an item that creates some kind of roadmap of how we can respond to mental health crisis in just a mapped response with all of our resources together, whether that's fire, the 988 number, police, Alcove, our school response, all of those things together.
Yeah, so we could do a report on, yeah. So, yeah, report on the preparation of a roadmap for city strategies to address kind of
The response.
unified mental health response. Yeah, we can wordsmith that, Eric, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember, anything else?
No.
Anything else from council members on this goal?
I did have two, Eric.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The first one would be to increase traffic law enforcement and safety on residential streets and work with Chief Hoffman and our police department to find the best way to make that happen. I know we have a BRR in process on.
Yeah, so maybe we can just explore options, because the BRR is specific to the 4 traffic patrol officers. It might be that we want to expand that to include, and alternatives that might help with a response and increased traffic enforcement and safety.
Yeah.
We can go beyond just the concept of hiring 4 additional motors.
So do we want to have an action step around this one?
What we can do is we can expand the BRR to incorporate that exploration as well.
Are you saying, would we be able to keep it here on the?
We can,
strategic?
yeah.
Okay.
So it would just be, prepare a budget response report here, Eric, to discuss options to enhance traffic safety on residential streets.
And consider other alternatives?
Yeah, I think options would be the variety of, so discuss
Okay.
options to enhance. Cost and options. Cost/options.
just for clarification, are you referring mostly to just enforcement, or by options, do you mean like traffic calming measures and other things?
Thank you for asking, Chief Hoffman. So it would be enforcement primarily.
Okay.
And, yeah, focused. And on that note, Eric, if you could revise the beginning to state traffic law enforcement and safety. Okay.
Yep.
And I had another one that I wanted to raise at least for discussion, which would be a study whether to bring in a separate risk manager, notwithstanding the great work that Diane's been doing, separate and apart, to evaluate risks of physical injury in the city to people who come through, but also help insulate us from liability. Okay, so bringing back a separate risk manager studying that, whether through a BRR or additional.
Yeah, it'd be a BRR, so it would be the cost and the prospective cost and benefit of restoring the risk management position in the Human Resources Department.
So, question, if we're insured for, risk exposure, then shouldn't we have also a closed session discussion as to what benefit we could have from taking such action, or whether it would not inure to our economic benefit to engage in that because we're insured and expend the money out of pocket?
We could certainly have that conversation in close as well. If we're talking about that, this would be more what's the role of a risk manager in the organization? How can it potentially be beneficial to mitigating risk? An active risk manager not only evaluates claims and processes claims, but proactively works with operating departments to assess risk and reduce and mitigate risk.
So, to your question of risk, if a claim comes in, we're responsible for first 500,000, and then we're capped at 25 million? How does that work?
So our SIR is $500,000. Then we have layered insurance beyond that and I think we have excess coverage.
30 million now?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we have this discussion, can we have included a analysis from staff as to what our settlement payments have been back when we had a risk prevention person, or is this so long ago it's not exactly in the same dollars as the present day?
I'll tell you what we could do we can add some claims history if you'd like, but I'll provide some background. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm not sure it would be as that particular position was limited in scope. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, so I'd just like to get an understanding at that discussion whether if we have such a person in place, whether that would actually reduce our claims, or whether we're going to get the same number of claims regardless of whether that person is
and we're going to just expend more costs. We're just going to be that to me is the prospective cost benefit discussion, right? Are we going to have the same level of service? I can tell you, there's also the benefit that potentially would be provided to the Human Resources Department, freeing up more of Diane's time and others. There's that reality. But again, like all positions, they come at a structural expense, and it's weighed against other potential structural expenses.
And also the mitigation of the claim does come in, whether it's $1 million claim, it's only a $500,000 claim.
Yeah, the reality is that the risk manager at that point is just going to process those claims. Our response to those claims is going to be much like it would be today, right? With or without a new body. I think what the position would potentially do is take workload off of Diane's plate to allow her to focus on recruitment, retention, and other human resources issues. And potentially, if the risk manager is good at what they do, going out and helping operating departments mitigate their own internal risk and best practices.
Which the previous risk manager had that role in sense of working with Public Works to implement the sidewalk inspection plan, which a lot of it fell on Public Works and a consultant and everything else. But, I mean, there are these outlying things. There's sidewalks, which are a huge risk. I mean, not so much anymore, thanks to Ted. And that one. But there's a lot of things, like working with the departments on the insurance requirements for contracts, which I currently review, all contracts to make sure they have appropriate insurance. So that's the first line of defense if something happens with a contractor. Then there's,
That's true.
just administering the claims. We have a third-party administrator that helps us with that. And so we have a whole process we go through. But I do keep data on all of our claims and what is reserved and what's been paid, and I get monthly reports that I can certainly provide.
Well, that would be good in the
You might be
closed
better
session.
off thinking about other ways of risk transfer rather than bringing on an employee.
Yeah, and there's, you could argue that our third-party administrator could use more oversight, and there's some other things. So it's probably, if this would be it would be prepare a budget response report first, and then where we want to go with that next becomes a matter of budget priority.
Our third party, you just said, our third party administrator, it needs some work, actually, a lot of work. I've heard a few comments on that, so.
It does, and the problem is, that's kind of the proactive work that
Okay,
Diane
we
doesn't
can't
have
get to
capacity
that.
for.
Right, because-
That's the reality. There's
Let's
no
keep moving
bandwidth.
on. Is there anything else the council members have under this category? Any other priorities? Okay, should we move on to, go ahead, please.
Sorry to ask the pleasure of the council to know if this would be for this item or it would be for budget time, but updating the police master fee schedule. The chief isn't here, so I did speak with him about this. We have some revenue negative based on our current fee schedule, services that are being provided. So if there was an opportunity to update our master fee schedule with regard to law enforcement, it would be great for us to take a look at
Can we
that.
add that, please? Discussion updating master fee schedule,
Yeah,
please.
we can do that. It's a budget item. We can.
Or just include it on consent, whatever you want to change.
So is that prepare a BRR on this one, Mike?
It's not a.
No, it'd just be part of it'll just, master fee schedule. Well, yeah, it would come out initially as a BRR, and there would be a recommendation in the fee schedule.
Something like this.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
All right. Onwards.
Are we good? Onward?
Cutting it off.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Enhance the delivery of city services. Okay, we have, how many do we have here? Let's just take a gander. Well, we've got a few. Business permit processes.
Oh, we're working on that. We got that, right?
Yeah, I mean,
This is the one we
it's
got
just
done, right?
implementing. It's
Yeah.
implementing
It's
at this
almost
point.
there, so we can
Yeah.
take it off.
Okay, I'm taking it off.
Yeah.
How about the next one? Residential design standards.
It's in process.
It's in process.
Yeah, we'll just carry that one over.
Yeah.
We'll just
Yeah.
update it to reflect the new timeline.
The deadline is the
Yeah.
end of September, so we have to have it adopted.
Same with inclusionary housing. That's coming to you
Yeah.
in the next couple of months. 2 weeks? Okay.
For discussion, and then
So we just update that one as.
We'll update that, yeah.
Okay.
Update. Cool, next.
Finalize encroachments ordinance for air conditioning.
We did that. We can take that off. Oh my God.
Let's talk more about that.
I think we have a follow-up.
We don't bring the waste. Transition more. I can't hear you. Dog whistles? Transition more city services to online. Provide a report to council on action.
Yeah, we did a report on that. We're rolling on that. That's every day.
Take it off?
Yeah, IT director's going to be busy.
I like what we're doing here. Code of conduct, review the code of conduct.
We didn't
That's
have this,
coming.
did we? Okay. Can I include in there that, well, never mind. We'll deal with it at the hearing. I'll bring the rules of professional courtesy for.
Which one were you going back to,
lawyers is good.
Councilmember Robaji?
Is that?
It's good. I'll just bring it up during the code of conduct.
Code of conduct, review the code of conduct, so is this something we
That
need
wasn't part
to,
of Sunshine, was it?
No.
Separate, that's separate.
So now we're just going to bring back
It's
city
coming.
council for consideration or approval.
Yeah, that's coming, but just put update on there, Eric.
Okay.
We'll that one's coming. The follow-up item to that's coming.
And how about special event and facility reservation process? Done?
Do we have that?
Yep, it's done.
So if we want to rent Seaside Lagoon, you just go online and.
Well, that's being added to class, that's coming next.
Okay.
That's the online, yeah.
Sweet.
So then we have
Rec
the,
Track, now Rec Track, formerly class.
Then we have.
Formerly known as class, now Rec Track.
That was from tonight, right?
Folks, we have Councilmember Barrett's Performing Arts Center next one.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Kobashi.
Two things. First, a discussion over making the after-schools program consistently available for parents. So if you sign up for 1 year, then essentially you're assured that you're going to have it next year and next year. Right.
And then incoming sibling?
Got it, okay.
So I would say, so we
Yes.
call this after-school program expansion.
Reliability.
Policy review.
Policy review and reliability year to year.
Yeah.
Basically, the idea being, people let their babysitters or nannies go, and they put the kids in the after-school program, and then they realize next year they got this angst because they're gonna have to be there exactly at noon to refresh and get into the system and get their kid in. At least that's a complaint I've
It's
gotten.
review policies regarding retention of program participants and the prospective addition of siblings.
Right. And if we need to raise pay for these part-time employees who run the program, then that should also either be part of the budget discussion or this, please.
Yeah, we can talk about
Basically, something like that.
Second thing is, and I saw you sent emails on this, I didn't get to read them, but senior lunches, restoring the senior lunch program. And there seems to be an opportunity to collaborate with Manhattan Beach. They've got it down to $8 a lunch. That might be a little pricey, but whatever.
Ours, I think, recall being at $3.
Yeah, I think ours are at $3 a lunch. So.
I thought the same thing, but
It's on China.
But those, years ago.
Whatever.
Years ago. I mean, there's no way it could be $3.
Yeah, there's no way.
$3 is.
Yeah.
So, but it's an important thing, and obviously seniors everywhere would like to have this, get together and stuff, so. It would be
We'll report
great,
back on-
And work with Manhattan Beach, otherwise pursue it on our own.
I think we're going to be able to do so.
Pre-inflation.
So what's the action here?
The action will be report
Report about relaunching a senior lunch
report to
program.
City Council on implementing or renewing the senior lunch program.
Yeah, and if we do work with another city, then we should alternate where it is, not
Yeah.
just have it at Manhattan Beach, make them come to Perry Park.
Maybe we can alternate some
Make
of
them.
the.
They need privilege to show up.
They need the privilege to show up,
Jeez
right?
Louise.
Make them apply for a
Yeah,
permit.
permit. I had a passport.
Council members, anything additional in this category?
Yeah, I got actually a couple things. I just want to check in for the sailing program. Where are we with that? Sailing program. Redondo Beach City.
Yeah, I
Oh,
can
that's
speak to
you.
that. Yeah, we've reached out, we asked for some proposals from some local nonprofits. We got a few proposals, and we're working with one prospective proposer, and we're just trying to clean it up so they kind of mesh with what we're going to do and enhance our programs. So it's a slow roll, but we're working with them.
We don't need to put anything on the plan here for the next 6 months.
It's in motion.
It's in motion, okay. So I want to, we need to have our complete revamp of our, and Mr. Klein, since you're still here, sorry, we need to have a complete revamp of our memorial bench program and plaque program, specifically targeted at the Esplanade. Just so everyone understands, we have a memorial bench program where you can pay, just say, roughly $3,000, buy yourself a bench, get a bronze plaque on there. We've run out of spots, 4 spots left, and that's after us opening up a tremendous amount of spots. And rather than providing benches, PV does bronze plaques. There's a whole other things that we could do so that people could fund into a program and we can keep the Esplanade beautiful, as C3 says, and then have perhaps a memorial or a walk of fame. It's not just, I don't want a memorial, but something walk of fame, remembrance, accomplishment.
Sure. So I think what this would be an expansion of the Memorial Bench Plaque Program.
Yeah.
It would be an expansion of it, Eric, that would be the title, or that's fine. Explore expansion and alternative commemorative opportunities.
Yeah.
It's the Make Esplanade a Mausoleum.
No, and one last thing on that is, I don't know if how many of you have seen this, well, I'm sure a lot of people have seen this, but when you travel, especially outside the United States, you will see large 4-foot letterings with different colors of cities and places that they are, like whether you're in like Puerto Vallarta or wherever else. We should get something similar like that for our harbor or other picturesque points. And maybe go to the Art Commission so that the Art Commission can take a look at this idea and move this forward.
Like entry, gateway monuments?
Like the lettering, it says King Harbor, right? And large life-size, 3-4 feet in size, on the ground. People can go to it and take a photo of it.
So vertical, gateway, or vertical.
Why are you pointing at me? I don't live in Beverly Hills, Councilmember Kalajarovich.
Right.
Multicolored. It's this could be going on to the Art Commission. They got some momentum going there.
I like that idea.
Yeah, good idea.
Something
They're
iconic.
dying to get, something physical created based on their work.
Uptown.
Uptown, yeah, uptown in Uptown. Would be great in the median.
Anyway, I don't get too distracted, but basically that's,
Maybe, this might be in addition to that, but so city, it would,
particularly in the harbor space, because everyone comes down there and does pictures.
city
Yes, in the harbor and up in.
If we can do it uptown, great, fantastic.
Yes, but.
So it's kind of, it's gateway signs at points of interest.
It's not even just lettering, numbering. All right.
No, but meaning it's recognizing
Got it.
amenities and points of interest.
Paige?
Boy, I'm really glad we extended this to 12
I'm
months.
going to kind of ask you, is there,
2 plans in one.
is there a way we can come up with a program or some kind of mandate that with the affordable housing that we produce, that we have some structure about who's going to get that affordable housing? Whether it's prioritizing teachers, city employees, that kind of thing?
Police officers, firefighters.
Police officers, all of the.
So that's the workforce and workforce housing
I
concept.
think as we move forward with the inclusionary housing, we establish that program I think at that point, we might be able to have some say. I don't think that we have the say. I'd have to, check with the city attorneys on that, but I don't think we have the say if it's just a density bonus project. But once we have our inclusionary housing in place, then we have a program that we can require a little bit more.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll table that for
During the
inclusion.
inclusionary housing
Great.
ordinance.
My only other thing is that I'd like to have an item where we are planning and figuring out what we as a city are going to be doing for the Olympics in some kind of participation, whether it's an actual event that we're planning or some branding or some discussion. Because we also have World Cup coming
26, yeah.
all the time.
Here's a business card for you. Before I forget. Vic Knoll, let's work on this.
Okay.
LA 28.
Vic Knoll used to be the government relations for Southern California Edison, our favorite company, utility. He now sits on the LA 2028 committee.
Does he
and
really?
so,
Vic.
yes,
Good
he's
for him.
upgraded. And I just talked to him just last week, Wednesday, at the Contract Cities event, and a couple weeks before that as well. Let's work together. Open swimming, open water swimming. Open water swimming. And water polo, ocean water polo.
That'd be awesome.
So is this a staff initiative, or is this something that you guys are going to take on as council members?
Keep that there. It'll be
supported. but-
supported, yeah. We'll come back with this. We'll come back with a committee report.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
So I don't think we need to do anything, but I would like to put, just so it stays on our radar, to stay assertive on the green line. And I say that we don't need to do anything additionally because I've already made a referral for the city attorney to bring us back attorneys to help us with the environmental aspect of the DEIR if a defective draft EIR is adopted by the Metro. And I've been attending all the meetings I can possibly make it to, so I think we're doing everything that we possibly can. I'm not finding a whole lot of weight in what Torrance is doing, but apparently some folks are, so I'd just like to make sure that our policy is to continue to be assertive in fighting against the green line down the right-of-way.
Do we want to say something about that here?
Well, over the next 12 months, it is going to move from being just a response and providing comments on the draft EIR to likely, lobbying's too strong a word, but to providing feedback during the Metro's deliberation on the EIR and possible approval. So
it's advocacy.
So it's an advocacy. So it does make sense to put something in there.
Maybe advocate for
City position regarding Green Line extension.
Okay, down Hawthorne Boulevard elevated.
We'll wordsmith that.
All right, District 5. Hello, down there, you down there? Hello? Anything?
I do not have anything.
All right. District 2, you're kind of like almost,
thank
I don't
you.
see you. Yeah, you're welcome. Last but not least.
Recognizing.
You're taking away my facilitator role.
Recognizing. 6 years, I thought I'd get better respect than that. I don't want to ignore the petition of the Harbor Commission to expand their role. I just don't know if it should be on strategic planning or not.
I thought Mayor Pro Tem just said create a harbor department, discuss creating a harbor department.
Yeah, but that's different than the commission itself.
So what that contemplates, right, is moving what is currently Planning Commission jurisdiction to the Harbor Commission, expanding effectively the Harbor Commission's role as it pertains to entitlements on land use.
That's a Pandora's box. Could be.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's not something we've looked at in a long time. We'd have to look at the ordinance sections that govern roles and responsibilities of the two parties. We certainly can provide a report back that discusses that, but there might be unintended consequences.
Here comes the city attorney.
Hello. That's never a good sign.
Just so you know, now that you're here, Mr. City Attorney, we also didn't have anything on the accomplishment side for the City Attorney Department over the course of last year. Couldn't figure out a single one, so if you wanted to add, let us know. You weren't here.
We're trying to get out of the meeting, Bills.
Mark was here, so you could have asked her.
She was?
Yes, she's been here throughout.
Good.
You didn't recognize her voice doing the
No.
sound check over Zoom?
No.
One of the things that the current ordinance is phrased in the way that the city doesn't currently follow strictly is they're not involved in leases. And so they get a report after the council approves a lease. And I think that's long been a desire of the Harbor Commission to perhaps have a closed session and discuss and provide information to the council on upcoming leases. And given the large number of leases that the council may be referring, rather than a sea change of going through and taking from the Planning Commission, giving to them, you may look at a way that staff can seek their input before a lease is brought to the council for approval.
Wouldn't that be an issue, though, since they meet once a month versus, say, us meeting?
Well, if they want the additional responsibilities, they may have the additional work, which then implicates the affected staff. And so those are all
What is their
decisions.
capacity to be in closed session, though? I thought we determined they couldn't.
Well, I'll have to review. I don't think it's that they can't. It's just we haven't written it in a way that they can.
We'd have to
Go on.
expand their bylaws to include
Well, not their
perspective
bylaws, the ordinance.
and ordinance.
So noting the hour, what are we going to do on this one? Or should we-
It's a council discussion. Do you want to exchange?
Let's have a discussion on expanding the role of the Harbor Commission and maybe lifting some of the weight off of the Planning Commission, because they met 3 times this last month, so clearly they're a little overloaded themselves.
Well,
Do you want to weigh in on that, Brandy? Because
Yeah, I don't know, because the things that the Planning Commission's reviewing can't just be transferred to the Harbor Commission or another commission. Those are things that are actually like responsibilities in the review of land use regulations or applications. So I don't know that although I would love for that to ease the load, I can't say that it would, yeah.
Got it, okay. Well,
We want to keep an item here, though, about exploring.
It sounds like the
Yeah.
council would like to explore the expanding the role.
request of the Harbor Commission
Right.
and any response we may have.
So it's a discussion item on the request of the Harbor Commission to expand their adjudicative role.
Thank you for that.
And just to be clear, that includes the added real estate that they're
Yeah,
looking for.
it'll be based on their request.
As well as like the leases. Okay.
Anything else, council members? Councilmember Lowenstein?
I'm finished.
You're finished, okay. Councilmember Barron?
Be more bureaucratic.
Any other council members have anything else tonight?
It's a discussion.
All right, I think we have come to the end of a good, solid road. Thank you very much.
Can we get an objective count, Eric, just for giggles and grins?
Just for giggles and grins, do you really want that at this moment?
I want to.
17,
Yeah, exactly, so,
19, 20.
well, here we are, 17, 18, 19, 20.
That numbering's not right up there.
Oh, count it later.
1, 2.
All right, we'll count it later.
I think that's too many to count. For the next decade,
All right, is there, we all do this?
Oh, my gosh.
All in favor?
Hold on.
I just want to put for the record that there's no comment.
Any more?
Is there any public comment?
No public comments.
Yeah, just confirming, we have no one on Zoom, they signed off, and we have no e-comments.
We're left all alone to our lonesomes here.
Zoom? Motion adjourned?
I think we all,
Okay.
We did.
All right.
all right.
Where is our boy Eric?
Perfect. That's what it's all about, man. We're part of the team.
You're doing good. You're doing good.
Team RB.